we did hit 200 million. So over 197 million. So my goal today is a bit more tempering for the Bone Spirit build. So we get there. We're going to be reworking the complete Paragon board. We already did this on paper. So we did this for the build guide that you essentially have there, the most optimal Paragon board. But I haven't copied that Paragon board over yet because I learned some things, or I changed some things. For example, here in this board, you could very simple just put the territorial glyph without much of a point investment, right? So this is already territorial activated for the damage reduction done. That's simple, like without any efforts, just flying through that board potentially. Same kind of goes here. When you're actually activating this, different way to get through this board to then put in the corporal or the amplify. See, it's like minimal points taken when you can then still to change a bit my perspective on how to go through the board here. It's so simple. Now we need to go. Usually I would go for different board first, but now we're going to go for the Bloodbath board, because in the Bloodbath board we changed some things that you essentially want to take the Overpower, and then you're moving into Bloodbath itself. Or you can activate the Essence Glyph here, because it's so simple. Good. That's 44 points. I can actually make it 49 points if I want to. And there's another potential 4% more life to take. Because again, you gotta also for this build take the maximum life possible, correct? I'm gonna take the maximum life possible because more life is more overpower. You go into the Ashita board. That's for Amplify. I still gotta consider if I want to take this. Right? Amplify. And you could potentially take the way out here if you want to, right? And that has us 50 in points, so you could save 1 point there. And I think you could even save some points here. You get Send of Death. I think this is already the nigh perfect board, because I just don't see where I could do much more for the board to really boost it even further. Right? This is essentially the maximum I can squeeze out here. Right, 7 more points that we could like go for attack speed or something. This is already incredible, because now we're getting actually like 1,000 crit. We're getting the 1,400 overpower damage. Yep. I mean, I'm literally a freaking crit board, but I have so much overpower damage. I have so much crit. It's actually illegal to what you're pulling out there for real. It's kind of not cool. So we're at 9,300 armor. We have the resistance at 8.9 overcapped. So we have 8.9 overcapped resistance. 8.9 overcap resistance would essentially mean that I could throw out these 3 points. Even throw out that. But that wouldn't help me to activate this, so it's not worth it, right? I was thinking about like where could I save potentially even more something. Save that, but it's not worth it to even save. And again, with 6 points, I can get another 4% max life plus. So you would be saying like this, right? Thank you for what you do. I love this class. Shadows is my best, and sorry for my bad English. I didn't see any bad English, sir. So we're currently at 25,000 life, together with 1,400, 1,400, right? So that would work nicely. That is enough dex. That is enough dex to actually activate it. That is not enough willpower and dex to get these activated, which is fine. I'm sitting at 49 willpower. I guess if I think about like if I cut out like 7 willpower there, right? Another 2 points. I'm just thinking like where could I get like that's 2% more life, that's 2% more life. Where could I get a bit more life? Because every more life is very important. Like every more life helps. Like the more we have, the more we have. We do Blood Golem today. I wanted to do Blood Golem today, but then I noticed that we're almost at 300 million crits with this build. So if I could get this to 300 million crits, I actually would be happy. So I kind of wanted to work on the Golem build, don't get me wrong, but we're just so close to getting this one here even better that I have a hard time not pushing this. I mean, right now I need my Ingolith to double upgrade the Banished Lord's Talisman to have an 8 times upgraded Banished Lord's Talisman. So that's what we're actually going to do today. Our goal is to take the resources. Then we're going to farm some mats. We're going to farm some, like we're going to take today as a farm for the Golem. Like, okay. So today is a big farm day to get the Golem board bigger. We are going to pull out all the pieces that we have for the Golem, and then we push that to the next level. We're going to gather more masterwork gear. Okay, resource generation, please. Critical strike chance. Oh, that's a bit of a bummer. That's actually a really bit of a bummer. I might have to just reset this. But the resource generation is higher, so it doesn't hurt. Stop finding better builds. I'm not finding better builds. I'm finding options. So this is understood. These are all not meant to, like, if you want to play the Golem build, keep playing the Golem build. But these are a bunch of options, a vast amount of options, so you have more fun. You know, because I know people love Bone Spirit as much as I do, as much as everyone does, to be honest. And I would like everyone to be able to enjoy a very killer Bone Spirit build. What do I have to pay at the current state in order to play it? Nothing. I mean, you bought the game already once. Everything is for free. This is a free game. I mean, like you know, after buying, free game. So we're gonna farm a bit the Helltide, right, for money, because upgrading things is expensive. Then we're gonna be farming the Pit for more masterwork materials. And then we're gonna be farming a bit of the Tormented and Uber bosses, because obviously we want to kill some Tormented and Uber bosses. Even though like for farming Tormented and Uber bosses is only good if you're actually looking for something. I don't. Right, well, what do I want more uniques? I have like 40 uniques in my stash that I simply don't need. And if I want greater affix items, I'm better off farming the Pit, actually. Right? Come on, give me something. Give me something to work with. Give me something to work with. You got nuked. Good old shit. Is there any update that must be paid? No, these are free updates. I mean, it's a life service game where, well, it's receiving life service and everything is for free. There might be an expansion coming this year. I mean, there will be an expansion coming this year, and that expansion will cost money, and yet that expansion will still be optional because you can probably play the base content without the expansion. Then we're just missing out on the new class, which is most likely to come. Which is then going to make me stop playing Necromancer. Then I'm going to be forced to play the new class because everyone and their mom is going to play the new class. I just hope that the new class is boring so I don't have to play it. You know? I just want to play Necro. I mean, leave me alone. I don't want to play any new class. Necro for life. Mhm. What's the most fun and strong build for you? This one. When I can literally yeet out bone spirits here. That was a 73 million bone spirit. Okay. That was I don't know, something 90 million bone spirit. So yeah, I just yoink out bone spirits that do so much damage that's actually legal, and then I just nuke things with one shot, and it makes me laugh. And then I'm happy, and I keep nuking things. And I nuke things a bit harder, and you know, more happiness. And continues going like that, you know, from nuking to happiness. Where do you get materials for Duriel? You have to get the living steel from Hell Tides, and actually from the Maiden you also get the other materials. So Varshan you get for doing whispers, but honestly Varshan also you just get in the Hell Tide as well. So technically in order to get boss materials you just do the Hell Tide. I mean, I have more boss materials than I'm going to spend this season already, mainly because I'm just not interested in farming Duriel. So I already gave away 100 living steel to the community. I mean, people gave me cool items and I gave them living steel, you know, because I'm not even interested to hang at the bosses that much, because at the end of the day, sure, they might drop some items, but yeah, pit runs are more fun for loot, especially because I'm getting masterwork materials too. So I'd rather spend my time running the pit. I'm honest with you. There's a new build. We made the build yesterday. We perfected the build then overnight, and now these are the results of using the Bone Spirit Nuclear Necromancer, of essentially just having like that Bone Spirit that does tons of damage.
I need more time.
Not only a little bit, you know, multi millions. Again, highest achieved so far is 200 million. But we're not happy with that. We have more temporary and masterworking to do, and our gear's not even good, right? So we have a good chest piece. That's about it. The rest of the gear is kind of like very heavily interchangeable and adaptable to get even more better stuff, more gooder stuff. Does Harlequin Crest make this build stronger? Yes, Harlequin Crest actually works for this build really well, because Harlequin Crest would give you more ranks in Bone Spirit. At the same time, it would give you more ranks in Reap. They're not pertinent, so that wouldn't help a lot. You get better cooldown with Blood Mist. That's actually a good thing. And you get a bit more damage reduction from the Decrepify. But the main selling argument is that you would get just more ranks in Bone Spirit. And since Bone Spirit is like your super damage scaler, more ranks in Bone Spirit is actually insane, because every rank is, what was it, 8% more damage? So every rank is a good damage boost for Bone Spirit itself. Now, in order to get a Harlequin Crest, you can actually do two things. So if you really do want to get a Harlequin Crest, you could farm it, which is stupid. Why would you do that? I could just make another character level 100, and I would get a Harlequin Crest, because you get more Resplendent Sparks. So that's what I'm probably going to do to gear up myself a Harlequin Crest at some point for some testing purposes, to like just doing some more, you know. I tell you, this is definitely one of the best builds for speed farming. If you want to just get your gear and your materials together in the pit, this is what I have been using. I'm trying out different builds right now. The Golem is fun for pushing deeper in the pit, but for tempo boosting myself through without wasting all my Holy Bolt elixirs, right? You hated Necro, but now you love it. See, this is what I like to hear. How do you get those sharps? 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 I mean, you mean shards, right? Resplendent Sparks? Pull everything together. Curse them. Boom. Pull everything together. Boom. Boom. Pull everything together. Curse it. Boom. And the only thing you could try to get is a bit more movement speed. But again, I've never really cared for movement speed because, well, I'm as fast as I am. Millions of damage. Boom. Boom. Oh, hi. Always gotta kill that purple dude first. Boom. 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 Every second bone spirit is the big bone spirit. So not every main bone spirit, every other bone spirit, right? Because you're guaranteed to have that overpower and you're guaranteed to have that critical strike. So every second one is then the big boomer one. 1, 2. Oh, you blocked the damage, you little rascal. We can't be having that, so you're gonna pull all of them together again. If I could nuke you another time. What's a good time for a pit level 70? Well, that really comes down to how fast you're rushing, right? When you're looking for like a 3 to 4 minute clear mostly. I think on everything under 5 minutes you're good to go, right? It's like not like what's the best. It's more like, you know, what should you be happy with? Everything under 5 minutes should be fine for tempo reasons, because you have to consider like everything under 5 minutes or around 5 minutes would be then x66 time spent with a pit. So yeah. I mean, could you find builds that do it faster? That really depends like on how you're playing, because right now, correct, I get like my my movement speed could be higher, and if my movement speed would be higher, I would be moving faster through the pit, and if I would move faster through the pit, then I would waste less time running around. So that would technically then make me even quicker in clearing, but I just don't mind moving at the snail pace of a snail, right? It's been always like, it's been never like a hindrance for me. The build doesn't move with lightning quick speed. I mean, the only situation where you really need movement speed is, what's it called again? The Gauntlet, yeah. But I honestly can't see myself playing the Gauntlet. I mean, I did enjoy it, so the Gauntlet is not horrible, but I always only did the Gauntlet because we never had like a PvE challenge, right? A good PvE challenge where you could put your head against like content and try to just beat said content. Whereas the Gauntlet was like, it's not like a real PvE challenge. Oh, wait, that was weird. Not like a real PvE challenge, if that makes sense, because you're kind of like, yeah, I mean, it's more laid out like a PvP. I don't know how to say that, but yeah, I don't feel challenged in the pit, you know. Sure to get a good time down, I understand, but it's just like I'd rather try to figure out the complicated content and beat that timer, right, and get my builds to perform up to that task, instead of just stacking movement speed and then trying to move smart. Any brain dead build coming up? I mean, minions is already the brain dead build. Well, what do you want more brain dead than a build that where you literally just stand around and watch your minions kill everything, right? Oh, I didn't notice I'm actually fortified. Ow, what killed me? Oops. So yeah. I mean, minions is the most brain dead build in existence already. What do you want more brain dead? Minions suck against bosses. Skill issue. Skill issue. They don't. It's normal that boss is taking this long. I mean, this is a pit boss. Sir, have you ever tried the pit? Minions will kill a bit faster, especially if your golem hits the super overpower. But yeah, if you think minions suck at doing bosses, then I have to bring to you the reality of skill issue. And this is not meant as an offense. Like, I'm not trying to be rude to you in any way. Just like minions are literally perfect for bosses right now. They do tons of damage. They're absolutely monsters, right? Especially the golem, who is just dangerous beyond belief. Oh, 100 million. That was nice. 90 million. Woo. Yeah, you notice, is it supposed to take that long? I mean, the boss just has a lot of HP. When we just did 200 million damage. 75 million. You know? Boss just has HP for days. Oh, no. Ow. Ow. Almost killed myself there. Mm-hmm. 40 million, 42 million, 23 million. Oh, come on. I should be able to... Yeah, thank you. I should be able to just end this now. But the minions are just exponentially getting more HP. That's why you're actually better to clear a tier... I think it's tier 70. It's way more fortunate to clear because it has like a billion HP less or so. The fact that I've never hit a million and I'm 92 is wild. Nah, you just might not know how to. It's not your fault. It's probably just like you might just not know how to. Consistently hit millions of damage. I mean, it has a lot to do with Paragon boards, multipliers, and all that kind of stuff. And most people don't know the difference between multiplicative and additive damage. We get 2 in Hellbound Commander here. This is not a perfect one, but Velo, you've been asking. We just have Velo from our community asking if I had something. Technically, I have 2 in Hellbound Commander. I guess the main problem people have is like the Codex of Powers. For example, they see an aspect like control. So you're going to go here, Paragon, boom. And you see the control aspect and you're like, wow, this is amazing. You and your minions deal 20% increased damage to crowd control enemies. And you're like, this is fucking good. Right? And then you kind of notice that like it doesn't work against bosses. So it's like good, but it's not fucking good. I would love it if Blizzard added more terrifying bosses like the Butcher instead of just making things harder. Yeah, but what do you mean with a terrifying boss? I mean, like if I do a lot of damage, then nothing is terrifying, right? So like life levels and beefing up a monster is the end of the day what you have to do, because if I'm just like shitting on things because my build is so strong. What's then a more terrifying boss gonna do? Like even if he has the most terrifying attacks, the most terrifying... Oh shit, my ghost just vanished there. Even if he had like the most terrifying mechanics, if I just shit on him... I mean, that's the thing with Uber Lilith, right? Uber Lilith technically was a very intricate boss with very cool skills and everything. But if you just one-shit her, what do all her fancy pantsy mechanics matter if you're essentially just blasting through her existence, right? And don't essentially care for a single mechanic she does. That's why they changed her. That's why they buffed her HP. Because people were just being mean to mommy. Pull everything together and 1, 2. The tormented bosses are a nice thing, but at the end of the day, you just feel like hitting some HP sponges at times because the new tormented bosses didn't really get any more fanciful mechanics, right? Like for example, I just refuse to do Varsh because his shield is just stupid. Depending on what build you play, I like Indariel because Indariel is like very simple, right? See, this is, by the way, now like a tier 70 versus a tier 75. They almost give the same amount of Neath Iron, but the amount of HP that minions have in a tier 70 is feelingly half of what they have in 75. It's actually really interesting how vast the numbers differ and how quick they're actually rising. I mean, it's like it's intended by, oh shit, didn't pay attention. It's intended by Blizzard. Debating about Thorn built Necro, I'm not interested. I still do not understand the heavy obsession with thorns and people. Like I just simply do not understand why people are so hyper laser focused on thorns. I know the idea of getting hit and dealing damage back is very appealing, but I don't understand that, because don't you want to avoid getting hit? Isn't that the whole goal in ARPGs? Like the don't take damage part? Right? So yeah. Excuse my confusion. And I'm always like, don't understand why people are so eyeing about it. Same boss. I need to use my Reap more in between. Why? Because Reap is how I do get Fortify. And I need Fortify end of the day. Oh, once in a while we did actually do not crit. It's a bit weird. But like we have a 90% crit chance, right? And we did have 2 not crits. Actually, we actually do have 125%. Oh, that was 100 million. One, 2, 3. Oh. Kind of wanted to end her before that thing comes again. Aha. Oh, did I forget to curse you the whole time? I forgot to curse it. I mean, forgetting to curse is like literally 70% damage less, and that actually matters a lot on the overpower. And max builds will always feel satisfying to play. It's kind of get why people love thorns. It's just the mechanic of thorns. Like, you need to get hit to deal damage back. I mean, I've literally seen like there's a thorn barb who's actually using some probably mechanic that will get nerfed. That does actually do billions of thorns damage. But it's kind of awkward because you're kind of stacking up your mechanics. Or you're stacking up your earthquake with barb to then just wait for the enemy to hit you. So you're kind of like stacking up the earthquake, and then you're like, hit me, hit me, hit me now, hit me, I'm waiting. Hit me, do it. And you're just you're just standing in one, you're just standing in one spot. You're waiting to get hit, and it's like, okay. You know the difference in crafting materials you get from a 100 pit and a 70 pit? I think a 100 pit gives you what, like 60 or so, where a 70 pit gives me come on, brain saying. Probably gives you something around 60? 60 versus 30? Yeah, 60 versus 30. It's kind of like what you have. Okay, the maiden is there. Where's the maiden? Oh, you're just summoning her. Okay. That's how pit bosses operate. They hit your minions, not you. I mean, like that's good that pit bosses are finally hitting your minions, and they're not like going for you, because often like your minions just get ignored. From 90s and 35. Yeah, I don't like have it in my mind right now what the higher skill. It's actually not that much more. So it's not like, you know, you're farming like you're farming 100 pits and you're actually getting super hyper rewarded for it. So you're not getting like 3 times the resources. I mean, considering that a level 100 pit is like 4 times as hard as a level 70, essentially, but you're not getting 4 times the amount of resources. So that could be considered a weird thing every now and then, right? You're doing vastly harder content, but the rewards you get for doing the vastly harder content are not vastly harder rewards. They're more like, oh, nice, you did that. You're so good. We really like cutie pie. I like D4 this season. I love it. It actually Lilith, not the boss. Bosses are pretty simple to kite as long as you don't get the assassin rogue boss. There is some of the bosses like the Spirit Caller of the Frost, which is actually bullshit, right? The Spirit Caller of the Frost can mingle and jingle with everything. There's a reason why we're gonna make our minion build. So we've been playing the minion build mostly without Blood Mist, and we're actually gonna change that to have the minion build use Blood Mist. But that's for tomorrow. I actually wanted to do it today, but we're gonna move that change to tomorrow because I really wanted to push this build further, because I know if I'm just not gonna push this build further today, I'll probably bench the build for a while and not return anytime soon. So that's where we wanna make the big changes to the golem, and then we're actually gonna be pushing the pit tomorrow. So I'm actually really excited for that. We're currently at pit 100, and I haven't really cared about going deeper. But we're gonna be gathering some new gear. We're gonna gather some masterwork materials. And then we're going to be essentially ready to go hard tomorrow with an improved build. But the planner for this build, please. It is already in the latest uploaded YouTube video, my friend. We just uploaded today the whole axe. Oh, look, Chad. Look, the Helltide Assassin. Look, Mom! No hands! No hands! You know how annoying that dude can be? It's very relaxing to just, be like, you shall not pass. Any boss from the older Diablo you'd love to see introduced? Yes, Mephisto, but that's essentially coming, right? I would love to see Mephisto. That's coming. Have any Ubers in this build? No, but you could use a Shaco. So the Harlequin Crest is the only one I would say usable. Grandfather is technically usable, but practically it's actually going to ruin the build. It's working way better the way I have it set up right now without Grandfather. But a Harlequin Crest is truly an option. Level 50 to this point in this build. I mean, this is more like an endgame build. I wouldn't probably try to play this early on because it might be a bit clunky to play if you're not having the right equipment. Because that's like the thing. This is truly like not a leveling build. This is not a level 1 to 100 build. I like, because you're not actually playing a core skill, right? So for like she just dead. Okay. Oh no, that's bad. I made a mistake. Oh, I'm an idiot. Because I was fighting her so we could kill the Hellborn. Because we need to kill like slay Hellborn. Oh, missed. It's kind of bad. I made a mistake. We nuked her too hard. You expect Necro to get nerfed? No. Why would it? Franker and Moyline, thank you for the 10 months and the 3 years of support. Appreciate both of you being there. Howdy. Do you think they'll increase map size? Yes, the new region is coming. So Necro will not get nerfed because Necro is strong, but it's far from being like absolutely bamboozling, super shitting, overpowered. It's just strong. I mean, Barbarian is still stronger, but like there's a 4 billion barb, like weirdness, overpower, blah, whatever again. Like it's you know, we're finally strong. Do you know how long it took for us to get to this point? What had to be done to get us to this point? A lot. And now you think it should already get nerfed? Why? Don't give me a single legit reason why anything should get nerfed at this point. Because it's not too strong. It's just finally strong. The problem is if you nerf something, everything falls apart again. So let's say you would say minions are not getting 100% of the stats anymore. Everything falls apart. The whole card house just crumbles. Right? Everything seems to be fair and fine at this point. Yeah, everything feels strong. Nothing feels OP. I'm in the ballpark of just let it cook. I mean, the interesting part is that we just started with tempers. So I think it can only get crazier because right now we have a temper. We have no temper for double bone spirit. I mean, like I'm shooting a bone spirit out right now, correct? But what if we would get a temper for double bone spirit? Chat. Think about it. Put on your thinking caps for a second. Boom, double bone spirit. Chance for bone spirits to cast twice. Right? Second golem. There's so much that can still be done over tempering too, right? Sacrifice all other minions to get a super golem. Sacrifice 3 minions to create an abomination. Many possible temperings and everything. Whole new skills. I mean, this is essentially tempering baby system 1. This is what they said, right? So the tempering system is essentially like them having the new system. But from this point on, it can be expanded so much. Like, the sky's the limit. There's so much more possible. As it should be. Right? I mean, they went for the easiest temper recipe possible. Currently, like, right, just boosting the center things. But so much more. And the new seasonal mechanics can also always add to the tempering. So on top of a seasonal mechanic, we can get seasonal tempering recipes that fit the seasonal mechanic. I mean, think about the Season of the Blood, right? Where we get our blood powers. Imagine they added more blood temperings to that right now. I mean, they could bring back Season of the Blood aspects as tempering. Correct? That is a possibility that I find very entertaining. Right? And don't forget, we're going to get a mid-season update too. And the mid-season update usually brings something from the old season back. So what's the mid-season update this season going to bring back from season 3? Are we going to get Vault in the mid-season? Because a tiny robot couldn't happen, right? That wouldn't work. There's one wall back. Exactly. Or tempering RNG. Well, I do hope that all tempering recipes get changed to only accommodate 3 possible temperings. Because my problem right now with tempering and generally re-rolling too. So re-rolling only has 2 possible outcomes, and that's just horrible. I think if re-rolling had 3 outcomes, it would be a billion times better. And for tempering, I only want temper recipes that have 3 options. Temper recipes with more than 3 options are a scam. Simple as is. Because you're going to end up always in the point where you want 1 out of 4 or 1 out of 5. I mean, some even have like 6 different outcomes that are desirable or undesirable. Boom. Another unique that I don't need. The amount of uniques I don't need is staggering, I tell you. Okay, technically I would need to get the triple Hellborn there, but I'm probably too uninspired to get that done. Back to Kerrigar. If you would create your own Uber gear, what would we call it and what would we do? I have no clue, sir. I'm not really a very good game designer, my friend, right? I like to play games and I like to min-max out games, but these questions are always like, I never thought about it. I'd rather deal with someone making something interesting and me just using it than actually creating something myself, right? They did Dust Devil the best. Dust Devil damage, size, and cast twice. Yes, Dust Devil has kind of like everything you could be asking for. There's like nothing like not good about it. As you say, like it has the triple. I mean, we have Bone Spear, double cast twice too, and then Bone Critical Strike damage and everything. Just that Bone Spear is stupid. I hate the ones with 5. 5 is just stupid. I mean, like 4 is already stupid, but 5 is just not okay. Five temper recipes in five options is just scam. Sorry. That's definitely something that I hope they recognize and they work on. Because you just really fast get to the point where you want 1 out of 5, maybe 2 out of 5. But then you not only want 1 or 2 out of 5, right? It kind of feels like the system is so weird because I can roll the same temper 4 times in a row. There seems to be no weighting. There seems to be no exclusion, right? So you can essentially get the same temper, like if I get like crowd control duration, like I can roll all five times I can roll, and I essentially get 5 times crowd control duration. It's kind of like, okay, that's bad. Feels like there should be some, I don't know, if you pick a certain temper, that temper gets excluded from the next roll at least, or something, to at least give you like a chance to get others. Because sometimes it just feels like the others don't even exist, right? Are we doing a nightmare dungeon? Because I kind of forget if I still have... I forget if I have something to upgrade. Boop. Boop. Thank you very much, War Master Horus. What was the second part of this one here? Pull it all together. New guitar. Pull it all together. Nightmare Dungeons is kind of easy this season, or am I wrong? Nightmare Dungeons have never been hard. I mean, the struggle in Nightmare Dungeons mostly comes from inferior gear and inferior knowledge. Because once you figured out how to do tier 100s, like, right? Once you figured out what's the armor break points, what do you kind of need in all of that shebang, then it's just kind of like a big just pushing down. I mean, you gotta consider that, like, essentially Nightmare Dungeons are also like tier 70s only. Is it true rapid ossification is not working correctly? I don't know who said this. I don't know who told you this. But you can literally see my Bone Storm cooldown getting lower every single time I'm using my Bone Spirit. So I'm not sure where you think rapid ossification is not working correctly or where you heard about it, but it's working. I think what you're confused with is why rapid ossification is actually not reducing the Bone Spirit cooldown itself. And that's because the Bone Spirit has no cooldown up and cast. So the check of rapid ossification is essentially up and cast, cooldown skill, reduce cooldown. But up and cast, we don't have a cooldown yet. Is Banished Lords in this build? Yep. We uploaded the whole build guide today for the people that are interested. So the whole video tweeted out. Oh, that's going to be interesting. A triple. Oh, baby, it's a triple. The only problem is I can't, like, get them all hit together. Oh, no, I could. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Oh, wow. You really almost one-shot me there. Rude lady. Okay, that you didn't critical strike is a joke. I have 90% critical strike chance. That's also why I need some more temperings, because I need to bring the critical strike chance back up to 100%. Because right now I am only sitting at a Whooping 91.3 critical strike chance, which is a bit weak, you know? Okay, we don't want to play Exhumation. We don't want to play Scorch. We are potentially going to play Exploit. May Undaunted be an option? Actually, I have to try out Undaunted too. Okay, that's already 11. Necro number 3, need my sparks. Yes, the sparks are great. I mean, if you're really just farming characters up for the sparks so the Uber Uniques do that. Technically, you can get every Uber Unique, and I'll probably be getting myself a Harlequin Crest in the long run. I always use Undaunted as dope. Yeah, but it doesn't work for this build because simply I don't have the... Actually, you know what? We're going to use the Elixir for Momentum just to move faster. I don't have the Fortify. I do Fortify some. Your golden build. You mentioned in one of your streams, but I forget, what is the optimal level for the pit only for materials? I think 80 right now. From a time to monster level to everything perspective. Is this the one build without minions you're working on? We're working on multiple builds without minions, but this is one of the without minion builds that is probably the strongest, one of the strongest without minion builds this season. There will be a shadow build that's really strong too. The advantage of this one is like you're literally able to do burst damage that goes up to 200 million. Now, 200 million is the max we have reached so far, and in order to go further, I need gear. So if any one of you, for example, has boots with a greater affix of Bone Spirit on, that's something I could need. I am willing to trade boss materials or any unique you wish to have, right? But I essentially need greater affixed Bone Spirit boots. That's one of the things that this build would still need. Because more ranks in Bone Spirit would obviously help me to get vastly stronger. By the way, you see me suddenly zooming movement speed wise, right? Why is that? Because we're playing the Elixir of Momentum. I mean, everyone plays like the Holy Bolt Elixir, right? But honestly, for a Necromancer who's like slow as fuck, getting the Elixir of Momentum is quite good. Everyone gets pulled together and then bam! Bam! 90 million damage. And the fun part is that 90 million damage is also what you kind of need to, you know, kill them. So if you don't have the 90 million damage, you know what? It gets kind of tedious. My biggest problem is that I'm not like regularly getting my Fortify up. As you notice, we're getting like some Fortify together, and I try to like really think about using my Reap, but I constantly forget using my Reap. Reap. See? The Fortify is almost maxed. Almost maxed. We need the Fortify for maximum damage. But I could sadly not find a way to get a better Fortify production in this. I've literally tried everything with temperings, with aspects. It's better than your minion build on YouTube. It's better for speed farming. The minion build is better for diving deep into the pit. So again, you have to choose a build according to your personal goals. Do you want to farm right now? You can play this. Do you want to have some fun right now? Play this. You want to just push deep in the pit? Play the minion build. You want to farm Uber bosses? I would probably say for tormented bosses farm, the Golem Necro is actually better. But for example, I don't want to farm tormented bosses. I don't want to push the pit today, for example. I just want to farm some gear, and farming gear is just very nice in the pit too. Farm gear and upgrade materials. So these are the only two things I want to do right now. So I'm getting myself a buttload of Neath Iron today, so we can tomorrow upgrade some more pieces of the golem gear. Because tomorrow we're gonna keep playing the golem build. Pull everything together. Boom. Done. Boom. I wish the world boss was stronger. Well, world bosses are a joke and have been a joke for quite a while, and they're essentially not... Oh god, really? I didn't crit. The amount of times you actually don't crit despite having like gazillion critical strike chance is concerning. You know what, Hag? You have a lot of HP. I don't like that. Hey, I didn't stand on anything. What did I stand on? Too many effects going on. Oh, I forgot to curse her. That's what's missing. I'm an idiot. I'm just wondering, like, we're kind of doing a little bit few damage here right now and there. Well, you know what? If you forget to curse your opponent and you're essentially missing out on your 70% damage multiplier, then you're going to do vastly less damage. Surprise. Who would have guessed, right, Chad? Sometimes a bod, always a bod, and then... That was shameful. I'm sorry, Chan. I kind of forget to curse her. I have 925 boots with 2 bone spirit and greater affix on life. See, I have the bone spirit already. I need like I need a triple. See, there are 3 bone spirit, 4 essence, and max life. But I would need a 4 bone spirit. So my chest, for example, is 3 to macabre skills. So if I actually take my chest now and we would transform our neath iron into ingolith. So let's do that. Crafting materials, 1 large ingolith cache. Would do this. Then I could masterwork this 2 more times. And masterworking this 2 more times should actually bring this up to a +4 on macabre skills. Yeah, so now it's 9 essence per second, which is good, and +4 to macabre skills, and that brings us up to a total of 16. And again, every point in this more is another 8% multiplicative more damage. So that's actually a huge increase because 8% multiplicative more, that's pretty... Oh, up to a 36% chance to make enemies vulnerable. No way. Actually not bad. 6 essence per second, but maximum life is kind of sad. We can't really play with that. So yeah, as I said, I'm trying to gather up gear, but then I keep spending like my money. Oh, I can make another ruby. Ooh. Perfect. Because now I got 4 rubies. I only need 1 more, chat. Do you have the 5 rubies already? I need 1 more, but we're at 30,000 life flat almost. Ladies and gentlemen. Very much life to be had. Is there a tax we kept? Yes, 100%. I have no bone spirit, but 1 bone spirit +4 if you need, or bloodlines +4. No, thank you though. Do you know anything about Spark Lilith kill? The Spark, I think Lilith is still bugged, but right now you just level up other characters to 100 and you get essentially the sparks. I mean, so you can do the Iron Wolves on every character, chat. Listen. So you could do the Iron Wolf quest line, right? With a Helltide. But you can do this on all your characters. So if you have done it on your main character once, you can do it on your 2nd character, and then on your 4th character, and on your 5th character. And yes, you guessed right. You get resplendent sparks every single time you do it. Is it intended? Maybe not. But on the other hand, it's actually like a very good motivator to level up characters. So I wouldn't even say it's not intended. I'd say okay, so how do I say this? It might maybe not be intended, but if it was intended, it would be really smart. So I'm gonna say they probably intended this because obviously Blizzard is a very smart company, and this wasn't just like a happy little accident, you know? They probably planned for this because they are very intelligent, because like this, they actually encourage people to level up more than one character and spend more time in the game. Surely, chat, this is not an accident, surely. These things don't happen at BlizzardHQ.com. AAA game developer, many centuries of experience. Should you take the Iron Wolves at a later level? No, that doesn't make a difference. So the Iron Wolf caches have in them what's in them. So the first 10 caches or so are sacred gear, and the later caches are ancestral gear. So it doesn't help you to wade. The only thing that happens is that you're essentially not getting the gear when you need it, and you get some obsolete gear later on. So just pop them, you know, straight away. Good morning, Envy. Greetings. So, and by the way, yes, before you ask, the reason we're playing this build mainly is because it's just so much more fun to play than the minion build. I mean, I enjoy the minion build for its strength, right? But it does get old at some point. So this build is vastly more fun, especially because Bone Spirit has never been good. We thought that last season Bone Spirit was actually good. The thing is, this build here, you could have never built last season. Because it was there is no essence per second on gear. And right now, how does my essence replenishment work? Well, I have essence per second on gear, okay? But I also play the aspect that pushes my essence generation. And if you're actually looking for this right now, my essence generation is at 60 per second. 60. I get 60 essence per second, chat. So I press this button and... right? Does grandfather work with his spec? Nope, sadly not. Mainly because just no place for grandfather, because you need all the aspects. Like, you could probably get grandfather in. Okay, so again, you could probably get grandfather in. But if you do that, you get vastly more squishy. Not a little bit more squishy, vastly more squishy. So that being said, now, if you feel like playing grandfather, just do it, right? I mean, if you don't necessarily want to push deep into the pit, there's technically no reason to not use grandfather, right? So it again depends on what's your goal. What are you doing? You're farming Uber bosses, grandfather. You're farming tormented bosses. I could probably put grandfather in there too for tormented bosses, right? It really depends on what's your plan. You don't have attack speed on amulets and gloves? Yes, because I have 100% attack speed. Echo. I tried to put more attack speed on things and it didn't help me. So no more attack speed on things. Why is grandfather worth it in pits? So right now for my survivability, I am using something called the Aspect of the Ultimate Shadows. The Aspect of the Ultimate Shadows turns Bone Storm into a Darkness skill, but it's still a Bone skill. What happens though is that the Bone Storm does 1-time damage, and then it goes tick, 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 and continuously fills up your health. This is not needed against Tormented or even Uber bosses. A normal Bone Storm is usually enough there. In the pit though, if you do want to stay continuously healthy and not like suffer some weird ass one-shots, it feels vastly better to actually, yeah. I'm having problems using this build. My CDR is still not good enough. The breakpoint is 8 seconds. So the goal is you need to go down to 8 seconds. Why is it 8 seconds? Because then you're going to cast your Bone Spirit. You have 1 second, essentially, where you can reposition yourself to cast the second one. So you 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. But it gives you enough time to do a Reeb, to do a Corpse Explosion, to do a Corpse Tendril, to do a Curse. So it essentially gives you time to use your other skills. And that's the thing. If you put the cooldown lower, then you're essentially simply just spamming Bone Spirit, and you're not really utilizing your other skills anymore, because it always feels bad to not do that then. And in this case, it is actually better to use your other skills, because this gives you some fortify, then the Blood Mist gives you some fortify as well. The curse you need to do anyways to get your 70% bonus damage multiplier going. So you need to use your other skills. And that's where then 8 seconds cooldown is perfection. Everything over that feels very clunky. Everything under that might be causing you to not be full essence. Because right now I cast, 1 second later I'm full essence. I cast, 1 second later I'm full essence. So I'm actually casting mainly at full essence. Now, if I would be casting faster, right, then I wouldn't be at full essence. And if I'm not at full essence, well, I'm not getting the maximum damage I could. You don't know where to get more. If you're playing a two-handed weapon, you're mainly scuffed there. There's a tempering. I can walk you through the cooldown reduction in a second if you want to, and then we can show you where probably you're lacking. No worries. That's what the stream is there for. You got questions, I got answers. You got likes. I got a stream you can like. You got Prime subs. I got a Twitch channel. Okay, so now that we talked about this, let's rampage this so we can show the cooldown reduction off. We do mainly have cooldown reduction on our offhand focus, and we have cooldown reduction on our we have cooldown reduction on our rings. There is a cooldown reduction tempering that you might not be taking. Actually, really, it's my favorite thing. The cooldown reduction tempering. Everything dies. Pull everything together. Everything dies again. Everything dies harder. Oh, we're at a... No, we're not at a dead end here. One. Oh, he might be interesting. See, like here, if I would now stand still to spam my Bone Spirit, correct? Then I would end up in the position where I spam my Bone Spirit, but I would also have to spam my Bone Spirit for maximum damage. But spamming the Bone Spirit versus him is very unfortunate, because you're essentially ending up getting hit by his attacks, which we don't want to do. By the way, we have now had 2 non-crits, which is usually impossible to happen. But here now we do 1, then reposition, then we do 1, then we reposition, then we do 1, we reposition. And that's like what you want, right? And he doesn't attack, we reposition. But we're not losing out due to this, right? If we now have more cooldown, then we would be at the point where we just have too much cooldown. That's a little bit unnecessary. Ah, shit. I was really greedy. I wanted to launch that one. Oh, no. Kill him. Kill him now. No. I was so close to just annihilating there. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to curse him again. Missing out on damage because I'm not cursing. So, Nelu, thank you for the 4 years of support. Rufus, thank you for the brand new Prime subscription. Chat, thank you for the likes on YouTube over there, too. Why the addiction to Necro? Why not? What other class would you play? I mean, Necro is fantastic, and there's so many builds I still have to make everyone happy. So, cooldown reduction is here. 7.5% and 7% intrinsic. And on the ring, 15% Bone Spirit cooldown. So, in total, this is a 30% cooldown reduction. And then on my helmet, there's another 10%. So we should technically be at 40% cooldown reduction. It says 22.4 because it's only taking the 7.5, the 7, and then it's going to take the 9.8%. So that's 22.4 plus 14.4% Bone Spirit cooldown reduction. Is there a planner for this build already? We just uploaded a YouTube video on it because we did a 200 million. Ladies and gentlemen, we hit for 200 million. Yes, we did. It was kind of cool. But I want to go higher. And in order to go higher right now, I need more max life rolls because that's very important. I don't have the max life rolls to push this to the absolute max currently. Because again, what's overpower damage? Overpower damage is your max life, X your fortify, right? And plus your fortify, plus the fortify multiplier. Overpower multiplier. As you can see, we currently have 1,400 critical strike damage and overpower also a lot. So my perfect weapon currently would be max life, crit damage, and overpower damage. Yeah. That would be my perfect weapon. What about the Bloodnecker? We will make a Bloodnecker in the long run. Don't worry. Nightcrawler, thank you for the brand new subscription as well. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Ever tried full Thorns Necro? I don't want to play a Thorns Necro. Also, it's busted at the moment because minions are getting your full Thorns. I mean, minions should be getting your full Thorns. There's no reason that minions shouldn't be getting your full Thorns. Even though Blizzard seems to be like making some mistakes there every now and then. But if minions are getting 100% of your stats, then minions not getting your full Thorns is kind of like silly, right? By the way, I'm really digging that movement speed elixir. Instead of like tacking into movement speed, just give me the movement speed elixir and make my life easy. So we're running, by the way, right now. So we're not running any like bonus life or anything. We just run the bonus movement speed. We're not running Holy Bolts because Holy Bolts is just cheesy. Will we run Holy Bolts tomorrow as we try to push deeper into the pit? Maybe at some point, you know? But most likely we'll be doing some pit pushes without to a certain level. And then see like we're at the end not able to max out. So that's the thing, like, right? Holy Bolts is mainly there to just see how far you can max out currently. Because at some point, the bosses just have multiple billion HP. Not multiple billion, multiple 100 billion HP, right? That you obviously realistically can't go further. My bigger question would be if Holy Bolts is intended to be the equalizer like Tears of Blood used to be. Because you had the Tears of Blood, right? Tears of Blood doesn't exist in this season. So is Holy Bolt meant to be that equalizer that Tears of Blood used to be? I don't see it. What's the most efficient way to farm Stygian stones? You just do the pit. One of the pit levels that you can relatively fast go through. It actually doesn't matter what level of the pit it is, because it feels like that Stygian stones can drop at any level, but Stygian stones drop really bad right now. I should have activated my Bone Storm. I was lazy. Stygian stones drop really bad right now. There seems to be a bug because it cannot be intended that you like. I mean, we've been doing 10 pits today, and I've not seen a Stygian stone. Now you could say, Pony, you're not supposed to get a single Stygian stone in 10 pits, and I'm like, okay, maybe I'm not supposed to do that. But then how many pits do I have to do to see a Stygian stone? You know? Do I have to farm like 5 hours every day just to get 2 Stygian stones, and then I'm able to do one single tormented boss? That seems kind of weird. Right? Because on top of the Stygian stones, you would have to farm the boss materials too. So that means 5 hours pit farm for 2 Stygian stones, and then you need to do a huge amount of like you know, boss material farm too to actually do the bosses. So there's definitely a bug. Like there's no question to me over that. The way we're so close to actually getting our final ruby, I'm tempted to just bang through like the nightmare dungeons just to get my ruby rewards that we're actually able to. Oh no, I'm greedy. Just to bang through like 2-3 more nightmare dungeons to get like, I don't know, another 6,000 ruby dust so we could craft the final one. So that would bring me up to 30,000 almost. Die. You had 1 Stygian stone drop in 30 hours total. Yep. Stygian stone drop rate is abysmal, and there's no question that is a bug. I know some people keep telling like, maybe the struggle is intended. Maybe you're supposed to. You're not supposed to struggle. Universe, thanks for the build. Universe, great to have you there. Always appreciate you hanging out. Hanging with the 249. It was necessary. I'm here anyways. Deposit anima into the urn. Jawohl, my lord. Fastest way to level at 80 Hell Tides. Nightmare Dungeons is not the fastest way to level. Nightmare Dungeons used to be a good way to level, but Hell Tides with a Mind Cache is just more efficient. Because Hell Tides used to be better since you got minions of a higher level, right? So you get enemies at a higher level, and that made the Hell Tide kind of like better to level. But these enemies at a higher level are not happening anymore exclusively in the Nightmare Dungeons. Now you can... Oh, that was good. Now you can do that. Oh, 70 million. Oh, look, chat. Only 34 million. Kind of puny numbers, right? Pooped on. Pooped on. Get pooped on. And next glyph 21. I don't know how your glyphs are doing, chat, but I feel like I did like 2 or 3 100s to get a glyph 21. I have heard that having more glyphs is always going better than less. Having 5 glyphs maxed out with points is not as good as having 7. Am I wrong? Okay, so listen. In my build, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 currently. Now you have to understand, what are you maxing out? I am maxing out Overpower here, okay? Why is Overpower maxing out so smart? Because in my build, my Skeleton Mages, they multiply my Overpower. I am maxing out my Crit Glyph because my Crit Glyph, right here, gets also multiplied because of my Golem. So these are 2 very smart to max out. That being said, other builds, for example, where the minions are predominant, it is more important to get the maximum amount of multipliers. So something like 10% more damage, 22% more damage, 10% more damage, and then to actually get the effect here of 12% more damage, then actually maxing out your glyphs too, because then more multipliers is more efficient. But it really does come down to what you're actually playing. So there's no blank statement to be made like this. You can't just say, well, you can't just say this is better because it's not. Like there's no this is like simply better. My most efficient boards have 6 to 7 glyphs. Yes. You have to also consider, and this is very important, that you need a lot of life, because in order to really go deep in the pit, a maximum life of, and now let's me not lie, 35k to 40k is really needed. Else you're too squishy. Which is max level of pit 100, but we haven't actually done any deeper pits now in 3 days. I haven't like cared to push deeper, but we will most likely attempt some deeper pit pushes. You need to get the glyphs up. Yeah, I mean, if you do want to push nightmares or have a, if you do want to push the pit or have an easier time in the pit, having your glyphs leveled up is kind of mandatory, because it's just free stats, right? It's free damage. Like if the Overpower glyph, for example, is 10% or 14% per 5 willpower, and that's a lot, right? Getting more percent stat per point put in is always a good feeling. And just pulling everything together and then just nuking it is probably the best feeling. Yeah, you had to die. Because you're a gigantic snake. Snake racism, Chan. What can I say? Speciesism. I'm sorry. Promise to be better. You're vampires. You need to die because you're vampires. Because you're different. Just say it, Pony. Say the words. Because you're different. Pull everything together. Oop. Oh, Lethal Shrine. Lethal Shrine turns everything I do into crits. I mean, not that we have a 100% crit chance anyways already. We do, Chan. We do have a 100% crit chance anyways already. Feels so good. We're gonna see this build. Latest uploaded YouTube video has this whole build covered. We built it yesterday. We went from a 0 cooldown version to a 1 second cooldown version. So we did actually have a version that has a 0 cooldown, guys, where you can stand there and you can spam the Bone Spirit and you would regain 100 essence on every Bone Spirit cast. That being said, the version was fun, but despite being able to spam Bone Spirit, it wasn't doing as much damage as we do right now, aka 200 million crits partially, right? And the reason for that is that we were neglecting Overpower. So we are now at Banished Lord's Talisman. The Banished Lord's Talisman gives us guaranteed Overpower crits, or it gives us guaranteed overpowers. But since our Bone Spirit has a 100% crit chance, we are essentially getting guaranteed overpowers because that's just what it is, right? And then everything multiplies up. So every second Bone Spirit, or every other Bone Spirit, essentially does super Kawam. The amount of time, the amount that this build improved from last night is insane. It did. It really is, because you should have seen the Paragon board changes. So this is something we didn't do yesterday, but in the Paragon board, we actually took the Overpower node. So we went into the Bloodbath board to take the X35 more damage, right? I mean, Overpowers do 35% increased. Oh God, I got stuck there. It's just like brain dead. Why wouldn't you take that with this build, right? Oh God, I have no more. It was kind of like a no-brainer to actually take that, and I was surprised that I hadn't had that before. But wouldn't you? Okay, in case there comes like the middle portion again, I kind of do want to end this before the middle portion. Oh no! No, 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 no! Yes! I mean, I knew the next one was going to be the Whammer Slammer, right? So I was like, let me do it! Let me do it! I can take little damage wise, but any tips on getting my minions to attack the blood orbs? Your golem. So if you want the volatile blood orbs to die, you have to send your golem to kill it. That's the way how you do that. No other way, actually. It's annoying, I know. Do you think we can level with this one? I mean, I would like. I would probably not. But if you want to level with this, the main important thing to look out for is get the Bone Spirit down. And instead of the aspect of Torment for the bonus, you're going to play the aspect of Bursting Bones. That goes like... and shoots out like the bone splinters and goes crazy. That's what I would probably change. Because that one is better for general... There's always 2 in Bone Spirit, 2 in Bone Spirit. I mean, what I can do for these boots that I have, I could technically keep rolling my stats up, but I don't want to do that. Right? I don't want to waste my resources again. Do you know how expensive this is to consistently waste your resources on that? Not fun. When I'm already sick of re-rolling, the amount of money I spend in the past 2 days on re-rolling some stats gives me tummy aches. Right? Okay, that world boss is in 9 minutes. 9 minutes means I'm just gonna do another tier 100 quickly. I'm getting only shifting cities. Mercy's Reach. I hate Mercy's Reach. What if I put Shaco and Doombringer? Shaco, yes. Doombringer, shit. Shaco can be in this build. I hope next build is the Bloodlands machine gun. No, we're going to return to the Golem, and then afterwards we're going to go for Overpower builds. What I want to do today is I want to order my stash. So I have the gear for the Overpower build. I have the gear for the Shadow build, more or less. But we need to actually order the stash to kind of double check on, do I truly have everything I need? Because else I'm always trying to do these builds and then I'm kind of like notice how I'm missing like tons of things. So step 1 is going to be like double checking if I actually have what I'm looking for. I definitely need gloves because getting gloves this season actually really hard because I can't use the gloves multi-purpose. I mean, I have one with a greater affix to core skills, but the problem is that the tempering will be vastly off for the blood build, right? But I can't wait to do the blood build and do like safe overpower crits and see how nasty that will be. That's gonna be interesting. Why Nightmare Dungeons go pit, please? Sir, I'm in a Nightmare Dungeon because I need to level up a glyph. I mean, I'm anyways just farming the pit with this build. But a tier 61 pit is like a tier 100 Nightmare Dungeon, in case you didn't know this. So if you're watching a tier 100 Nightmare Dungeon, you're essentially watching a tier 61 pit. Which one, apart from minions, is the best to push pit? None. Minions is the best to push pit. Done. Is this season, if you want to push pit, if you want to get deeper in the pit, if you want to get to pit 100, if these are things you want to do, minions. I'm not saying Shadow can't do it. I'm not saying Bone can't do it. Bone's Spirit here, this one can probably go up to 90. Not deeper though, like 90 is probably where you cap out, because it will just get tedious to then do the fights. So that's that, right? So yeah. But minions is just the one to push. We're talking without potion buck. Yes. I'm minions without potion bucks. So, like, sorry, when I talk, I never talk bugs. Okay. I am not a big fan of bug abuses. I'm not a big fan of like achieving progress through bugs. So I try to avoid that as much as possible. So tomorrow, for example, we're pushing deeper in the pit. That's also why I'm only at level 100 of the pit, guys. Okay. I am only at level 100 of the pit because I reached level 100 without the Holy Bolt Elixir. And now I need to improve my gear to go deeper. But I don't want to go deeper with the Holy Bolt Elixir because it's just cheesy. Now, I don't judge anyone who's doing it. I mean, especially if you're a content creator and if you're currently trying to make YouTube videos. I mean, there's this Necromancer who's currently trying to push as deep as possible. And I think he's level 127 of the pit with the Holy Bolt Elixir, right? And that's impressive. But on the other hand, it's kind of like, it's impressive because you still need skills to actually play that, right? But at the same time, it's kind of like, yeah, so now do it without, right? It's kind of like, now do it without. I mean, obviously, like, as someone who's min-maxing, so as someone who's just interested at stretching content to the max, just use every buck available. But as someone who's trying to give you guys interesting builds, like, it's useless for me to tell you to use the elixir, because then I could tell you to use any build, right? That's like the whole point, right? I want to give you good builds and not like, okay, play this and then the Holy Bolt Elixir and then you're good. That's useless, right? I want you to have a good build, not to have a good Holy Bolt Elixir. Yeah, you're tired of it. Exactly. I mean, it's also boring to watch in my eyes because you're just watching a buck at work, right? You're not watching a good build at work. You're watching a buck at work. That's where I like this build here. So this is working completely without bugs, and it's a very intricate coming together of mechanics to truly allow you to do these millions and uber millions of damage, right? This is just a thought out build, right? to do this, and that's what I enjoy. That's where I'm having fun. Okay, we wanted to level up Undaunted. Boop. Okay, now we're almost missing the world boss. If they fix minion build and fix Holy Bolt, best build for Necro is going to be Bone Spirit. No. There's nothing to fix about minion builds. What do you think should be fixed? Minion builds are fine. Everything is fine about minion builds. The only problem is Holy Bolt, but minion builds itself, it's fine. Isn't playing Necro itself cheesing right now? No, Necro is just strong. I mean, isn't playing Barbarian cheesing? No one, you know, no one has been so iron about nerfing Necro since Necro is now good than people that used to play Barbarian. I mean, I've seen Barbarian content creators ask for Necro to be nerfed in the future, and I'm a bit confused because who hurt you? I mean, at this point, Necro is finally at a power level that's somewhat similar to Barb. Somewhat similar. And that's where Blizzard wants everyone to be. Right? In order. Like Blizzard wants everything to be strong. So rather buff other things than nerf Necro again. The elixir can bug on minion attacks and hit for 10 billions. Yeah, but that's not a minion bug. That's an elixir bug. That's not a Necro fix. That's an elixir fix. Again, Necro is fine. Minions are fine. Correct? Good. Now if I'm looking at my Paragon board, could I squeeze out... I'm kind of like, I have all the life squeezed out. I even went for the 4% here and damage while fortified. I mean, I could go for fortified generation. I've been thinking about like squeezing like 3 more points in there. Hello, Velo. To get like more fortified generation. But for this, I would have to... I don't have it. Like, I don't have 3 more points. I could put some life out to do this. I could put some crit out to do this. I don't have the points anywhere. And this is already like the 5th iteration of this Paragon board. But I could probably take out 20% critical strike damage to get some fortified generation. But yeah. I'd say the only thing for balance is buff Sork and other builds. Balance is the best it's ever been. Imo, yes. I mean, minions are supposed to be strong. Minions should always be the strongest build in Necro because minions are kind of the leading theme. Right? But get this. I mean, you can play Mendel minions, you can play Bone minions, you can play Shadow minions, you can play pure minions without Shadow. You can play minions with Shadow damage over time, super hybrid. You could play Ring of Sacrilegious Souls, Corpse Explosion minions. You could play Blood minions, Blood Surge minions. You can play Blood Lance minions. So all of that, right? Then you can play Bone Spirit. You can play Shadow without anything else, so Infinity Mist. You can play Blood Surge without anything. You can play Blood Lance without anything. There's the Poopmancer, which is actually a Blood Wave Necro, and that we could play or could not play with minions. Now, obviously, not every build can push equally deep in the pit, and that's okay. This is the one thing you need to learn and to understand, right? If there is an absolute endgame content like the pit, then not every build will be able to do it, because that's the curse of endgame content. Now, if your build can kill Ubers, it's great. If your build can do a tier 100 dungeon, that's great. If your build can do a tier 61 pit, that's great too. But these are the only things you need to be able to do. Everything else after that is just bonus. Right?
Well done.
I mean, sure, you want to kill Uber Lilith, but again, Uber Lilith is a specific challenge with specific attacks and specific things. So for Uber Lilith, you should have a specific Uber Lilith killing build, in my humble opinion. Right? Because you're fighting Uber Lilith, and she does certain things, so... There is even a build where you could probably be playing only Iron Maiden. So I'm still... This is still a thought process for me, but there's technically a way how to make Iron Maiden do incredible damage. By bone damage instead of bone spirit damage on tempering, it's bone critical strike damage. Because all your critical strike damage gets multiplied up by grasping veins. So if you have the aspect of the grasping veins, okay, so we have this aspect that gives you 50% bonus critical strike damage. So if I now have 1,400 critical strike damage together, and then I use grasping veins, then that makes more sense than bone spirit damage, right? Because my bone spirit damage is a bone skill, it will crit, so it will profit then from the bonus crit and everything. And that's where it makes no sense to like temper bone spirit itself. That makes sense? Should make sense. So one Necro build without minions can almost do the same damage. I do 200 million crits with this. But again, minions just do the most damage right now.
I need time to do that.
I struggle versus level 200 bosses with Summoner Necro. I have armor cap, full resistance, and 30k HP without an elixir. Well, where do you struggle? So which boss do you struggle against and why? So again, if you struggle to survive, maybe you need to step out of the one-shots. No, if you struggle to survive, you might actually think about stepping out of the one-shots. Like, because, well, GG, right? And end of the day, like, with a decent Necro minion build, you just one-shot Andariel, you one-shot Tormented bosses. I mean, maybe you 3 to 4-shot them, but let's be real. If your Golem hits hard, if you get the stacks of the stacks going, you can do 500 million damage, and they have 1 billion HP. Wasn't there a guy who did 42 billion with minions? No, there wasn't a guy who did 42 billions with minions. There was a guy who had the Holy Bolt Elixir, and then the Holy Bolt Elixir did 42 million damage with minions. Okay? I know you have seen the YouTube video probably, or you have seen Rob tweet about it, or you heard your friends tell you that someone did. But the story is that the Holy Bolt Elixir did 42 billion damage. Tormented bosses easier than Uber Lilith? Yes, tormented bosses have around 1 billion HP. Uber Lilith has more than that. And Uber Lilith has mechanics. Can you kill tormented easy with minions, not the golem focus build? I have not tried, but I'd say yes, it's possible. Just hit 100 and get second phase 1/4 of Uber Lilith. You're not supposed to kill Uber Lilith as you get 100. You're supposed to get Uber Lilith. You're supposed to get 100, then you're supposed to farm gear, and then later you do Uber Lilith. Okay, you're literally you're not supposed to do her straight away. I know you're horny, you like her, she's a lady, she's wearing like a skimpy dress, and you kind of want to, like, you know, mambo tango. But no mambo tango. Okay. Are you still on the whisper grind? Well, what does still on the whisper grind mean? I'm always on the whisper grind. Do you know how expensive upgrading builds is? I mean, technically, in order to temper an item, all the way to perfection, you roughly need 50 million gold per item. And that's including like resetting and hitting the good aspects, like on the second run through. You kind of need like 50 million per item. So yeah, I'd invest. You plan to do some improvements to the Bone Spirit build? Well, better equipment. I'm currently planning to find better equipment for this so we can improve up in the build. I mean, the next step is probably the Golem build to make that even more sturdy. And I was kind of like hoping to actually get the PvP boss here quickly right now to actually hand the Whisper in. Got 2 Ubers last night and 2 sparks away from a third. Let's fucking go, sir. Someone seems to be leveling characters up to 100 and farming that Helltide super bonus. Whammy slammy. Also, Tainaga, like, the only pathetic person I see here is you making fun about the questions people are asking. So everyone say goodbye to Tainaga, who's an absolute sore loser and banned now for making fun of people's questions. Yikes. Their leveling build for Necro, yes, we have a couple uploaded on the channel, like actually multiple leveling builds that are explicitly made for leveling. You can actually see that on the YouTube channel. We should not die here. I'm just going to activate this quickly. So they're marked as the 1 to 100 builds. If you actually look here quickly, sorry, Chad. This is the 1 to 100 build, 1 to 100 build, and 1 to 100 build. They're all meant for leveling. Okay. And then we get the latest version of the Golem Necro. That's going to be getting a 3.0 version tomorrow, because I promised to make a 3.0 upgrade. How often do you update your mobility builds? When I update them, when I make new updates to the updates. Okay, let's see if we found new stuff. Because we are wanting to check the box. So where's my minion gear? I need to make a bit space in this box because it's a bit ugly. Let's actually move my minion gear into one stash currently. So this is my helmet currently, which has Skeletal Warrior Mastery. Even though I think about dropping that. We also have Skeletal Mage Mastery, but I think about dropping that as well. Because the reality is that the actual stat you need is... The same goes for boots, right? It has Skeletal Warrior Mastery. But let's be fair, the bonus damage on Skeletal Warriors, the bonus damage on Skeletal Mages, all that bonus damage is nice to have, but it's not really making you that much stronger. It's just improving it somewhat, right? I mean, the real deal you want to have is on your chest piece, obviously the Golem Mastery. And where's now my chest piece? Oh god, I'm always scared when I don't find an item. Golem. That ring. There's my chest. Oh god, I was so scared. I couldn't find you. So we got our chest piece for the build already. So that is Golem Mastery plus 4 life per second and max life. So that's kind of nice. We get the weapon, but the weapon has life on hits. So that one needs to just go higher in rolls. We get the 4 Hellbang Commander, which is actually insane. We get the boots with the Warrior Mastery. We get the gloves with the Mage. Now, a lot of people keep asking me, why am I not adding essentially more attack speed to my gear? But you are at 100% attack speed value already. Now, I do have a lot of attack speed items. So if I wanted to increase my attack speed, I do have... the tons of like here, like 13.5% attack speed, and I have rings that have like greater attack speed rolls and some other shenanigans. So we do have plenty of attack speed picked up at this point, right? But I just don't see a need to use it. It hasn't really improved the damage much in any way. We even have a Mandeln with a greater attack speed. And I'm still looking for the perfect chest piece, essentially. I'm looking for a new weapon that's greater affix and going crazy. But I haven't found that yet. Attack speed is more the 200 Blight variant. Doesn't matter which variant you're playing. The attack speed hasn't done anything for the build yet. And I'm playing the 200 Blight variant. FY. So I could probably try to get a better two-handed weapon by... Should probably roll more chest to get a better Golem Mastery chest, but that's so unlikely. I'm more likely to get like a good greater affixed weapon than I'm likely to get a good greater affixed. That one is an upgrade. That's good. Do we actually need Blight Aspect for the minion build? Technically, yes. Practically, no. The problem is if you drop Blight, you might be struggling to trigger Shadow Blight. Now, there is a way how you can waltz in Corpse Explosions to actually use the Corpse Explosions, but that one is less efficient than Blight in my eyes. Personal preference, though. You got to decide yourself what you want to do. But that's why I'm making a version 3 update soon to show you. Bone Spear is a thing this season. The problem is Bone Spear just caps nicely out on the pit. Because usually, what did Bone Spear do? Bone Spear tanked over... Bone Spear tanked over damage. So Bone Spear would just destroy everything but before anything became an issue. Well, that's not working in the pit anymore, right? In the pit, you cannot tank over damage. In the pit, you're essentially, you have to be tanky to a degree, or you have to have a tank mitigation, aka minions, to kind of like eat some, minions to eat some of the damage up that you would be taking. Because the actual armor production from Bone Storm, no matter if you play Litless Wall or not, is not enough to keep up with what the minions do for you. Especially the higher level damage minions. Even if you have Barrier Generation to the max and everything, if you play Ultimate Shadows or whatsoever, You're still not getting to the point where you could just say, okay, I have Littlest Wall, I am tanky. That's not the fact anymore. I mean, it used to be every season so far, just slam on Littlest Wall and you're tanky. The same actually problem was in Abbot 12-0 already, that at some point you'll reach the point with a mage that you're just not tanky. You have to be tanky enough to avoid a one-shot, and then your tankiness comes over Blood Mist. And that's technically the saddest thing about Necro, and the saddest thing about the whole Necro class, that your tankiness is essentially fake tankiness, because your tankiness is just simply this. That's your tankiness, but that's not being tanky. That's just weird. Weird fuckery that I don't enjoy. Always been the main gripe about Necro, that Necro has no actual barrier skill and Sork has 4. I mean, you don't have a necrotic barrier, you don't have a shadow clone, blood blah, whatever, bone armor. You don't actually have a bone armor, even though bone armor is like the absolute archetype for Necro. I mean, literally, you can summon minions, but you can't summon yourself a bone armor. You cannot take the bones of the fallen enemies to give you something. Hello? Did we forget the defensive? We forget the defensive skill. That's why I want an interview with the Necromancer class designer, so I can ask him where my defensive skill is. He'd be like, sir, is it coming? Did you forget it? Is that the reason why we don't have it? Blink twice if you're being held hostage. 122 million, that was cute. A cute little 122 million. You can do massive damage without minions. The advantage of minions is that they're just tanking for you too, right? I mean, I'm essentially forced to, like, obviously go for a lot of damage, but at the same time, since we're doing the pid, I need to make myself tankier. Like, we're, for example, playing Ultimate Shadows in this build to make ourselves tankier. But if I could focus on damage alone, then I would actually put Ultimate Shadows out, and I would put the conceited aspect in, which would give me damage on barrier. Oh, really? You didn't crit? Despite your 100% crit chance, you didn't crit? Well, what a shame when that happens. It's actually a true shame. Oh, I'm great. I'm great here in my little corner of the world. Ah! I really boxed myself in a little bit. Should be good. Yeah. Yeah. And you're dead. 97 million. We do Infinimus build this season. Yes, we'll do Infinimus too. How do you get a barrier with temerity by overhealing? And I play life on hit items. I'm using Blight build with minions just for defense and utility. Corpse production, Shadow Blight procs is pretty strong. Yes, I mean, you can use the minions. That's the thing. So you don't have to use your minions for damage. So you don't have to go for Cult Leader and all that kind of stuff. You could essentially just use your minions. Like, you could play this. Every 6 seconds, your Skeletal Warriors taunt. Okay? So minions are getting 100% your stats. And if you're not putting a single point in minions, not a single point, you could still use your minions to actually be tanky. I mean, they could tank, or they could just produce corpses for you. You could use your mages to essentially do Shadow Blight taking for you. And then instead of pushing anything minion-wise up, you would just have them, because you're going to be playing Heart and Bones, which is a 23% damage increase for you. Then ignore them completely Paragon-wise and only boost your shadow damage. So you would play like a Black River full shadow damage build, and your minions would simply exist to mitigate damage to you. And that's it. Because you don't actually need to put points in here or points in here. Because technically, if your minions are having your armor and your life, they're tanky enough that they don't need more life. Because more life is just a percentual value, right? If you're taking 20,000 damage and you're getting mitigated by 58 by 85%, like you can leave the masteries out and you can literally just play the minions to be there. Because at the end of the day, not having the minions in a shadow build only means 15% more shadow damage and 15% more damage versus vulnerable enemies, which is not necessarily needed. So yes, there is definitely a way to do a minion shadow build with ultimate corpse production that you're just using your minions as corpse making hobos. We're essentially just feeding you the corpse juice. How do I get my bone spear to double cast percentage to 100%? You can't. You can only get it to 50%. Yeah, we're not a rogue or a barbarian that can just get double cast to 100%. No. Why can't I see the damage your minions are doing? It's very tiny. Can Infinity Mist be as strong as the Golem build? The answer is no. And the simple reason for that is that Golem is just having too many multipliers. I mean, the Golem has the Cult Leader multiplier, which is 150%. Then it has the inherent Golem board multiplier, which is 100%. Then he's getting all the multipliers you are getting, including the Shadow Blight multiplier, which is 240%. That one gets followed up by the 40% of reanimation, which you then also have the 25% from the glyph. And then every glyph you're getting, so every glyph, like every 10%, 20% from control, everything is also applying to your golem. So, like, yeah. And then he can crit. That's the thing. So the golem can crit, and your shadow damage can't crit, which means that the ability of the golem can get an up to 1,000% multiplier too, which your shadow damage over time is kind of like missing. And that gives the, like, despite you maybe being able to do more DPS with Shadow at some point if the enemy is long alive enough, and if he's standing still, because that's a bit the problem with Shadow. So with Shadow, you would assume that your enemy stands still. But what if your enemy is not standing still? What if you have one of these bosses that's wandering around? I mean, imagine you're playing against the Outcast Sharpshooter. The Outcast Sharpshooter goes around, he's not standing still, you're fucked, right? So the golem has just so many multipliers and plus the critting that you just can't keep up with Shadow at this point. But that's just to the nature of the thing, because Shadow can't crit. Now, if you would assume that Shadow could crit, that's actually interesting. I'm not sure if the Wither node can actually crit. This is something I don't know yet of the rip, because Wither has this opportunity where one of your Shadow skills could do more damage. But I think it just says more damage. It doesn't say it does an explosion. I need to read the Wither node. Remind me, chat. Okay, Google. After this, remind me to read the Wither node. Thank you. Because the Wither node itself has a percentual chance to trigger and then increase the damage of one of your ticks. But if I'm not mistaken, it just increases the damage of one of your ticks. AKA that wouldn't crit. It's not like Ixfeld's Corroded Signet, which actually works with tick, and Ixfeld's is shit at this point. Don't use it. Golem or mages for tier 100? I mean, depends on if you want to abuse Holy Bolt or not. If you want to abuse Holy Bolt, then mages is enough. You don't actually need the golem. If you don't want to abuse Holy Bolt, it's golem over mages. For sure. I mean, I've seen someone trying to tell their community that golem is not needed and mages is the better build. And then in like essentially 10 minutes in the video, he's like, but you need to use the Holy Bolt elixir. And it's like, okay, so they're not better. The Holy Bolt elixir. Okay, the video useless. Thank you. Could have just started with that. Hey, you know, abuse the bug. Then you're better off. Thank you. Time wasted. When I do watch other creators' videos just to, like, you know, see what they've been cooking up, and when I see stuff like that, I'm always big sigh. That was a nice even 60 million. I'd like to see it. We're gonna kill you before Lilith comes, because I really don't want to. Oh, whoa! I was out of that range. Okay, you listen. See the sharpshooter right now, for example, right? So you could spam him down with Shadow, But he just goes away. How long are you going to run this build for? Well, we're running the build today to farm gear. So my day today is farming gear for all the other builds. So we're setting the stone, we're setting the tone for all the other builds today. To get to that point where I have my gear for the blood build, I have my gear for the shadow build, I have my gear for the wither build too. What are you shooting me with? Because I'm pretty sure I have full barrier running, you know? And I shouldn't die to your shot. We don't have seasonal talents, though Elixir is what it is. Well, Elixir is not what it is because Elixir is bugged. You know? I mean, the only reason Elixir is doing so good is because it's bugged. It's not doing good because, I mean, the Holy Bolt Elixir is nice, right? I can use it in this build too, but it's just not as strong. Should I use the Holy Bolt Elixir for one dungeon? You can actually see how strong it is normal when you're not essentially having it bugged going on. And also, ow, you get shot in the back, Chan. Hey, chat, we had to ban the second person today who thought he's smart and fun. Jesus. That's the problem with when you're making content on something popular. Weirdos. Weirdos. You don't get them when, you know, when Barbarian is #1 and you're making Necromancer content, you're only getting the people that are really interested. You're not getting the hype click weirdos. They're sadly a byproduct of making content on popular topics. You know what? I hate you, sharpshooter. I have a mutual exclusive hatred for you. Mainly because he just runs away the whole time, you know? You want to do like damage to him and be mean to him and blast him, and he's just like, but what if I just go away? Oh, no, let me... Could we have a little bit more energy? I forgot to curse the whole time. I've been so busy, like not getting hit by shit. I have forgotten to curse the dude the whole time. Oops. Thank you very much, Julian. Maybe they asked you a lot already, but this build, the current best build for pit clearing that I have, and give me a second, is the Golem build from this video. This one here, the version 2.0. That's my current like tier 100 plus pit clearing build that we'll also play tomorrow to clear further. This build here we're playing right now is mainly to have fun because it's just really, really quick, nimble, and brilliant. When I'm struggling right now versus Dave here, Dave is really being pain in my ass currently. Happens. But yeah, so I play this here because it's more fun to play. And you know, the other build is better, but this is more fun. This makes me smile more. I'm enjoying myself, you know? And why when I'm farming should I play the better build? That is though less fun to play, right? Because I mean, I'm playing for another 5 hours today, and I could now play the build that is better. Or I could enjoy myself, you know, while I'm playing and play the build that I enjoy. Too. I mean, not saying that I don't enjoy minions. Minions are still fun to play. They're just not as fun as. Thank you for my... Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm really just getting hit. I love and also hate playing around Golem. No, Golem is cool and it's kind of fun, but you're essentially standing there and you're like, you know, you're waiting for your Golem cooldown to be ready, and then you're waiting for your Golem cooldown to be ready. I think the main problem is just that Golem is a bit uninspired. So it's like the big dude that has like one ability going on, and the ability has cooldown X. And yeah. I mean, the whole Golem concept is a bit whack. Oh, wow, Jesus. The whole Golem concept is a bit... And the worst part is that it's stealing a skill. Because you want to make like a cool build that's using all the Necromancer skills. But if you play a minion build, you essentially use these two, right? That's 2 gone. And then the last 3 is like cookie cutter skills. You know? The main problem is you're using a bunch of uninteresting, boring cookie cutter skills that every build uses, instead of like being able to use any of the fun necro skills, because of like Golem and minions essentially taking skills away. Now you could say it's okay that Golem is taking a skill spot away, but at the same time it's your passive. Why is your passive again taking a skill slot away, right? Tell me on which other class the passive is taking a skill slot away. Oh yeah, you can't, because it doesn't. Did I just almost kill myself and now I'm out of dashes and I can't get out? Oh, Jesus, that's horrible, chat. I'm terrible at the game right now. I think what can really help would be the maximum life GA. No one would one-shot and that barrier keep ticking all the time. I mean, the problem is with maximum life and barrier that in order for maximum life and barrier to avoid one-shots, you're kind of like forced to go up to like 40,000 life. And then you also do need to have a barrier production. But the thing for the barrier production in Necro is, again, what is your barrier production? So that's only Bone Storm, correct? So you essentially only have Bone Storm to produce barrier. And after you're done with Bone Storm, and Bone Storm needs you to play one specific aspect. So again, Bone Storm, one specific aspect. And then actually you need to play Ultimate Shadows, or Bone Storm is kind of useless. So that's already like Bone Storm, Shielding Storm, and one aspect. That's it. So you're kind of like forced to play that. And there is no... Jesus Christ. There's no other thing you can do. Like, we have Temerity. And, oh, everything is broken. Oops. So we have Temerity. But Temerity stinks. It works. So I do play Temerity because I just refuse to play Bone Storm, Shielding Storm, and Aspect of Ultimate Shadows because I simply don't have the space for that. But Temerity is kind of like the problem, it says, when you overheal. And you can overheal. Overhealing is fine. But compared to damage, overhealing is not a constant thing. And overhealing is also not like 20,000 instantly. Right? Look at this barrier on Elite. So there's technically one skill that would be interesting, and that's the barrier when you get injured. The problem is that's here. So, no, which one was it? Is it actually still there? Like the one where you get barrier when you get injured. That's still in? No. Okay. Since when has that not been in anymore? I mean, there's damaging in Elite, but there used to be the but Unstoppable. Yeah, but there used to be barrier when injured too in Aber 12-0. It wasn't movement speed. It was when you become injured, there is a barrier popping for Iggs. If I'm not completely mistaken. That didn't prevent one hits too. That's the immune bubble. Ah, yeah, the immune bubble. Right. It wasn't injured. Was it the immune bubble? Here, exactly. So when hit while not healthy, a magical bubble is summoned around you for 5 seconds. Exactly. That's what I was talking about. Thank you very much. I haven't used it in a while. That one doesn't prevent one hit. So if you now would say that the protecting aspect would actually prevent a one hit, that would be good. I mean, even if it's only every 90 seconds, but it could at least prevent a one hit. Correct? I mean, it can still be good. It's not completely useless. But it doesn't prevent a one hit. So we tested that in the Aber 12-0 because you kind of wanted to know what if you do this and you get attacked by the 3 bosses and there's like an unfortunate combination that does like super burst damage and you would technically die in the beginning. And then you want to prevent that, right? You don't want to die in the beginning. Oh. Oh, sorry. Where am I running? Oh, I was actually clicking to the left. Okay. I lost my mouse. So yeah, that's like kind of that thing. So again, like the kind of way as a necro to prevent yourself from one hits is relatively limited. And even your one hit prevention is not like good because it all hinges on Bone Storm. I mean, the best one hit prevention with necro is don't stand where the one hit is and and Blood Mist. I mean, how do you not die, Chad? How do you not die? You are consistently in Blood Mist. I mean, my Pit 200 clearing build on the PDR was a minion build with Blood Mist. Because end of the day, you can get the Blood Mist cooldown so low that you are just permanently Blood Misted while your minions are doing damage. Now, the only issue is that the minion AI gets stupid with Blood Mist and it kind of doesn't minion AI correctly anymore. And it can kind of like abort your minions from attacking, and the Golem gets like super Dumbo when you use Blood Mist. So that's some of the limitation that you face when using Blood Mist. Is armor worse than max life? Armor has a cap, 9,230. And as soon as you hit the cap, more armor doesn't do anything. More armor is a waste. So you reach the armor cap and then you push life. And if you use Barrier, Barrier is life, or life is Barrier, because the more life you have, the more Barrier you can have. But it does seem like that Barrier is not having the same amount of damage reduction that your actually life has. So Barrier is also only as good as X, because Barrier is kind of made out of paper. So you would assume like that Barrier means that you essentially have double the HP, correct? But assumingly, Barrier does not receive the same damage reductions benefits you have. So you essentially have another 30,000 or 40,000 life, right? But that 30 or 40,000 life is paper. I mean, it's still nice, good-looking paper that will at least, you know, soak some up, but still paper. Let's see that we get a better boss combination at the end. Unconditional damage reduction is also good. Yes, the Necro is technically king in unconditional damage reduction to a degree, especially when it comes down to the curse. That's why Decrepify is actually so amazing, because Decrepify is put it on someone and boom, damage reduction. And a lot, right? Decrepify is technically the best skill Necromancer. Oh, where did you go? Where are you? I mean, I yeeted you directly in there and you went like to Mars instead of just exploding. By the way, AI of the Bone Spirit, we need to talk about that too. Don't worry, chat. It's not just minion AI, because sometimes the Bone Spirit like just goes away. So you essentially like point him at the opponent, right? You shoot him out of your chest and he's pointing right where he's supposed to go, and he's just like where was I supposed to go? I don't understand. Oh, you mean the gigantic opponent in front of me? No, I can't hit that. He's too big. Yeah, I really can't hit that. I mean, seriously, like, how do you expect me to hit Uber Lilith? She's like too small on the screen. Like, I can't get there. I guess a lock-on mechanic would be helpful, right? If you had some kind of lock-on mechanic. Oh no! Did I say maybe there's a better boss coming and then I get a Spirit Caller of the Frost? I don't know how you're feeling, chat, but this is probably single-handedly my worst matchup, because my brain doesn't register his when he does his Frost summons, like here on the 3 bodies there, exactly. My brain literally like forgets to register that and then I die. I don't know how I avoided that. And you are... Oh, actually, you're supposed to be dead, but my cooldown went weird, so you survive for one more. Worst matchup, and yet we still won. It's kind of scam. BK, good to see you there. Why bone crit damage over bone spirit damage on the rings? Actually very simple. you have something called Aspect of the Grasping Veins, which says bonus critical strike damage 50%. So if I'm now pushing my critical strike damage, right, higher, and then I multiply this by corpse tendrils, I get more damage as if I would be pushing the bone spirit damage. So I will try to always get bone critical strike damage as much as possible, because that multiplies the multiplier. And since the multiplier multiplies the multiplier and then multiplies with the other stuff, it's better. Now you could say if you obviously boost bone spirit damage and then get the multiplier, that you would then like boost from the bottom up, which is not wrong and does also work. But it seems so far that boosting the crit works better. I'm not sure if there's a common knowledge right now, but there's a bug with Grasping Veins and Sacrilegious Ring. Yep, and that bug doesn't always work. So it's a bug that is a bug, but that doesn't always apply. Good day, Indy. Howdy. Do you think Tyrell's Might can be good for Necro? Tyrell's Might is nice, and it provides a bonus of damage reduction, but it doesn't provide any kind of barium. So yes, Tyrell's Might can be good, but if you're using Tyrell's Might, you, regardless of Tyrell's Might, still have to have any other source of... There he is. Fantastic. You have to have another source of barium still. So that's going to be then one aspect lost for Tyrell's Might, and then you lose another aspect for whatever barrier thingy you need to get done. So that's a bit like the problem, like with uniques in general. It's you lose an aspect. You suck so hard. You terrible shitting nerd. You suck too. All of you just suck. Where are you running? Where are you running, Timmy? Where are you running? PvP in this game is a joke. And you want to know why? Because each of them did not die to any of my cool skills. They died because damage over time is broken in PvP. So I literally have just my Bone Storm activated, okay? I mean, I do a lot of damage, chat. I do a lot of damage. But Bone Storm is now also a darkness skill. And you might notice how their HP instantly gets like grayed out, okay? They instantly get grayed out. And that's because the shadow damage over time just eats them. So like if I was actually a Bone Storm build, I would have died there. Shadow damage over time is just stupid. What do you think about Macrobio's Blight build? Fantastic. We will be making our own Blight build, but if you're actually looking for a full Blight build, you can definitely check out Mr. Macrobio Boy, who is probably my favorite Necro creator because he finds out smart things. So he does have a very good Blight build here. Blight Necro goes bro. We're gonna have our own iteration of this because I built my Blight builds different than he does, but he does definitely has good well-built builds. Yeah, absolute noobs dying. Like they're dying to not even my good build, right? They died to my fun farm build. You know, the lads probably running around with their special PvP build. I mean, that was Mr. Ghost and level 97 Necromancer chat, who decided he wants some beef, but he couldn't handle the heat that was thrown his way. Why do I only have like shitty tier 100 dungeons? That makes me unhappy. Just want to have good tier 100 dungeons. You have been soloing with no help from your guildmates and friends the entire time. What are friends? And yes. I mean, I generally play ARPGs solo. I mean, we trade with the community. So I sometimes ask, hey chat, does anyone have this item? And then I trade my items for their items. But we've been doing things alone because I just find team play in this game a joke. I mean, obviously you're better off team playing, but for example, I can one-hit tormented bosses, and if I then team play a tormented boss, it just takes longer. So I mostly just go and one-hit them because it's just simpler, you know. It just saves me time. Fine. And then again, I actually don't want to farm tormented bosses because I don't need anything. Like I have no desire to get uber uniques, and like I'm also probably not farming for greater affix uniques because blah. I mean, we're probably gonna do some tormented bosses tomorrow because I need a tormented I need a greater affix temerity because I'm playing temerity, so might as well try to get that thing in greater affix anyways. I reckon. If you're already gonna play it, might as well get 2 in. Oh, that one was in the wrong direction. Sorry. Are Blood Moon Breaches any good? I don't know. Ask those Blood Moon Breaches that we're playing right now in this build. Da 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 dum da dum. Blood Moon Breaches. They're not good in a minion build though. No. So Blood Moon Breaches are useless for a minion build. It's really funny, but Blood Moon Breaches is the one. It's the one thing that for some weird ass reason they were like, you know, probably we should have an item that applies curses automatically. Yeah, so like we should make it an overpower item, because obviously overpower minions is the most known build in history, right? I mean, everyone plays overpower minions, right? Your mom, your dad, your uncle, everyone plays overpower minions. Surely that would be the best use for an item to apply curses, not critical strike or barrier generation. Have you seen Matt's build for 120 pit with Blood Moon Breaches? I have not looked at Matt's build in a while. Majestic is making great builds, but every clear he does is with the Holy Bolt Potion, so his builds are essentially useless for me. I mean, Majestic makes great builds, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of great build creators, but if I see an advertisement of I cleared a high-level pit, I use Holy Bolt Elixir, I don't care about your build. Because, again, you're not clearing it because of your build. You're clearing it because of the Holy Bolt. I mean, you could just put Shadow Blight on any build, and then just make a kill, and then you have Holy Bolt, and then it's double dipping and working very good, and that's it. You know? So if you clear 120 pit without the Holy Bolt, now I might be wrong here on that build right now, but I'm pretty sure I'm not. Then you got my interest. You got me perking up. I'm like, you did what? So please, tell me more. What pit do you get with? Oh, with this build, I go only tier 90. That's the highest I will ever do with this build. But I'm farming 70s. So with this build, I'm farming 70s because 70s are just the most convenient to farm for me. With my Golem build, I farm 90s or 80s because they're the fastest to do. So again, this build here is not meant for the depth of the pit. This is my fun farming build. You know, my fun farming build, one-hitting uber bosses, can do tormented. This is more a team play tormented bosses build though, like not a solo tormented bosses build. I mean, you can do it, but it's a bit tedious. The Golem is definitely more for the solo tormented bosses. So it's like my farm build. What about Shadow Wave build for the pits? So I don't think that the Shadow Wave build will be good for the pits, but I might be wrong. The Shadow Wave build could be incredible for pits, and we will make the Shadow Wave build because I'm obviously in deep love with that build. It's one of my favorite ones of all time. I'm just really not sure how it will perform in the pit in terms of survival and everything together. Because the Shadow Wave build is more like a bully build where you bully enemies around and you push them from left to right. And then you're essentially using your Shadow Wave to dominate them with overtime damage. The problem is always what if your enemy doesn't stand still, right? I mean, the problem with every damage over time build is, what if your enemy has feet? Fighting snakes though, right? So what if your enemy has feet and he got footwork and he got movement and he got energy, right? And he got all of that together. What are you going to do then? Because he's just going to walk like how many times have you like tried doing damage to someone and he just steps to the left and you're like, but sir, I stacked like 400 instances of damage on the ground. Could you please not move? Thank you. But the enemy is like, I don't care. Would this build work on leveling? I would use always a minion build for leveling because it's no brainer. Like you're not doing yourself a favor to not level with minions, because minions just get you so fast to the point where the game is fun. I'm not saying that leveling is not fun. Leveling is fun, but the real deal for me is when I can start pitting, tempering, masterworking, when all of this comes together. That's where the build starts going great. So I level with minions to have the easiest and smoothest level experience, to then essentially, oh, that's nice. I like that. That's 2,000 life. Jeez. I like greater masterworked scythes with a lot of life. That's my... No, we could try to get some greater affix items really easy by just killing some blood maidens. Should we kill some blood maidens, Chad? Where's the blood maiden again? Where's the blood maiden again here? I always forget that. No, she's down here, isn't she? What's the glyph for Golem versus version 3? You will know tomorrow when I get you the updated version. Holy Bolt Potion are in the game content. Yes, yes, yes. No, Chad. You misunderstand me. I am not hating on anyone for using Holy Bolt Potion, but your build isn't good. Like the Holy Potion doesn't make your build good, or your build isn't good. Like you're just using the Holy Bolt with the Shadow Blight double dipping abuse. So, I mean, I could now make a Golem build, could put any unique in. So let me make a Golem build. Put the Ring of Mendeln in, use the Holy Bolt Potion, and then tell you that the Golem Ring of Mendeln build is now the new #1. And you're going to be like, what? Why is Mendeln suddenly good? And I'm like, yeah, it's just like, you know, moth, jiggy jiggy, banga banga, whatsoever, wibbity wobbity. But end of the day, the Ring of Mendeln was actually not mattering at all. And it didn't matter if I played the Ring of Mendeln or not. Because Holy Bolt Potion, you know? But it would make clicks. You know? That's what we're talking about here. Again, no shame in using it. It's just about how you should be advertising your builds, probably. Any chance you'll give an updated version for the Shadow Necro? Yes, but that's going to take probably another couple of days. So today is Bone Spirit. Tomorrow is Golem. The day after tomorrow is... Depending on how well the Golem goes. I mean, we're going to be trying the no Holy Bolt Golem push, right? So tomorrow is exactly that. The no Holy Bolt Golem push. So Holy Bolt prevents true testing. I mean, no, you have it in your hands. I mean, you choose to use Holy Bolt or not. If you don't want to use it, don't use it. It's a simple choice. I mean, again, you can clear the tier 100 pit without Holy Bolt. Can you clear tier 120 without Holy Bolt currently? I don't think so. So I do not believe that you currently can kill tier 120 without Holy Bolt as a Necro. I might be wrong though, but that has a lot to do with the scaling of the minions. So one thing you might have missed is that we're currently looking at bosses that have like 200 billion HP. I mean, the reason why a Holy Bolt is so good, because it's doing multiple billion damage, right? And bosses have like 100 billion, 50 billion HP. So yeah, at some point you kind of reach this where you simply cannot progress further without, because we're not having Tears of Blood, right? So in Abattoir of Zero, we had Tears of Blood to essentially offset any missing damage, right? And that we don't have anymore. Oh, not a single greater affix item. Sadness. Basically, Holy Bolt is the Barber Heart. Yes. But in Season 1, that was different because Barber Heart was essentially that mechanic, right? I mean, like, Barber Heart was working for everyone. The Holy Bolt Elixir is not working for everyone. So I can use the Holy Bolt Elixir too. Here, I'm just going to put it on for a second. The thing is, the damage the Holy Bolt does is not a lot. In my instance. because Holy Bolt just does more damage with minions. Holy Bolt does more damage with Shadow Blind because the Shadow Blind key passive seems to be double dipping statting it. So right now the Holy Bolt is like, it's working, but it's like, I wouldn't one hit a boss with it. Okay. It wouldn't be going crazy. That's the thing. It wouldn't do anything majestic. What do you think will be the highest one achieved? I mean, currently the highest one achieved is currently 127 from Vega. I think there's a video I can show you in a second. Don't like. We can look at it. Boom. See, I find this way more satisfying if I kill this because of my skill. So why did she die? Because my Bone Spirit does 200 million damage. So I find that more satisfying to do this than hope that my Holy Bolt Elixir will bug out and carry me. If that makes sense in any way. I need to clear a demonic structure for that Whisper, and then we can show you. We say you need it for Holy Bolt one-shots. So you need to use the Shadow Blight key passive aspect. That stacks your Shadow Blight key passive damage. That gives you the aspect of the Blighted for 200%, 240% bonus damage, because that seems to stack with the Holy Bolt Elixir. And then minions, for some reason, when they kill something with Holy Bolts, I think their multipliers are somewhat multiplying with it too. Which makes the Holy Bolt Elixir just go off the charts. Wait, I need to destroy a demonic structure, right? What if I just walk out of it? That count as destroyed? No, it doesn't, right? I wasn't sure if that actually counts as destroyed. I haven't tried in a while. So you're telling me I have to actually play the mechanic. It's the highest damage of Bone Spear you've ever done. I mean, Bone Spear has never done much damage. It was more like that Bone Spear with the explosions and everything does damage, and you're kind of like with 5 to 10 million Bone Spears. So it was never that Bone Spear was actually the crazy damage dealer. It's just like everything that happens together with Bone Spear, with the nuclear explosions on top of it when you actually use Black River. I mean, our latest Bone Spear build was essentially a Bone Spear Black River hybrid, where our Black River was essentially doing 10 to 20 million, like corpse explosions, and then the Bone Spear was just supporting with a couple of millions Bone Spears. Yeah, walking out does count as destroying. It didn't. I got robbed. How do you feel? You have the dash on your dodge space. How do you have the dash on your dodge space? How do you not have the dash on your dodge space? The other question, how do you not? That's where it is. Where else would you have your dash? You confuse me. Where else would it be? Oh, you mean how do I have the vampiric dash? Oh, that's an aspect. Like, okay, where else would it be? Circle on controller. You want controller? You want a controller? So this is the aspect of metamorphosis that I'm using. And you can find it just in the open world. Chat is looking for beef again. Well, fine. I use dash on E in every game. Psychopath. How do you do the Uber bosses? You mean the Tormented or the Uber bosses? I mean, for the Uber bosses, you just get materials. And then you go to their respective dungeons that are all listed with a skull here. And then you go there and summon them. Then you kill them. Yeah. And it tells you literally on the materials where it is. I mean, if I hover over this, forged in the Hall of Penitent within the central dry steps to summon a powerful enemy. So it tells you where, how many, and yeah, whatever. What race would you play if you have Starlit Skies? Oh, I mean, Starlit Skies definitely be played 100%. Which Uber unique would be good for minions? Not a single one. Uber uniques are trash. I'm sorry to bring you these news. Okay, by the way, Now let me show you how much Holy Bolts doesn't do for this build. Okay, so Holy Bolts in a minion build absolutely destroys everything. For this build right now, we'll just put it on just to show you. It does something, and then I'll show you the TR 127 pit. Okay, Aru, good to see you there. Servus. So this is now Holy Bolt Elixir, and I mean, like, we're still exploding things, right? So everything dies, but that was more my millions of damage. It's actually really hard to show it in this build because I'm literally doing like 100 million damage with my Bone Spirit. It's kind of like hard to show that it does do a lot. I guess on the boss you'll see. Yeah, I can't really show you here because we're just doing the millions of damage already. Probably not the best build to showcase like how like things because I'm just one hitting. You know, if I'm hitting things. You know, like the 100 million is from my spirit. I guess I guess the Holy Bolt would be the lower end overpower hits you see, kind of. Tempering destroying perfect items is annoying, yes. And it would be nice if we had a way to reset tempering as well for money. Then on the other hand, I guess a little bit of risk reward is okay. I'm just not sure if that's what the Diablo community is looking for. Are you planning on doing a build video with the current build you're using? Well, interesting question. There is already one on YouTube. We already uploaded the build guide to this build to the YouTube. So let's quickly get to the boss. We can actually see if the Holy Bolt shouldn't do anything on the boss. If the boss actually has ads, because that's also the thing, right? Holy Bolts are on 10% of your damage. That's wrong, Zero Ash. I'm sorry. Again, it's completely wrong. Holy Bolts is double dipping and over multiplying on a Necromancer build. I mean, there's such a... My highest golem hit I've so far done is 670 million. And with the Holy Bolts, I've done 10 billion already. So it's just factually wrong what you're saying. At least for Shadow Minion Necros, where the Holy Bolt is over multiplying. Too bad you're in softcore. No, it's actually pretty good I'm softcore because else I would die and my character would be gone. Why would I ever do that? That seems so... Is insane? Actually not, because it's just the Holy Bolt, you know? How is this performing to pit 100? You don't do pit 100 with this. That would be stupid. This is not a pit 100 build. This is a I farm Uber bosses, I farm pit 70, I farm Nightmare 100s for glyph XP. You know, that's the build. You know? It's not for farming pit 100. %. This is the fun explosion build from your friendly neighborhood spider, where you have a good time. So let's see. Is the boss having ads? This one is having ads, yes. Also, one of the more annoying ones for a shadow build because she just goes away. Right, Chan? Oh no, the Wind Lady! Everyone hates the Wind Lady. Okay, isn't this the phase where his ads are coming? So technically, if I blast his ads into pieces right now, he should die from the Holy Bolts, and he didn't. Right? Because he would kill the ads, and the ads would explode, and he would, like, literally instantly die. He just doesn't. Could you please explode that? Thank you very much. Ah! I was ignoring you. Let me ignore you so I can just land my last bone spirit. That's what I actually wanted to do. So you notice how the Holy Bolt Elixir in this case, even though he has ads, is not killing anything. Which would be vastly different if you had a shadow build. So now let me let's finish this so we can show you the effect of the elixir for real. Okay? Because at level 127 PID, monsters have like a couple of billion HP, seemingly. Oh, wait. Oh, you're good there? Ah, okay. Sorry. I was confused about me not hitting a critical strike and my whole gameplay loop just freezing. Oh, sorry. Ow. Whee! Blood mist in! Oh, sorry, Chan. This is on me. Just boobing around. I wish it showed the HP number. I mean, technically, you could do damage, measure the pixels the HP bar is long, then like, according to the damage and the pixels in the HP bar lost, make a calculation of how much HP the boss has. Which is essentially, by the way how you do it. If you ever wanted to calculate this. Right? If you ever wanted to calculate. And with those calculations, it has turned out that, like, I think, what was it? Pit 127 boss has somewhere around tens of billions of HP. It's kind of funny. Okay, why? Like, could you please, when you have a 100% crit chance, actually crit? It's a bit of a weird calculation because as soon as my Bone Storm is active, I have a 100% crit chance, right, Chad? But for some reason, my Bone Spirit sometimes refuses to 100% crit. I mean, like, which is obviously reasonable because why would a 100% crit chance then, like, you know, 100% crit? That's weird. Ha! Imagine. No, don't. I'm innocent. Oh, it's actually hunting it if it's invisible. Did you see that, Chan? That was cute. First time I noticed. So, but yeah, you know, you have a 100% crit chance. That is then not an actual 100% crit chance. Which is a bit weird at times. How many viable specs are there for Pit 101? I mean, Golem Necro, right? Which is normal. Because there needs to be, for endgame content, again, so what do we have? We have endgame content, correct? And there will be one spec, which is the best at endgame content for every build or for every class. Then there is a good spec to kill Uber Lilith, right? I mean, you want a good spec to kill her very easy. Then there's an even better spec to clear Helltides. Because let's be real, for Helltides, minions is good. But what is better? A minion build that's using Corpse Explosion and the Ring of Sacrilegious Souls. Why? Because automation. I mean, you can literally farm Helltides AFK with the right build. I mean, every activity has one build that's just really good at it. Right? So now about the, what was it? We had last one. Last one was a Pit 127. Ah, here. That was the Pit 127 clear from a Necromancer. That's Salmon. That's Mr. Rob. I think Rob is getting the videos from Vega, if I'm not mistaken. So this is like, and you essentially have the standard Army of the Dead, Golem, whatsoever. And as soon one, like, you notice how, like, nothing is really taking much damage there. Like, even the standard minions are kind of, like, surviving. And, like, there's a lot of damage happening. Right? And it's, like, nothing is actually dying. Not a single minion has died right now. Yet. On a tier 127 bit. So everything is still alive. Nothing has died. And then one thing dies. And then Holy Bolts. So that was the Holy Bolts. And then suddenly everything dies. Right? So like with all the damage going on, with everything calculating there, and you just dodge everything and you go around, and then something dies, holy bolts, the rest dies. Boom. Right? You like literally like this is the perfect example here. So again, go back. Nothing dies here, right? Nothing dies, and that's the moment where one single tiny spider dies and another tiny spider dies and the elite is gone. You see the elite who just goes away? This is not because the golem did some crazy damage. It's just the holy bolts going. And the same goes if we're having here the boss fight. This is a slither, and slither is actually perfect. So slither, let's go to the boss fight here. It's not taking much damage. There's an ad. So these are the ads on slither, right? And he's already, since here, like he's all the way at the boss fight, no damage, right? The boss is not taking any damage. He's running around to avoid things. His minions are fighting. And then the slither ads are spawning. And there's the slither ads. They're around here. That's the ad. And when they die, now let's see if we can get to the point where they have 1 billion HP. It's very confusing to control my own marker while the other mouse marker is going around. Forward. He's not taking any damage, right? Again, the boss is not going lower. The boss is not going lower. The boss is still not going lower. And what happened there, chat? What happened there? Well, let's go back. So, probably one of the tiny ads around this. There. What happened? And that's what I'm saying. Like, here, this is the tiny ad, right? Suddenly, one of them dies. Boom. And HP lost. And that's the holy bolt. You know? And that's how you... this is why you need it for the 100. So again, this is why you need it for the 120. That's not golem damage. No, Scylla. I wish it was. Golem does a lot of damage. That slam there, that huge portion is the holy bolt. It literally lines up with that. The golem is doing a lot of damage, don't get me wrong. The golem does 1 billion damage. The golem does a lot. But this slither here has 200 billion HP or so. You can literally track this. So you see like how the thing dies. He activates Army of the Dead. Army of the Dead gives him a lot of damage. The tiny ats here are, like, see, tiny hats are, boom, died. And if they die close enough to Slither, they actually do damage. If they don't die close enough to Slither, they actually don't do damage to him. That's the thing, right? And if you have a boss fight now that doesn't have ads, boom, there's again ads dying, but too far away. And if you don't have enough, then you're not doing the damage, right? And that's the only way how you actually get the Slither killed, or how you get bosses killed here right now. And this is why, like, asking this standard question, how deep can you go? You can go to 110, I think, without Holy Bolt. Because in 110, it's like 100 billion HP, and that's possible. For example, like if I do a tier 100 now without Holy Bolt with this build. So again, the build does 200 million, like I do 200 million crits, which sounds impressive, right? Sounds impressive. He's running around well, though. He's playing fantastic. No. Again, you need Holy Bolt at that level. You won't get it done without. So Vega is playing very good. This is fantastic gameplay. Holy Bolt alone won't get you there. So again, I'm doing a lot of damage, right? I'm almost getting one hit there. But despite essentially having like my things do a lot of damage, we are still, right? I need to make a corpse. So there, 100 million damage, 100 million damage, 100 million damage, right? And we still have that Holy Bolt, but that doesn't make a difference here in this build. So right? This is me just trying to do enough damage to essentially kill the rabble. And this is why this build isn't farming this level of the pit ever. Because despite doing 100 million with an explosion of my bone spirit, like the lats are not dying, right? So that's where this build is now meant for 100 pit. Is there an amount of HP you can survive one hit of the Lilith Ghost? Yes, I think with like 50,000 HP, so 25 plus 25k barrier, you survive. So minions movement speed Holy Bolt. No, again, 110 of the pit without Holy Bolts. We're going to show that tomorrow to you. So 110 of the pit without Holy Bolts. And further, you shouldn't just go. Most likely. Like, I think if you beat tier 100, you're amazing. Okay, chat, this is right now the benchmark for this season. Right? The benchmark for this season is clearing a tier 100 pit without the elixir. How much HP does new Uber Lilith have? She has somewhere in the ballpark of, I think, 4 billion each form. How do I know that? Because, I mean, I literally did, like, I think a 500k, a 500 million crit on her, and it took, like, 60% out. Like, it's like 2 or 4 billion per form. I know. For what build for tier 100? It's the Golem Necro. So Golem to clear tier 100. I mean, if you want that achievement. Like my question is, do you want that achievement? Do you want to clear tier 100? Then if that's an achievement you're aiming for, if this is something you want because you want to be proud of it, then Necro without Holy Bolts and Golem is probably for tier 100 currently. What are we doing? I'm pumping up my Fortify right now because I want to do something. What am I doing, chat? I'm pumping up my Fortify right now because I want to do something. And the reason why I'm playing this build is mainly to do this here. Doo, 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 doo. The main reason why I'm playing this build. Would this work against a Tormented boss? No, a Tormented boss has 1 billion HP. So I'm not there yet. I'm trying to push this higher, so I do a more regular, higher Bone Spirit. But my Bone Spirit, like, it can go up to 200 million so far. But I haven't gotten it over 200 million yet. So that's the main reason why I'm actually playing this, because it's just so much fun to do. But obviously the Golem could do that too, but it's just not as much fun. And, you know, you have to consider this is not even the maximum damage version. So again, we're having this for more defense, but this could be a 25% multiplier. We're technically having the Bone Storm that consumes corpses to have the Bone Storm longer up. That could be another damage multiplier. So you have 2 damage multipliers that you're potentially not playing yet, simply because you're actually focusing on pushing your... pushing your survival up for the pit. I'm going to make a large Ingolith cache. And we're going to be crafting our gloves up because that would be another boost in damage. So with this, I should be having my core skills up to 4 now. So we're finally at 17 out of 5 Bone Spirit. That's almost the max I can achieve. Can you share this build or where can I find it? Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking for this build, it is already uploaded on the channel. Because we did this. It's not as impressive as a couple of billions, but this is without any shebang, right? This is just the build doing it. Why does my Bone Spirit have a 3-second to be relaunched and solo? Because you don't have the cooldown reduction that I have. So right now, let's just do this. I mean, we should have just boosted our damage higher. I could take a potion so I can boost my HP because more HP is that. Then we need to farm Fortify because Fortify is important for this build. Why is Fortify important? Because the build overpowers essentially. And you do this, and without the Fortify and any multiplier, right, we're just in the ballpark of doing some random, like that's 66 million. That's nothing special. That's like 50 million, somewhat around. There's a lot of multipliers that can multiply different. My Fortify is full. Now we're doing this. We're eating the corpses. That's 90 million. Because you have like a bunch of multipliers that all have to multiply, right? To really give you the maximum outcome. It was only 120 million or something like that. 119. 165. Oh, 209. Ha! That was over 200. Ha, 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 ha. Ladies and gentlemen, we've seen it. The 209 million.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
Don't forget to curse, because curse is... That was 180. 150. If you're not cursing, you're missing out on damage. Yeah. So that's like what you can do there. Most classes have a strong basic skill this season. Does Necro? No. You don't use basic skills as a Necro. If you use basic skills as a Necro, you failed in life. I mean, seriously. Your mobility build isn't the same as what you're showing here. That's completely wrong, Andrew. My mobility build is exactly what I'm showing here. When you release the Golem 3.0 build tomorrow, because we need to find 2 more items currently.
I need more time.
So Necro does not use basic skill very much. There is builds that use decompose occasionally, but that's more like because there's a decompose lucky hit chance spam thingy. Then there is some builds which leverage hemorrhage, but not good. Bone Splinter is useless. I mean, as a Necromancer, your main goal is to avoid using basic skills because they're useless. And the main reason is that you have other ways to produce essence. So most Necros produce essence over essence per second on your equipment, or you're producing essence over corpse interactions. So by consuming corpses, that's how you produce essence, or you're making essence by lucky hit, for example, an option. I mean, I make essence by essence per second plus here. This is my essence per second, chat. So I have 84.65 essence regeneration per second. Right? If everything goes the way I need it to go. My crits are going and so on. So, yeah. Is your golem build farming as fast as the bone spear build? I feel like the bone spear build is a tad faster. The golem build is probably still safer to play because it's like your minions are just making the experience very simple. Oh, another unique, ladies and gentlemen, that I don't need. That's my bloodless scream. Way too many. Mine cage. Affixes on a helmet. We currently have essence per second, maximum resource, and cooldown reduction. Cooldown reduction is a must. A must. Do you prefer this build or Black Golem? For fun, this build, definitely. I mean, this build is just way more enjoyable to play. The Black Golem is more AFK. So if you want to farm Helltides, for example, you just activate the heart, stand in the middle, and that's it. I mean, right now I do need to actually go around and kill things. So if you truly want to have a lazy life, right? If you want to do things on your phone while you're playing, if you want to farm a bit AFK, if you don't want to pay that much attention, you know, Golem build is definitely better for that. Because you can literally just stand AFK here. I mean, you could even stand AFK until the Blood Maiden comes, and then you could AFK kill the Blood Maiden as long as you don't get accidentally destroyed. Right? Your armor is 13k. You still get one-shotted. Yes, you're having 13k armor. First mistake. More armor is not more defense. Okay, chat? Lesson number 1. Armor is capped at 9,230. Let's say 9,250. It's the armor cap. More armor doesn't do anything for you. So if you get more armor than that, you're wrong. Norl. It's Norl, not Nori. Sorry, Norl. Probably Norl. Could be Nori. Thank you for your subscription. Welcome to the Prime family. Appreciate it. Your life is only 16k. Any advice? Get more life. ASAP. I mean, you want at least 25k life to 30k life. So if you have stats that give you anything but max life, you dump those stats and get max life instead. Now that sounds super trivial, but seriously, get max life right now. Because everything else is unnecessary. I mean, if you're dead, you can't do damage. Surprise. right? I mean, the best max life you can get in the golem build is on the weapon, because I'm playing a two-handed weapon, and a two-handed weapon greater affix is 2,700 life roughly. And if you then masterwork the item, and this is the interesting part, right? Greater masterworking gives you a 25% boost to a stat, and even a 5% boost to a stat, right? Every level. But if you have an item that has 2,700 max life, well, it would be great to obviously have an item that has more critical strike, correct? But more max life is just... Yeah. I mean, the best thing you can get is a greater affix on crit and a greater affix on max life. Blood Artisan's Cuirass is good for this build. Nope, because you're not making any blood orbs and you don't need it. If I could somehow force a blood orb production in this, it would be interesting to play the chest. But even if you could force in blood orb production, it wouldn't be enough. The problem with blood orb production is it's always bound to corpses. So you have to not only put a blood orb production in, you have to put a corpse production in. So that's already two things that need to make work. And that's just not an option. There is a build that has been using Bone Spirits, and that is actually a maximum overpower build, where you're using blood lances to then make corpses, to then like use the blood orbs, and even that is kind of shitty. So unless there is like a way to more reliable blood orbs, you know, blood orbs will never be good. Anything blood orbs related. And the biggest issue is just like there's just no way to reliably make blood orbs. Sure, there is now a tempering, so we do actually have a new tempering. I don't want to lie to you, chat. Sorry. Oh, who are you? Oh. So there's a new tempering. Wait, we can talk about that in a second. Let me pick the chest piece up and then talk about the new tempering. That makes blood orb production a bit more reliable, but at the same time, it's not good. Corpse Tendrils. Well, Corpse Tendrils only work against multiple targets. So aka Corpse Tendrils on hit make blood orbs. But what if you face a boss? I mean, if you face a boss and you have a Corpse Tendrils, which has a 35% chance to make a blood orb, and you have one single target, then you're making one blood orb. Doesn't seem particularly great, does it? So let's teleport out so we can talk about blood orb production. Just found a two-handed weapon, 207 intelligence, 90 damage, and 4 essence on kill. Wow. I mean, the 4 essence on kill is useless. The 270 int is nice. The 90 damage is nice, but you kind of want crit more. Crit is king. So, what was the blood orb tempering codex, tempering recipes, blood hemorrhage explosion size, blood surge nova? No. Here. Chance for hemorrhage to form blood orbs is 70%. And that is a defensive tempering. So technically, you could get 2 of those tempered, right? The thing is, chance for hemorrhage to make blood orbs, chance increase. Right now, hemorrhage has burst an enemy's blood, dealing damage, and hemorrhage has a chance to form a blood orb. So with the chance increase, you could have hemorrhage make blood orbs 100%. Okay? That means you would have to spam your ability. Okay? So you would have to spam hemorrhage to make blood orbs. That means hemorrhage would be your main skill. Okay, hemorrhage scam. Then we would need a basic. Oh, wait. Where's Pain Gorger gauntlets? Oh my god, this is the build, chat. So wait a second. Where's the Pain Gorger gauntlets? So you would need Pain Gorger gauntlets, Pain G's, which actually say they're shit. They don't have 200%. Here. So they give you attack speed, critical strike chance, and basic skill damage. Damaging enemies with a non-basic skill cast marks them for 3 seconds. When a basic skill first hits a marked enemy, the basic skill damage is echoed to all marked enemies, dealing 200% increased damage. My question would be, it says damaging enemies with a non-basic skill cast. If the chest piece here would now make a bone spirit. Does that count as a cast? Because if the Paingorger gauntlets are then allowing us to essentially do our basic attack, then our basic attack makes blood orbs. Then we walk through the blood orbs to do the blood arties, because that's so the problem is, okay, like what's the problem? What's the problem? The problem is that you still have to walk through the blood orbs, because like, okay, let's take these with me for a second. Take this with me for a second. Let's take a random chest piece. Okay, we're gonna take like one. No, we need a random shitty helmet. That's not a greater affixed helmet that I wanted for something. Do I not have like shitty gear in here? It's 20 max res. Okay, you know what? Fuck you. You're shitty. I don't need you. Okay, we're gonna temper this quickly for defensive tempering, blood endurance. Here, chance to make blood orbs. Woohoo! Thank you very much. The Paingorger's on. Put that one on. Good. Now we're gonna go for Turbocharge. Just out of interest. Why does it feel so bad to push the pit? Because you're getting punished. The deeper you go into the pit, the more HP everyone has. So after like tier 70 or 80 of the pit, the fun stops because everything gets tedious. Again, if you want to masterwork your gear, push for tier 70, 80, and then stop pushing. I just did a level 100 pit without holy bolts to prove myself the build is good enough, and that's fantastic. Well done. So now the thing is, if you're doing... Let's zoom out. So if we're doing hemorrhage now, okay? Let's say we would be doing hemorrhage. This is hemorrhage. Put it here on the right click. So this is hemorrhage, right? And we would make blood orbs. Do you see where the blood orbs are being made? So now if we use the Paingorgers and this, so if I now have the Blood Artisan's Karaz trigger, does the Paingorgers have a... Yeah, there was no effect, right? So damaging enemies with a non-basic cast marks them for 3, and when hits a marked enemy, the skill damage is echoed to all targets. Wait, I need more dummies then? So this is essentially your hemorrhage, right? The problem is after picking up blood orbs, I anyways get an area of effect. Make more blood orbs. No, it doesn't mark them. As far as I see. It's funny though that the standard bone spirit that comes out here. So one problem with the bone spirit, and do you want to know what the problem with the bone spirit is? The bone spirit that's coming out of me is scaling with my life. So you notice how this bone spirit, like if I shoot it out, has the chance to do anything in the ballpark of like up to 200 million damage, right? So this can do up to 200 million damage if I have the right gear on. But if I'm using the Paingorger gauntlets right now, the bone spirits are only doing like 600k damage, right? Like if I use the blood bone spirits, they're not doing that much damage. So, and in order to really get the maximum use out of this, you actually have to stand right there because you have to pick it up. And I have to say, before I start like trying to dance this dance with hemorrhage, I'd rather just like, you know, have my thingy just go crazy for 22 million damage, right? So the idea of this is interesting, but I prefer my actual skills to do what they're supposed to do, right? That's where then if you do this 1, 2, and then you're suddenly 82 million, right? 62 million, 90 million, right? It's just more fun. 130 million. Yeah, you get. I think you understand where this is just more reliable. 110 million is an overpower crit though. Yeah, but they're guaranteed. Sir, they are guaranteed. My overpower crits are not happening by accident. They're happening because I make them happen. Is there a way to highlight those big crits? See, I have no fucking clue. People keep telling me that my numbers are ginormous, and I don't know why. I have no clue why my numbers are the size they are. I don't know. I am sorry. Right? Imagine this with the old Overpower and the old Banished Lord's Talisman. I am a bit salty, yes, that we don't have the old Overpower and the old Banished Lord's Talisman. But hey, we're like, the highest we have done is 237 million at this point. So it is realistically possible to do that. We are one-hitting all the elites here with our things. So you do 1 spirit and then 2 spirit and then you one-hit everything. So honestly, the build is fun and very enjoyable to play because you just have a very intricate way of dealing with things, right? You have good defense, you have a fun working together of mechanics, and it just allows you to jump into people and go like shotgun boom, shotgun boom, shotgun boom, then pull everything together, curse them, and shotgun.
I need time to do that.
Shotgun. So you're shotgunning everything. Like, you know, it's neck or get a shotgun. Boom, shotgun. Good. Which level of the pit is the best to farm? I've actually not counted the Neath Iron. For this build, for example, 70 just feels the best. It's a little bit about like I do very much damage, right? And I have good defense, but with the defense and damage ideal, 70 is just ideal from a clearing speed standpoint. I take around, like, if I'm actually paying attention and if I don't get unlucky with the end boss, because let's be fair, there's some very annoying end boss combinations. Like, you end up taking around 5 minutes for a clear, sometimes 4, depending on what the boss actually is, right? Depending on the enemy combinations, because that's also a thing that all like is around the clear speed. But you know, 4 to 5 minutes on a tier 70, and that's where I'm just like very chill with this build. Especially because you don't need any potions to make this happen, right? You don't need to burn any resources. You just have this clear speed as your normal clear speed for just going through. And it's very fun to do so because it's like quite enjoyable to set up the one hits of killing things. Like, you know, you explode, you dash around, you pull things together, you watch your bone spirits do very high damages. Enjoyable. How much essence per second do you currently get? I have 62 essence per second with my gear and my aspect. And the sad part is I cannot find the max leveled aspect. Hey chat, if any one of you has an aspect of the torment on 170% gear piece, please give, because that's what's missing. See, now we have like a 3-minute clear currently, right? On like the mobs, and then we're at the boss, but now we get a sharpshooter, and I hate the sharpshooter. I have visceral hated for this dude. I don't know why that is. He's just very annoying to deal with for me. And then there's the Wind Lady. The Wind Lady is, I guess, okay as a second thing. I mean, it can one-hit you if you're not paying attention. There's Lilith. Lilith is usually okay if you're not standing like in a very unfortunate position. I'll burn the wind. See, this is why I like the wind, because the wind is like inconsequential for he goes away again. The wind is like inconsequential for anything. And see that was almost, yeah, and he's dead. So what was that now? Like a 5-minute clear or something around, and then you get 28 Neath Iron, right? Done. Done. But yeah, I'm essentially just like for this build to get the maximum, I would need, I'm missing 15% resource generation. And currently we're sitting at 24, right? We're sitting at 24 essence. And that's times 155%. So the higher my essence generation base is, right? The more essence per second I have, the more essence per second I have here, the more essence per second I have here. The more I have, the better it is. Now I have 180% damage over time. Jeez. Don't need that, sadly. So yeah, for my golem build, because this is like, why are we doing all of this, Chad? To throw a curveball here right now. Why are we doing all of this? Well, we're trying to gather gear slowly for our golem build, right? So this is my golem gear pieces. This ring is, for example, shit. I'm playing this ring. It has int crit damage over time. I don't actually need this ring. So this ring is horrible. My helmet is... Actually, this is not my helm I'm using. Because my helm was masterworked already. Did I trash my helm? I think this is my helm. Yeah, this is what I'm using. So I'm currently having armor, essence per second, and maximum life. That's essentially what I'm using. I could probably use this one. This is maximum resource and cooldown reduction. It's actually better because I don't need the armor. I would need cooldown reduction on a helmet. Even skeletal warrior mastery, but I do think that's bad. My chest is okay. My weapon is kind of stinker because I only use this for life on hit, for the temerity. But technically, I need one that has max life. So I have this 150% critical strike damage sword. I have this damage over time sword, but I would need a better weapon. I have a maximum life sword with life on hit. That's nice. So this sword is actually nice. But I would have to re-roll the intelligence essentially into critical strike damage, probably, because I don't need the int. Int is kind of like useless to me. So I would have to re-roll this to... critical strike damage. But I'm not getting critical strike damage, right? And I'm really loath to actually burn through all my money just to get there. So yeah, but still that sword would probably be better than the size because the sword is actually nice, right? I mean, we could try to temper this now. And the tempering I would need is minion attack speed. On a high roll. That's great. Minion attack speed, that's actually fantastic. That's the highest roll I've had in a while. And the 21% to 18% makes a huge difference. And then you would go for... I usually go for golem damage. Skeleton mage damage is definitely not what I want. Let's take the summoning damage because it's 110%. Okay, let's be happy. This is technically a very good item. We need Opticide, correct? I have some Opticide. So 1, 2, 3. Oh no, we need some more Opticide to actually bring it more. That would be medium Opticide cache. Is that enough? Oh my god, fuck me. You want to know something really interesting? This is a free of charge, guys. The next tip is going to cost you money. No. But if I now go re-roll this item, do you know what happens if I re-roll this now? Because it greater affixed intelligence, right? And if I re-roll this item now, whatever I re-roll this into gets greater affixed as well. Not greater affixed, masterworked. So if I now re-roll this one and I would get damage, right? This damage is getting also the intelligence boost. So the 58%, I don't know if that's actually a high roll, gets also the 25% boost from the masterwork, which is kind of nice because if I would now look to really get critical strike damage, right? It doesn't show here. But if I would try to get critical strike damage, it would actually get me the bonus. Kind of cool, isn't it? I still do like this. It might be better than my current weapon. So which one do you think I should take, chat? Should I take this sword? Or should I take my scythe? What do you think? I mean, the scythe has life on hit, which is kind of nice. And has 120% critical strike damage, which is also really good. But, and it has the 240 golem damage, right? But technically this has 2,800 maximum life, which brings me up to like 30,000 max life, which is kind of needed, right? So both have the life on hit, and it's a minimal thing that you actually need for Barrier with Temerity, which is really cool. So I guess I'm going to try out the sword later. Not today, like this is for tomorrow. Because we're currently like just looking for new gear pieces. Right? So that's my sword for the build. I mean, my boots are essence per second, int, and skeletal warrior mastery. And these boots can easily be replaced, right? These are shitty boots. But I don't actually have better boots right there because I'm not sure what I even want. I mean, I have a skeletal warrior mastery triple boot, right? And I could reroll the intelligence. Done. But do I even want skeletal warrior mastery, right? Do I just want boots that maybe have an essence per second greater affix? Or would it better to actually have max life boots instead? Right? Because you could just take, or it's 27% movement speed. Right? Would you just want to have 27% movement speed instead? I mean, the movement speed is obviously useless. You don't gain anything from movement speed. It's kind of like a little bit of a waste. And yes, this is 20 billion times the same boot. This is me collecting boots. So the movement speed is kind of useless. Then the skeletal warrior mastery is nice. The maximum life is a bit of a low roll. So we would see the third stat. And the 6 essence per second is cool. So technically you would have to roll essence per second, right? Because right now, what else would you get? Replace affix. So you would reroll intelligence to essence per second, probably. If you could get that. Which aspect will be removed from the build when you switch to two-handed weapon? On this build does not do two-handed weapon. This build cannot do a two-handed weapon. If you do a two-handed weapon, you would have to get rid of the Bone Storm aspect, which will make you way less sturdy. So, like, in the build we are playing here right now, I could technically get rid of the one-handed weapon to go for a two-handed weapon, and we could probably push our maximum Bone Spirit to 300k if I want to. The problem is that would also higher the cooldown, so if I would now put a two-handed weapon on, okay? My cooldown from Bone Spirit goes up to 9.27 seconds. That doesn't sound like a lot, but this 9.27 seconds makes the whole build feel clunky. Okay, so sword is clear. Necklace is clear because I can't find a better necklace. Chest is currently there, and this. So now I need boots, I need gloves. No, gloves are also check. Boots, I'm gonna maybe take the mastery 2. So let's take the mastery boots that we had there. Where's my skeleton warrior mastery 3 boots? So let's say these are. Now I need rings. Now I have attack speed rings, chat, and we could boost our attack speed a little bit. So I have attack speed and jewelry. Because I have this ring with 13.5 attack speed. My problem is this has overpower damage on, and it's kind of like useless for minions because it's int and attack speed. This one has attack speed and max life, so that's actually nice. If I could roll critical strike chance on it, because I want my minions to have a high critical strike chance. And I have another ring with attack speed and critical strike chance, so these could be my 2 new rings. Just to boost attack speed even nicer, because I wanted to try out like an attack speed change on the minion build. So that would be tomorrow for the golem to essentially make him stronger. Maybe we're going to reskill into the golem later. I mean, we have another 3 hours of stream left. Would you like us to reskill into the golem at some point? I mean, I still want to farm some more items and I want to farm some more materials because currently I'm sitting at 117 Neath Iron. So I'm just like pumping out more Neath Iron. By the way, we are getting, let's do a test. Let's do a test actually. So the 70 pit is giving how much Neath Iron? Does anyone know the exact numbers? Because I don't know how much more we're getting. Quick question. How many days does it take to complete the game as a fullest? What do you mean, Batman? Do you mean Platinum Trophy? Would you play Starless Skies in the Golem build? Yes, I would potentially play Starless Skies in the Golem build. I don't have it, but you could play Starless Skies instead of the aspect of reanimation, and it should do exactly the same as the aspect of reanimation does. I am not 100% sure, though. because Starless Skies does give you a 40% damage multiplier, and that 40% damage multiplier should go over onto your minions. Now, again, I haven't tested this myself because I don't have the Ring of Starless Skies, but this is what the item should be doing. And if it does that, then Starless Skies is like a no-brainer to actually use in minions as well, because it's just better than... You're farming 81s for 40, so 81 is dropping 40. I feel like 81 is already having like a little bit too much HP for most builds, so I'm trying to like figure the sweet spot for like from a tankiness perspective to whatever. I mean, minions should be nice to farm 81. 70 is 29. Yeah, I have actually never counted how much you're getting. Because if 80 is then 81 is only giving 40, it's not really worth it to waste my time there. Because I would take longer in 81s. Because the boss fights, like it's mainly, I think every 10 levels the boss HP goes vastly higher. I think that was the math currently. So every 10 levels is the problem, which means that technically 79 should be the sweet spot. Now, I'm not sure if it was every 10 levels or if it was every 3 levels. It's actually something to figure out. Fine. It would be an intriguing thing to know for a video. I mean, end of the day, what's the fastest pit level to what's the best pit level to farm? The one you can do the fastest, right? I mean, it doesn't really matter which pit gives how much material. Like if you can do an AT in 5 minutes and you do a 90 in 6 minutes, it's probably better to do the 90, right? If you can then reliably do this. Well, we can take this here as a benchmark. This is not the best level design nor the best opponents for this build right now, but because we're really slow. I mean, this one we're doing relatively slow. We're like at a 12 minute. We're looking at a like sub 3 minutes to minions. But no, like technically 3 minutes is where we should be at the boss. And if we're taking longer, we've been slow, or it has been just annoying opponents, right? Ow. Almost got my noggin smashed in. Pull everything together and bibbity, bobbity, wibbity, wobbity. Wingo bingo. So that is... Oh, the Scorch of the Land. Yeah, I like that one. He's my favorite one because he's like kind of like a Dumbo, right? He's just standing there, and you can literally, as long as you don't stand in his one attack, right? He does like the one attack where he smashes his weapon down. Then he does the other attack where he goes like fire breathing. So if you don't get hit by either of them, you can just stand in front of him, right? And just spam away now. Which is actually very nice. And then the undead. This is actually a really lucky combination of effects, because it's like one of the weakest combinations of effects, right? I mean, seriously, the undead guy just gets pummeled. The thing. So what was that like? Now 5 minutes. Okay, so let's say 5 minutes. I didn't look at the timer. I would assume it was 5. So it's 5 minutes for 28 Neath Iron, or did I put one more up? So it's like 28. If I would now do a 79, how much slower is a 79? Right? I might be switching from Summoner to this. The main fun of the build is like getting it to work. Because let's be fair. How hard was it to get your minion build to work, chat? Be honest with me. How hard was it to get it to work? It wasn't, right? It's like, oh no, my minion build is working. How unfortunate. I mean, you're like, oh no, I have no single aspect. I have not a single piece of gear. Like I'm actually not wearing any gear. I'm naked. Oh wow, I cleared a tier 50 pit. How convenient. so that's minions right now, correct? And that's kind of like the fun about this build. Like actually making it work is quite something. And that's why I really wanted to play this. Because it was a challenge. You know, I like challenges. Oh, ow, I died. See, unfortunately, I actually died here. Unlucky. So I didn't die in the tier 70 ever. So this is just like a tier 79, just as a benchmark comparison. And if you do actually like the challenge of making a build work, right? Of making the mechanics of a build work, then Minions is definitely not your friend. Because again, they're... Oh my goodness, I don't actually know what I died to him diving out of the ground and hitting me. Okay, let's just assume this one is an unfortunate mutation of enemies because, you know, 79 is not much harder. Oh, I should probably put on the... Wait, I should put on the potion. Because we went deeper. Sorry, because I only have 27k life, chat. So put on the potion for 33k. Always trying to stay there. Are you going to make a corpse explosion build? No, we're gonna make a corpse explosion build, but the corpse explosion build has a problem. That boss's move. So if you're fighting the sharpshooter, you can leave the pit. If you're fighting the spirit caller too, you can probably leave the pit straight away. Because as soon as the boss starts moving, okay, your build is invalid. That's like the thing, right? You're trying to... Oh, did I just open up a new one and essentially get the same combination of enemies again? That's kind of funny. Let's see. Let's see how that one goes. Oop. Oh, I'm forgetting to curse enemies. Oh my goodness, I'm just playing bad. Sorry, chat. After this dungeon, we need to stretch. I'm literally forgetting to curse enemies. I mean, cursing, why is cursing so important? That's 70x more damage enemies take from overpowers. Right? You can imagine that is a lot. So if you forget to curse your enemies, you're literally like you're just not playing the build. You're just wasting. So the curses, I mean, obviously for the curse multipliers, but yeah. That's whenever I feel like we're not doing enough damage, what I'm doing wrong, essentially. Everything gets pulled together, curse, kill. Yeah, and yes, it is that much of a difference. It's not like 10% of a difference. It's like, yeah, either we're doing 100 million damage or we're not doing 100 million damage. That's the difference you're looking at here. Oh, yeah. I wasn't gonna die to that. Oh shit, I'm stuck. How do I look like that? I would die to your shit there. Bam. You died to my shit. Curse him. Kill him. Oh, curse him. Can you attack the purple thingy, please? Holy. I'm like waiting for him to hit that. So you notice we're already slower, I feel like, right? That's a tier 79. But how much material would a 79 give? Still, like, I don't have it like in the ballpark right now. How much more materials you're actually getting for deeper pits, because I never cared, right? I just do the ones that I feel comfortable with, and then I just farm them. Boom, everything dies. Good. It's funny, this one build worked way better on the PDR too, because on the PDR, there was some of the essence regeneration temperings that were actually more powerful, and they nerfed these essence regeneration temperings. Yeah, we're still good on a timing perspective. We're probably going to be, this is what I said, we're going to probably be a minute slower, right? I mean, with the danger of death, because obviously 79 is a bit tougher than doing a 70. So right now it looks like, I mean, we roughly cleared a 75 minutes. So let's say like on average, the 5-minute clear. My bone spirit just vanished into that wall. I think I'm going to call that a bug. Because it probably shouldn't vanish into the wall. I'm going to arrive before my spirit, second spirit, third spirit, fourth spirit, everything dead. And we're in, so 11, 12. Slightly, that's a Slither. That's good because Slither is also one of these stationary bosses, right? It's just sitting there in the middle. Also, sorry for not looking at chat right now, guys. As always, gotta respect the pit. That was another not crit, despite having 100% crit chance. One tricky part of the build, getting 100% crit chance. And if you don't get 100% crit chance, it's not working. I just shot the spirit in the wrong direction. I'm intentionally trying to make this seem more tedious. I'm sorry, Chad. Literally just sucking gameplay-wise. Sorry. But honestly, our 90% critical strike chance is also like being stupid right now. I'm sorry, I got hit by 2 fireballs. You do notice though we're slower, right? The boss is like having more HP. So I would currently say like 79. Obviously you do it, but it just feels just way more tedious. Yeah, the boss will have way more AP, at least triple. I think it triples every 10 levels. I'm just not sure where the sweet spot was. If it was every 10 levels or every 9 levels, right? So like I don't remember it right now. Someone did the math. I saw the math yesterday somewhere. Oh, holy Christ. Yeah, I'm just getting sniped by Elias currently. Can you do Duriel? I can one-hit Duriel. I mean, sir, if you can do a tier 70 of the pit, Duriel is child's play. A tier 70 pit boss has what, like 500 million HP, whereas Duriel has 50 million HP. And an Uber boss has like 1 billion HP, if I'm not mistaken. I shot him in the wrong direction again. What is wrong with me, Chad? International heavyweight, I suck right now. Oh, not a crit again. I'm disappointed in you. Oh, that was the second summon. I was already wondering. Curse it. We forgot to curse it again, Chad. 81 million. 51 million. 85 million. Like with these damages, you do just one hit poor Duriel. Oh, which one are we getting? Huh. That one is the most annoying one because it's like so erratic. Sometimes it follows you throughout the whole map, right? And sometimes it just simply sometimes it just simply stands there, right? And does like a simple triple that you can just ignore. One. I'm always like trying to stuck. Stickity stuck. Okay, yeah, this one took vastly longer. Like you notice how this boss has way more HP. I mean, we definitely had an unfortunate combination of things that slowed us down, but that took vastly longer. And shit, I didn't actually look how much Neath Iron we got. Well, that's unlucky, chat, because I wanted to check how much Neath Iron we got, but we didn't. So I guess that was 30. So tomorrow's video will be out the golem. I think we might do the golem build later today, just to get everything set up for tomorrow. You get at least 36, yeah, somewhere around that. So like a 79 wasn't worth it. Now, what do you think is a ballpark where it makes sense? So if 70 is easy and 79 is tedious, and let's say every 3 levels the boss gets bigger, that would kind of mean 75 should be nice. Are there any DPS meters? No. Not only are there no DPS meters, the actual DPS check station, actually the target dummy, where you would test your builds, where you would try out to see if your builds are good, that target dummy does not even have a DPS meter. So Blizzard essentially created a target dummy where you can test things against, and like if you want to know how much damage you're dealing, you're looking very closely at your screen, you're whipping out your recording tool, and then you're trying to see how high your crits actually are. So not only is there no DPS meter, there's also no like way to see how big are your crits. So you have to kind of like guess while you're staring at your screen. It's like, oh, was this a 20 million? Was this not a 20 million? Then there's also no way to turn off certain damage numbers to only show others. Because for this build, for example, I would like to only show overpower crits. Like, don't show me anything else. Just show me overpower crits. Because obviously in this build, overpower crits is my maximum thing I do, right? I don't do anything else. I just do overpower crits. So I would kind of like to disable everything that's not critical strike. Or not overpower crit. But hey, I guess that's for asking for too much, right? So this is now currently at tier 75. And I think you can visibly notice as you're looking at it, how much easier everything else dies. That's just the testament of how much, like how much sturdier things get. How much sturdier? How sturdier? Is it just how sturdier things get? I think much is just my German brain there. How sturdier things get in the dungeon. It's not how much sturdier, right? Thank you. Very appreciated, Sina. Happy you're enjoying the content. How much sturdy? Is it sturdy or sturdier? Seriously, it's not my first language, chat. I'm sorry. I'm from Germany. Hi, guten Tag. 111. That's for the Germans. For the old Germans. Yeah, what we're looking at, that's like roughly like also 3 minutes to the boss. So this doesn't actually feel much harder than a 70. That's interesting. Like just from the normal rebel mobs, right? They don't feel much more sturdy. we're back to it again. They don't feel harder to kill. I circumvented that, chat. Look at me. 400 IQ gameplay and language skill applicable. So they don't feel harder to kill. Let's forget about the sturdy topic. They feel equally hard to kill. And we're also taking less damage, so noticeable too, where your barrier production and your max life is quite just adding up nicely. So that's 3 minutes to the boss, even faster than we did on the 70, huh? And then we get a Resurrected Malice. Resurrected Malice is a good test because it's not hard, right? You got the Malice there, and it does like its explosion, but you can mostly ignore the explosion of the Malice. 81 million. Oh, which one do we get? Oh, we get that other Slither. This is actually, that's really okay. I mean, that dude and Slither is quite... Not too annoying. Then Lilith. Lilith can actually be ignored, right? Because you're just going into your... I'm wondering how I don't have my Bone Storm right now. That's actually quite interesting. Wait, it's been a while. Then 96 million... Boom. So that was what a clear 5 minutes roughly, and we're getting So that's 25, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, wait. 25, 6, 7, 12, 13, 14. So 34. Doesn't really feel like, you know, either I get 29 without thinking or I get 34. Doesn't really feel like I do need to do this, right? The five levels more is 5 more Neath Iron or what? So 71 is best for just getting 30 Neath Iron and that then done. Right? Yeah, you get 1 per tier. It's not really worth it. I mean, coming back to the topic of every 3, it's getting harder. Then we should do 72s? And I should be doing 72. Why don't you use Holy Bolt for farming? Because Holy Bolt doesn't really make this build stronger. Again, Holy Bolt doesn't scale on this build because I have no Shadow Blight. Which is an interesting thought. Technically, I could add Shadow Blight to this build. But it would be... I could technically, but it would make me do less damage on the essence department. The thought is currently we're having like the on essence, max essence cast bonus damage shebangs, right? But where we're getting more critical strike damage when we are casting with max essence. We could technically apply a Shadow Blight, but and because we're having like the Bone Storm go on, right? So that would work. But if we're applying the Shadow Blight with a Bone Storm, it wouldn't be an always thingy. That's the problem. It would still be a sometimes thingy because the Shadow Blight wouldn't be constant. Where my on cast bone thingies aren't always thingy, right? Very good question. So yeah, technically I could get Shadow Blight in here because we're using the Shadow Bone Storm. It'll be interesting to see how long it actually takes to tick up, but I don't think it would make the build better. It would be just... Okay, I feel like we're so much faster right now. Might be the enemy combination again because we're like 13 minutes deep and we're almost at the boss already. I guess it's probably the enemy type. But it's definitely like everything feels easier to kill than the 75er. So I mean it's 3 levels and the assumption was that every 3 level it gets harder. So technically the 73 should be the point where it gets harder. We can try that out. How about we try this out, Chad? I mean, this is not a very scientific approach, but I guess we'll get to the crux of it. What happened there? Well, my 100% Bone Spirit didn't crit, so, you know, it had a cooldown time. My 100% crit didn't crit. Oh, you almost killed me there. Rude. That's why I have to murder you now. I wanted to leave you alive, but you almost killed me. So I had to take petty revenge. Whew. Oh, I should have taken that shrine probably. Oh, there we go. No shrine for me. Boop. Pull it all together like this. Curse it once. Boop. Boop. And go. So I guess we're always kind of ended with a 5-minute clear. Oh god, he might be one of the more annoying ones. Anyone dislike the seething hive master because of the puke cannon he does? I mean, technically he ain't complicated, but I've had multiple tries now where I get literally pushed into the echoes, right? Dude, nah, he's taking so much more. Like, he's taking vastly more damage, I feel like. Call me crazy. I mean, either I'm just critting high right now or I'm just doing vastly more damage. I feel like I'm doing vastly more damage. Almost died there because I'm a bot. Get puke cannon down. Stop puke cannoning me. Yeah, that was pretty weak. I mean, he was whack. So 72 kind of is in. I got 9 million from a Chaos Whisper. No, the bigger whispers give more money, and Chaos generally, like Chaos Whispers can always give more. Puke cannon for use one shot. Well, how not sturdy are you, sir? 3 to Bone Prison. I thought I read Bone Spirit. Wanted to be happy already. Maximum life essence per second. By the way, this shield has 10% higher damage reduction. It's kind of nice. The gloves out, overpower out, critical strike damage. No, that's another temerity. Woo! Hey, ladies and gentlemen, who wants a temerity? 100 million. 100 million gold. No, seriously, like 100 million gold. No, but seriously, who wants a temerity? Whoever is fastest, give me your BattleNet ID. I'll add you. I'll give you a temerity. I have one. It was traded with the community as well, so I can send you temerity. Whoever is fastest, Demalius. Look at you, Demalius. Let's see, Yumus also. I think Demalius is going to be fastest, Chad. He seems very eager to pick that up. Let's see who's faster between you moms and Demalius. Just invite yourself into my party when you're in. Oh, Demalius and mom. Who's faster? Oh, shit. Someone didn't get the friend invite. I'm sorry. Whoever didn't get, like, I don't know, moms, why it didn't work out. Faster, Necrolius 2. You need to hurry up. It's waiting for you. On the floor. Congratulations. There you go. Bye, nerd. Before you can say thank you, I'm out already. I'm like Santa Claus, bitch. I went in, I dropped that gift, and then bam, out of here. Okay, so like this is literally where we're currently farming the Neath Iron, right? And honestly, if I would have to farm the Neath Iron now with a Golem build, I wouldn't do it. Because I would find it boring, right? Like, it's just boring. Sorry. Can you show us your temerity, please? You don't ask that a girl on the first date, sir. Especially not if you didn't prime sub before. We're fishing hard today, guys. We're fishing the big ones. The prime sub barons. Okay, so where's my temerity? My temerity is okay. It's an 80% one. So if temerity is not 80%, I don't want it. My problem is the life. The life. So I do actually need... Demalius, thank you for your subscription. I do need a temerity with more maximum life. What I could do is we could kill... Oh, chat. Hey, who wants to kill Lord Zur with me? Tormented Zur. But you need to be good because I can't do it alone with this build. So we could get 4 people together and we could try to kill Lord Zur. Tormented. So we maybe we get multiple temerities that we can swap between each other. I mean, but please be good enough, chat. I don't want liabilities, okay? I need bangers. I need people that, like, I need you swinging. If you're gear shit, I'll kick you out, okay? If you're level 98 and you're like, please take me, I'm gonna eat your toe. I'm not in a sexy way, okay? It's not meant in a sexy way. Seriously. You better be level 100 with decent gear, okay? And then we'll try to get temerities. Urkel, come. Let's bring it. If you get in my friend list, if you get into the team, just move your way in. Keeney, let's go. I'm checking your gear, chat. You better don't have your account privated. Oh, okay. I'm kicking him for having a Harlequin crest. Seriously now. What the fuck? Oh, you're playing the Reap version. I like that. You know what? I like that. How's it going with the Reap version? Are you liking it? And you're taking pans with Skeletal Mage Mastery. You can say, oh, and you have Tyrael's Might. Okay, sir, and I have Tyrael's Might. Look at me, chat. I'm sorry. Are you not playing Might? I would have expected that you actually play the Might aspect when you play Reap. Yeah, I was testing Reap. Like, if you play Reap, you should probably play the aspect of Might too for the bonus damage reduction, potentially. Right? Okay, Suna, we're gonna add you to... I'm not joining, but I'm back to the toe eating offer. I mean, we can make it happen, right? So sorry, Mortrid, we're full. We have the fullness reached. I'm probably the liability in this team, which is not true. I couldn't just tank like Zur alone, but I can do the damage, you know? So I have the damage with this build, but I just don't have the staying power. Let's check out Levy. Levy is doing Bone Spear, okay, with resource reduction 24. Okay, brother. I like that. 50% Bone Spear to cast twice, Sacrilegious Souls, the heavy resource generation and reduction. Oh, you absolute beautiful bastard. Look at your gear. Evolution max. Oh my goodness. How much essence are you making? I like that. 3 ranks in Bone Spear. Look at him, chat. Essence per second, life per second. Okay, that's a bat roll. Like, probably, you need a better chest, brother. We need to get you a better chest. And we get Winions too. What's Winions having? Winions is going. No, Winions was that was Levi, Winions, and Urkel. We haven't checked out Urkel yet. Okay, Urkel is going for the Blood Mist build. See, this is one of the changes I'm planning to do. We got you with the critical strike. Sorry, we're full, Kitsuna. Next time, oh, you get the 414 intelligence max roll. That's so unhappy. Down to Oliver. No, we set 100s. We said the only liability is Ponyhoff. You know, no one else is allowed to be a liability. Only I am allowed to. So let's see how many temerities we can drop. Because we are 4 people, okay? Lord Zur is dropping 5 uniques each. If we're 4 people and we're getting 20 uniques and there's not a single temerity, because last time the boss dropped 5 times boots. Okay. Your main problem are the boss one-shot mechanics. Well, the way how you avoid the boss one-shot mechanics is literally not standing where the boss is. I know this sounds a bit bad, but this is why we're gonna make the 3.0 upgrade. So be ready. My Golem Summoner 3.0 is gonna be the safest version to playing. It's gonna be for people that suck at spatial awareness, situational awareness. It's for people that suck at avoiding the boss hits, avoiding the one hits. It's for these people the build will be. So it's essentially like the 3.0 update is the build for the bad people, like me, you know. So that the intention is essentially to make it safer to play for people that just need the safety. I think that it's going to be a good change because it adds like Blood Mist and it adds some other shenanigans, and we're gonna move around some Paragon boards. So if you like, it's essentially going to be like the safety net. And I think you'll enjoy that upgrade. Because what uses the golem? What uses your damage when you're dead, right? I mean, if you can't push deeper into the pit, like technically you don't need Blood Mist to clear tier 100. Technically, practically, not everyone is at the same level of skill, and some people just need their safety torch. This is, by the way, what I said about tanking, guys. If I can just stand here and essentially continuously just bang out my spirits, then I'm just doing continuously 100k spirit hits, right? Ow, I just got hit. So then we're just doing 100 million spirit hits the whole time. Like every spirit is just 100 million damage. Someone touch me! But in a nice way. Like stick your hand into my soul and rub it around a bit until I'm alive again. Okay? Thank you. I said what I said. I'm not taking it back. 50 million. Okay, let's see. Does he have lagins for me, Chan? Pants. I got pants. Chest. Ring. Helm. Boots. Boots. Okay, I got a pants. If it's not an 80%, someone can have it. It is a 68%. Who wants a 68%, boys? Levi, Urkel, Winions. Here. Who needs it? It's only 68. If no one of them wants, I'll give it to someone from the chat later on. So I need an 80%. 80% it's not like... If any one of the three wants it, I get it. Winions doesn't want it. I'm good. Urkel doesn't want it too. So what's with Levi? Levi, do you want it? Else we're going to keep it for chat. I mean, I could summon another one, so I can summon more. So then let me quickly clear my gear. You can trade all items now, everything but Uber Uniques. Can you trade gems? I don't know. Gems are so rare that I will not like even consider trading them. So we will hand this out later. So let me quickly clear my inventory. Because my inventory is just overflowing. That's maximum life and life on hit. It would be interesting to make a complete life on hit build where you overheal so much. 3 essence on kill. That's useless. They sell for like 8 million right now. Yeah, this adds up. Okay, can I reset the dungeon? Resetting the dungeon. So we're going to kill him again, chat. This team is a banger team. We're doing this. Reset. 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 Why did my portal vanish? My portal shouldn't have vanished. Why did my portal vanish? Robbery. Oh, because I should have put it out first. Anyone got a max roll razor blade? My razor blade is... no, my razor blade is shit. I mean, look at that. I think the real thing you want is the 150x multiplier, right? So the thorn values actually don't matter. You want the 150x multiplier. Is Bone Spirit the best build for Necro? No, Bone Spirit is the most... I would argue currently, from my personal standpoint, that Bone Spirit is the most fun Necro build to play for farming. If you're farming the pit, like, biggest joy. Next to Bone Spirit, I would probably put Shadow. The problem with Shadow is that killing bosses with Shadow still feels awkward. Yeah. And Minions is like the most efficient to play. So Minions, #1 efficiency. Bone Spirit, #1 fun for me. And Shadow somewhere in the middle. What happened to Shadow Surfer? Nothing. It's fantastic. We're doing one more? Yes. Can do 2 more. I mean, if I'm already here, if I have a full team, I might as well blast through my Lord Zermats, right? Is the armor cap 9,230 or am I missing some? No, armor cap is 9,230. So if you have 9,200 armor, you're good to go. Thank you for the build guides. Thank you for watching. I'm here anyways. I'm just happy that so many people are interested in Diablo. I mean, this is unarguably probably the biggest season. Need more mats free of cost? No, I have a lot of mats. Thank you. I also don't tend to take mats from the community. It's just not something I do because it creates an unrealistic gameplay experience, you know? Like the thing where the streamer gets like all the things. Sorry. Oh well, sorry. I was looking at the other screen. I swear to God, I'm a liability right now. I mean, I'll just you know what? I'll just send AFK and let the boys kill it alone. Yeah, you can do it, Levy. We're just gonna lie all on the ground here and be AFK while we're staring at the other screen. You just need to turn him around, then you can revive. Oh, you're so dead. This happens when you're not playing Blood Mist. Pass, now is your time. Now or never. You can do it, boys. Full thrust ahead. Oh, you're so dead. Oh, sorry. Am I making fun of my community? Yes, I am. Do I feel bad about it? No, I'm not. Hey, how did I instantly die there? That's unfair. I was alive. Robbery. Okay, let's go. Is there special drops from Tormented Xur? No, Xur just drops 5 times the drops, which means that if we do Xur with 4 people, that we get 20 uniques. Now, if any one of us drops a pants that I need, so if any one of us potentially drops the... Oh wait, are you already fighting again? Holy, what happened? Why am I out? Why can't I go walk back in? This is weird. Did you start it a bit early? Oh, so why are you focusing me, Xur? I'm cool, bro. Don't mind me just standing behind him and hitting him with millions of bone spirits. 108 million, chat. Woo, let's go. 93 million. God, I just love when I can like unconditional just spam my shit, right? Without worrying about anything. 50 million. You know, I want 36 million. 63 million, sorry. I just enjoy being able to just sit there and 49. 75. More footwork, more energy. Where are my bone spirits going? Well, I didn't see them hitting there. Oh, I'm dead. 47. Like his hitbox is like kind of like weirdly up front sometimes. Oh, 88. Oops. $68. 46. Probably wait for my resource to regain a bit more. He puts so much shit on the ground, by the way. Right? He's gonna nuke you guys! And dead. Okay, helm. Come on, I need to see more. Okay, we got... What? Not a single pens? Oh, you absolutely disgusting piece of trash. Seriously. Okay. Sorry, I wasn't trying to be mean to Mr. Xur. Yeah, no pans. Like, okay, Yen's Blessing. Maybe a max roll Yen's Blessing. I wasn't trying to be mean to him. Let's do it again. Critical strike damage. Okay, next one. Offense, are you looking for 80% temerity with a better max life? My temerity only has 500 max life. What's the best necro build for leveling in general? Minions. Because you essentially take minions and that's it. A Shadow Necro with Black River and Lidless Wall. See, I'm not sure how much Black River and Lidless Wall will actually work. Because the problem with Black River and Lidless Wall is... So again, the biggest problem with that Lidless Wall currently has is that it's not restoring enough life to be worth it. I'm always scared of accidentally selling my items, Chan. Need to happy mark everything. Okay, let's go back and reset. I used your Necro build, leveling build into Necro 2.0. Yeah, that's my favorite one. So right now, if you would like to level, guys, the best guide to follow, really, for leveling, is this one. Because this guide here, the number one meta one-hit Necro, this guide here, literally around here, it explains how to level with the Necro, where the sweet spot is to swap over to the Golem Necro, which skills you should use early, which skills you should use late. It kind of like wraps everything together, if that makes sense. What do you say? Minion is S tier but boring? Well, that's the problem with most good builds. They're boring. I mean, minions have always been fun, but they're inherently not the most interesting build to play because you're essentially having two skills that you don't really use much. Right? I mean, you're giving agency away of damage, and it's hard to see damage in minion builds. When's the last time you've seen a big golem crit? Keeps version 2 is better than version 1, but version 1 is better for leveling. The video I showed, the version 2 is better for the end game, and the version 3 will be even better for the end game. So I got a version 3 coming. Did one dude get... No, one dude didn't get a 40 billion hit, Chan. The 40 billion hit you saw was the Holy Bolt Elixir. It wasn't the Necro. It wasn't the minions. It was the Holy Bolt Elixir that went boom. Yeah. Yeah. Danke. Sorry, it wasn't yelling at you, Chad. The wife was asking me questions. I want food. I naturally said yes. I don't understand the question. Bugged? I mean, the Holy Bolt Elixir is bugged. Yes, it's bugged. Any like if you please sir. I mean, if you don't know what you're talking about, don't talk. The Holy Bolt Elixir is 100% bugged. It's overscaling on Necro. It's overscaling on minions, weirdly. It's kind of interacting weirdly with Shadow Blight too. And it's doing more damage than it has any right to do. That's why, for some reason, Necro ends up obviously with billions of damage, while other classes simply don't. So yes, the Holy Bolt Elixir is bugged on Necro. You use it if you want to. Don't use it if you want to figure out if your build is actually good, right? So if you want to know if your build is actually good, don't use it. Only use it if you... Lieben Dank. Hast du dir zu viel gemacht? Dankeschön. Is Needle Flare still bugged? I don't know. I haven't actually heard about the bug on Needle Flare. So for Necro, there's a weird interaction with minions and the Shadow Blight key passive, which seems to be double dipping. So the Shadow Blight key passive seems to be buffing your damage, and then the 240% multiplier seems to be also buffing the damage of the Holy Bolt Elixir. I mean, no one gets hurt. That being said, without the Holy Bolt Elixir and the actual double dipping, you won't be able to get deeper in the pit. So, like, again, a tier 100 and a tier 110 should be able to be done without the Holy Bolt Elixir, and we'll just show you tomorrow the difference between these two things, okay? It should be able to be done without the Holy Bolt Elixir, and then a tier... Everything after tier 110, I don't think you'll be able to do. So my highest golem crit, for example, right now has been 700 billion without the Holy Bolt Elixir. 700 million. And I could probably push this up to 1 billion without the Holy Bolt Elixir, but that's it. I did not get a pens again. Jesus. Robbery. This is our robbery. Okay, I get a helmet that I don't need. You get a poop temerity. Yep, that's super poop. You get robbed. Okay, penitent greaves, penitent yens. Helmet. Littless wall. I mean, at least that's a perfect littless wall. Yeah, that's a 76er temerity. That's not bad, but I'm not taking anything under 80%. 80% or go home. Okay, that's it, boys. I don't have any more mats, so thank you for the Lord Zur tries. I mean, we literally killed Lord Zur 3 times now. That means 60 uniques have been dropped, and not a single unique has been an 80% temerity. Now let's think about how broken team play is, right? Guys? Because now imagine doing this alone. So if you want 60 unique draws from Lord Zur, well, congratulations. Gonna be doing many of them alone, right? Whereas we just did it with a team of 4 people who have essentially all been just like, you know, trying to get the same thing. Yeah, 4 billion without Holy Bolt seems possible if you have really everything going on very good. So 4 billion seems like a wholly realistic thing to aim for. But yeah, you're not going to do 21 billion, 40 billion without. Simple. Why Tormented over normal for farming? Because Tormented is 3 times the mats for 5 times the loot. So if you do it with 4 people, you're dropping 20 uniques. Selling the best way to get money right now? You have material to just sell. Okay. Pro boss, let's see if the PvP thing respawn. For more money. I mean, Whispers is obviously the most money. Whatever you're eating looks, it's asparagus with tomatoes and eggs and light bacon. So fat reduced bacon on a carrot bread. Carrot bread. And it's German quality carrot bread. I think the word is asparagus, but I'm not sure. It like that one plant that makes your pee-pee smell weird. Asparagus, correct? Relaxer. Thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Nightmare, thank you for the brand new Prime subscription as well. Welcome to both of you. Appreciate it. What build is the fastest to set up with gear? Minions, because you don't need any gear for it. I mean, seriously, minions does not need gear. At all. Okay, how much Neath Iron do I have? Let's try to make my rings good, chat. Okay, we're gonna take this ring here now. This ring. What would you say is the third stat I want? Maximum life, correct? I mean, technically I want damage, but I need way more max life. So let's try to roll this into max life first. No, wait, I should temper it first because temper is less expensive than rolling. Okay, offensive tempering is summoning 4 golem damage. Before we do it further, let me try to get cooldown reduction. I'm getting robbed right now. That's not bad, but that's not good either. Okay, let's do that. Oh, come on. Give me that golem damage, or I'm just going to throw that item in the trash in a second. Okay, that's summoning damage, guys. Okay, we got, like, this is not what I was looking for. I'm unhappy, but I'll take it. What can I do if I'm really short on Angel's Breath? You stop rerolling, and you do Hell Tides. Okay, let's try the other ring. Oh godness, why am I gonna summoning? I have not seen golem damage now. I'm here. It's 3 items, but the problem is I only want golem cooldown reduction, right? I don't want bone sprayer cooldown reduction. We're currently looking for golem cooldown reduction. We're not looking for rapid ossification. I am looking for golem active cooldown reduction. I am not looking for rapid ossification. Oh my god, eat my ass. I mean, technically, I would have 3 items now with ultimate skill cooldown reduction, which would give me a 30% ultimate skill cooldown reduction, which is actually nice because it would allow you to spam Army of the Dead. The problem is your golem base cooldown on blood is way too high to actually play it that way. Oh, this kind of stings there. I hate that. I'm very, very not happy with these 2 rings. I don't even know if I want to be bothered to use them now. You know, I don't know, because like, so with this is the Trinity right now. So this would be summoning damage. This would be golem damage. This would be ultimate cooldown reduction. So we essentially have. I mean, how low would Army of the Dead go like this? Army of the Dead is like, let's put that away, put that away, put that away. So it's usually at 70 seconds, and we would bring it down to 50. That's not really worth it. If I put on the helmet, it goes down to 45 seconds. Still not worth it. I want my golem more often. I want my golem more often. I'm very sad now. Not sure if I want to use these rings, Chad. It's for the golem build, by the way, because we're going to go return to the golem build. And we're going to try out this new weapon here. So we get this new weapon for maximum life, which is kind of nice. But the problem is I don't have other rings. You know what? Let's Obel gamble some rings. Let's see what we can get. How's the Bone Spirit Necro going? Very well. We have been actually farming gear today. So the plan was to perfect this build, and we have done, Chad, we have done a 237 million Bone Spirit hit, which feels very good. I mean, 237 million does sound like quite the nice achievement. So now we have pushed this up. I think a 300 million would be possible if I do a full damage build on a 2-handed weapon. But I don't have a 2-handed weapon that I can like use right now to test the theory. So we did quite a significant super whammy slammy damage. And we've been like speed farming the 72 pit pretty much. I guess 72 pit makes the most sense. What do you need on rings right now? I'm doing an attack speed trial. I usually don't play attack speed on my ring, so I'm doing attack speed and crit chance because that worked the best for minions to get me the most damage. Minion build you want to do it? I know. I mean, you're not telling me anything new. What's the worst shrine? Greed, because it does nothing more than giving you gold. I mean, then again, maybe this season the greed shrine is actually the best shrine. Let's be realistic about that. Because what do you want? All the boys want is gold. They say money doesn't buy happiness, but it surely buys you tempering affixes. It surely buys you some very good rerolls. I mean, actually, money buys you happiness. 100%. Anyone saying different is just lying to themselves. It is what it is. Buys you everything, Chad. You know what? We know what not having money does? It makes you sad. Very sad. Yeah. Money definitely buys you happiness. Oh. You can't eat all the corpses. Like, Osseous Gale is such a weird aspect because we need Osseous Gale to essentially prolong the duration of our Bone Storm, that we're able to have our Bone Storm all the time. But at the same time, Osseous Gale is like eating up all the corpses so that we sometimes can't actually make corpse tendrils because Osseous Gale has eaten everything up. It's a very weird interplay there sometimes where you're just like, you know, corpse tendrils, corpse tendrils, corpse tendrils. And Osseous Gale is like, nah, bruv, I ate them all. Will Star Sky work on your build? On this build, I would most likely not play it because I just have to read Star Skies again. Because you don't have any advantage from the resource cost reduction. It just literally do nothing for you, and I need all my ring tempering. So for this build, it's actually really bad. For the minion build, I would definitely play it unconditional. I would have to test though how well it does actually work because I don't have it, you know. And whoop! Oh no! It vanished in the wall again. If I do it too close to the wall of the barrier guy, right? It just goes in there, and then it's gone. The wall eats my ghost. Loop of the Long Shadows Kini. I'll look at it in a second. When I'm done bombing those nerds here. No, I said the B word. FBI, open up. See, now I exploded them. I made corpses, but I made corpses like multiple times now, right? But my Osseous Gale ate every single corpse. I mean, it eats only 8 corpses, but still. How high can this build go? Like it doesn't want to go higher than 90. Because 90 gets really tedious for this build. Again, if you want to dive the pit, you need to play minions. Unquestionable. That's the question. Do you even want to dive, Steve? I don't know what your personal goals are this season. Come on, chat. Write down your personal goals this season. I mean, for me as the creator, I obviously have to try to dive as deep as possible without the Holy Bolt. And then I have to dive as deep as possible with the Holy Bolt. So I essentially have to do 2 dives where I want once where I use it, the other one where I don't use it. So these are 2 things I obviously have to do because it's just, you know, you do as a creator. Aha, you got had. What are your personal goals? You just want to, you know, you want to reach level 100, want to kill Uber Lilith, which is actually a challenge, you know, this season. Soft target 80, hard target 100. That's actually good. My goal is 100 nightmare dungeon, 80 in the pit. An 80 in the pit is way harder than 100 nightmare dungeon. 100 nightmare dungeon is cakewalk. What's the purpose of the vampire evade? There's no other aspect. There's no other aspect. Like that makes sense. Isn't she easier now? No, Uber Lilith is harder than ever because she can't skip things. Oh, chat, look, I got a new ring with attack speed and critical strike damage. I would just have to roll max life, probably. So Kini offered me a ring too. That one was a maximum life ring. No, I'm good. Thank you. I don't want to yoink your stuff. I'm still not sure if I even want to play attack speed because I'm not a big attack speed fan. Golem active cooldown reduction, not the best. We're gonna re-roll this until we got it. Skill to mage damage. Summoning damage. It'd be so hard to get golem summoning damage. I guess you gotta choose your battles, right? Oh god, 3 times in a row summoning damage, really? Golem damage. Thank you very much. And now I got 1 temper left. Oh godness Christ. If you don't get the 25%, I feel like it's just horrible, right? Because you really want the 25%. Else it's already subpar on that sign. Okay, that's my 3rd ring now. Can you explain summoning damage? Well, summoning damage is everything that has the summons tab. Summons thingy. So you get like here, you get the skills, summoning. I mean, like the word summoning is a bit very bad chosen there because it should just be summon damage, but it's summoning skills. So every skill that has summoning in it, and that actually includes Army of the Dead, gets bonus damage from bonus summoning. So your minions do more damage with summoning, you know, applies to them. And you really need to have 5 tempers per category. It would be nice to be able to reset temper, even if it costs a lot. Yeah. Is the Uber Lilith Spark still bugged? Last time I checked, yes. I haven't seen any update on that front yet. The thing is, if you want to have sparks right now, chat, just, quotation mark, just make new characters and go through the Iron Wolf thingy. Whenever you make a new character and you just level it in Helltide, as you do anyways, and you do the Iron Wolf thingy, you essentially get another spark for every new character. Did you already record Necro version 3? No, we have another like 2 hours left. If you want to, after this dungeon, we can move over to the Golem build, Chad. And we can try out some of the changes I want to do. It's going to be a bit experimenting. I wanted to do this tomorrow mostly, but I think today we've already done a lot of Bone Spirit, so if you want to, we can slowly move over to the Golem and have some fun with it. And I wanted to test out some of the attack speed thingies, because like we all know there's 2 attack speed buckets, but it actually all doesn't make sense. People are making it more complicated than it is. You still just have to reach 100% no matter how many attack speed buckets there are. I wanted to try out some shadow things. I mean, I wanted to see if I want to phase out a Photic aspect for some other stuff. Probably not, because I love my Photic aspect. If I still need to play Temerity, if we're going to phase out Temerity, I just like Temerity too much, but Temerity is stealing me an aspect slot that I actually need, so might think about phasing out Temerity if I can get enough life otherwise. Wanted to push my life because my life total is currently ass. So yeah. Do you actually want attack speed on your rings? Well, so the thing is, and here it comes. Like you do want, if you play Blight, technically some attack speed yourself, but also if you can get enough attack speed with rings and so on, you don't have to play Frenzied Dead. Because the aspect of the Frenzied Dead is nice to have, but you can also get 100% attack speed without Frenzied Dead, which would then free you up for another aspect slot. The problem with Frenzied Dead is that it needs your minions to also be alive for 3 hits each time to actually get Frenzied Dead. So if you get 100% attack speed without Frenzy dead, your minions would always be at max damage. Especially if you have attack speed too, your summons are happening faster. So if you're trying to stack up on Flesh Eater, that's easier to do if you're having more attack speed. Because your skeletal skill gets also influenced by attack speed. And it should probably get influenced by attack speed double, if I'm not mistaken. Done. You summon Tormented Varshan and you're absolutely not able to kill him. You know what? Tormented Varshan is the most annoying one to kill because his barrier doesn't make sense. I mean, I felt like Varshan's barrier generally never made much sense, right? But Tormented Varshan just feels like a triple doesn't make sense on the barrier front. He just like, it just has like a billion HP and it's unbreakable and it just feels weird. I love it when the second summon is that guy. But because he's like, you know, due to the way how my bone spirits work, they just blast that into, oh my goodness, ow. They just blast that into pieces. Best way to farm uniques? Well, you just do the bosses that have the uniques. Is Pit the main farm method for gear? No, Helltide is better, but Pit gives you masterworking materials. So if you want gear and if you want to masterwork gear, you essentially have to do the Pit. It's actually not an option. Unless you don't care about masterworking your gear, which would be weird. Why would you care about masterworking your gear, right? But yeah, so... Ow, why? What have I done? I'm noobing around again. So yeah, this is why I personally farm the Pit, because it gives me the Neath Iron that I need, and it gives me the items I need. But technically, and I think it's not only technically, Helltide is just better. In Helltide, you can just kill the queen in the middle. She drops plenty of greater affix items every single time. Not only does she drop plenty of greater affix items, she also gives you boss summoning materials. So that's like the most amazing thing. Like the amount of boss summoning materials you get this season is just insane. I mean, seriously, like you can literally not have boss summoning materials. If you don't have boss summoning materials, you're just willfully not having them because, I don't know, you're extra or something like that. But you will always have boss summoning materials. I mean, like, seriously. They're just like dropping everywhere, like left, right, and center. Like, you have a harder time not having them than having them. I mean, I have like, I don't know, 300 living steel just lying around that I don't actually need for anything. Mainly because I don't care about much about doing bosses, right? So yeah, that's that. How are your gems looking? I think I'm missing one royal gem. I think I have all the royal rubies finally. Mind Cage, Blood Moon, Helltide, boss drops, great gear. Yeah, I mean, you essentially, like, the best way to really farm gear is you go into the Helltide. Oh, Pew Pew, I can't kill him for you. Love how calm you're playing, Aula. Nah, I'm just dead inside. You know how it is. So you put on the Mind Cage. If you want to make it easier for you, you put on the Holy Bolt Elixir, and then you just go summon Lady. Where's the Lady actually here in this Helltide? I haven't been in this Helltide in a while. And then you just Mind Cage summon the Lady. Don't forget that your Mind Cage actually resets, right? Oops. Free gear! Let's go! Wasn't she in the middle here? Including epics like Temerity. Temerity is a unique. And if you want something specific, like Temerity, you have to kill the boss that has Temerity. Which would be Lord Zur. Right? She's north. Oh, there you go. See, and like after doing this now, you summon her. And she will drop you boss materials for Lord Zur, for example, which drops you mats for Andariel. There's Distilled Fear dropping. There's Steel dropping. So you essentially get everything here. And at the same time, you're doing Whispers, so it's actually like crazy. And then while you're doing this, you're actually getting the Cinders, and the Cinders are able to open you chests. And with the chests, you can actually target farm loot, right? So if you're looking for rings now, you would open boxes of jewelry. If you're looking for pants, you would open boxes of pants, and so on. And these chests, they can have uniques in too. They even can have uber uniques in them, right? They changed that again, that the chests could hold anything. So there's a chance that if you open Helmet of Chest, Chest of Helmets, Helmet of Chest, Chest of Helmets, that there is a Harlequin Crest in. What pit level does compared to Tormented Duriel? Tormented bosses have 1 billion HP, roughly. So that's just, yeah. That's not a lot. It's actually 1 billion HP is not a lot. I mean, considering that one of my bone spirits averages 50 million to 100 million damage, that's not a lot. And then you just face the Blood Maiden, and your thing fizzles again, so you can't even one hit her. Oops, and then you just one hit her. Boop. And see, like, there's a focus with 2 greater affixes, Distilled Fear, 2 Distilled Fear, Exquisite Blood, everything, right? That was kind of perfect. Good haul. Ta-da! And I have a life on hit, resource cost reduction, super item. Ta-da! And I got myself, how much? Like 61 cinders, so I could open a cinder box soon. Does Duriel also have 1 billion? I think Duriel should have... Now, it might be that Duriel has 2 billion. I mean, I recently killed Tormented Dariel took... Sorry, I lost the sound. I hit the microphone and lost the sound. This should be fully back to normal, right? Let me listen in. This is fully back to normal. Yeah. Sorry. What I said was Bone Spear is okay. You can clear tier 61. Again, for the people to understand, the only pit you technically ever need to clear is tier 61. You never need to clear another pit, because that's where Neath Iron starts dropping. And Neath Iron can be downgraded to everything. So Neath Iron is the only thing you want. Okay, so we have with this build now dealt a 237 million hit. I would say it's time that we swap over to the Golem build, because that's what we wanted to do. And I promised chat that. So we're going to go over to the Golem build, and we're going to form it into the version 3. Now for this, I'm going to be lazy because I don't want to lose all my gold and probably respec this way. It's cheaper than pressing the reset button. Actually, Bloodmist stays. Not sure if Blight stays. Have to see about that. I have a lot of skill points free, so I get 7 skill points free. That's fine. Oh, here, Golem. Sorry, I have 4 skill points free right now. We just have to see like what we want to change. We're probably gonna end up looking like this. Oh, that needs to be on 4. We get the Blood Golem back. Mages. Corpses. We might end up doing this. Because of the blood mist. Alternative. No blind? Alternative, we could be taking... Where is it? Found a weird weapon today. Where is you? Don't tell me I sold you. Found gloves. With the lucky hit, up to a 30% chance to make enemies vulnerable for 3 seconds, which is actually a very good lucky hit. Since this would allow you to drop corpse tendrils, technically. The only reason we're playing corpse tendrils at this point is because our source of vulnerable, kind of pulling things together, but we could do this with aspect of the void as well. So I gotta think about it. I want to do this. I mean, right now I want to try out the build without blight for a bit, just to see where this is going. Because like again, why are we doing this? It's mainly meant for the people that suck, to give them an option with blood mist. Now let's clear this inventory here a bit. We're gonna put these out because we have way too many. That one gets sold as well. One Black River. The Blood Moon breeches for backup. Mutilator plate that I need as well. That's very weird amulet that needs to die. That's with the maximum life. 200 size that I might play at some point. Life per second that I'll never play. But I kept so many items, like, right, just for the sake that I might need them at point X. So just have like a bunch of useless pieces of gear. My whole inventory overflowing. Yeah, my whole inventory is overflowing because I'm stashing, you know, a lot of things. And that's the lower row. That's the build. Put on my favorite amulet. Hands, gloves, boots. The boots need to be interchanged. Oh, the sword is new. Chest is good. The helmet is questionable, and the rings we still have to talk about. Let me double check if there's anything shitty here that I'm accidentally killing. Okay, now we got all that gear. Do I actually want to masterwork this at 12 times? The problem is I kind of want to masterwork this another time, but on the other hand, I really don't want to because I don't want to pay 10 million gold for this ever. I just refuse. I literally refuse to pay this, right? It ain't happening. The only thing I would probably masterwork is get this one up to another level. But even this one has a problem because it has like life per second on it. And I really don't... Did I reroll stat? Yeah, I rerolled already maximum life on it. And the life per second is actually shitty. So that one makes me unhappy and I want to invest more into it. The boots are fine, but they weren't maxed. This weapon was okay. We need our gems. Where my gems at? From here. From here. From here. Do I have finally the last? I don't have the last royal ruby. We're getting close there, Chad. So I almost have all the royal rubies, which is 9% more life, 9% more life, 9% more life, 9% more life, and 6% more life. So, oh, that puts the items back. Good. We're at 31,000 life, Chad, and we don't even have rings put on, so that makes me happy. We're only at 7,000 armor, though, so that does not make you happy. This is not a problem because I can fix this very easy. We have to work on our resistances as well. So do we want to use this ring? Do we want to use this ring? I mean, the problem is like this ring has 26% golem cooldown reduction, right? And my other ring, where's my other ring that I've been using? This one has, that's not the right ring. Where's my other ring? Oh, is it that? Oh, that's critical strike chance, critical strike damage. And this has ultimate cooldown reduction of 12.5 as well. Why do I end up with ultimate cooldown reduction on everything? Let's try a bit with ultimate cooldown reduction instead of golem cooldown reduction. Even though the problem is the golem skill is at 16 seconds. That's actually a real stinker. But let's assume here we have the golem damage. Okay, yeah. Let me take both of these. That was maximum life and attack speed. We needed to reroll one stat into... Oh god, a bunch of useless. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why are you all so useless? Not a single interesting one. Okay, I'll just keep the intelligence for now. I'll just keep the intelligence for now. It's fine. Holy Christ. I understand. That's my royal diamond. Do I have anywhere else another royal diamond? I have a flawless. Did I not have 3? There's another flawless. I thought I had all royal diamonds. Oh, I have. Now I have 3. Hey, look at me, Chan. I can break everything else down. So you're saying I'm gonna craft these and sell them for 8 million? Chad, these are worth 8 million right now? Back to the golem version, yes, we're building the updated golem right now. So bone spirit went zoom, boom, boom, and quite insane. Oh, we had these boots, right? I could roll essence per second on them. What do I need? I need corpse tendril size and movement speed. That's the lowest low roll it could be. I don't want movement speed after killing an elite. I don't want movement speed after killing an elite. I want movement speed with blood mist. I just want normal movement speed. Okay, I'm going to take 42% movement speed while blood mist. Super quick. It's fine. It's fine. You know what? I don't actually need essence per second. I don't actually need essence per second. Not for the build I'm going for right now, which is actually interesting. Yeah. Still kind of wondering how I have so few armor. Okay, right now we're looking at minion attack speed of 24.1% and the 13% of attack speed here already, which is bringing us higher. I have the 40% crit chance, which is kind of nice. We have 36,22222. Let's swap my Paragon board. My favorite activity, building Paragon boards. This one needs me to work with resistances. Usually try to avoid working with resistances as of late. We're going to start with a corporal here. We'll see if that's necessary. Let me open my Paragon board on the other side to get a little... Yeah, remember we're going through the bone graft one first. And we're taking Amplify to amplify this essentially. I could just take the bone damage. That would be interesting, but it doesn't work that way. We went into the cult leader board. I'll have to double think about doing that, what we did there. Thing is, I do that Paragon board there to push my elemental resistance for the easiest way possible. And also to open up for this one, because you're technically going down here to go here later. So you kind of want that node because you want the bonus life that it offers. That razor. That brings us now to 35,000 life and almost resistanced out. Thank you very much. Really easy to resistance out there. I'd have to, might be able to actually change this one because we're going to go into Golem now. Hulking Monstrosity. We'll start down here. Looks a bit weird, but this is the easiest way to activate the territorial glyph. Fine. Nothing done, nothing lost. Now we get more armor for having the golem, right? I can get another 6% total armor here, and I can get more damage for having the golem. Actually, one of my favorite nodes to activate right now. Because it makes the golem go boom. And it just pushes your armor up nicely for free. That is through the Bloodbath board. Because the Bloodbath board is the perfect board to activate the Essence Glyph. That would be the Essence Glyph. Then we're activating Flesh Eater. That was always a tricky one. I think we found a good compromise to get this one activated. And usually this would be Amplify. If that's Amplify, then we're playing Darkness before. Yeah, we're probably have to yoink the Corporal out. Have to put the Darkness in there. And get the Corporal in here. But the thing is... with the amount of... and then last but not least into the Scent of Death board. We can come from the side again. No! And now we need to shirk some points. Okay, this is 44. It's dice 44. This is usually the damage we yoink out of here. We get this, and we are putting the Golem glyph in there. That's Golem activated to 30, but that's not enough. I would like to have more. We need 142. What is my resistance saying? So resistance is currently at max, but we are 13.3 over. Mm, 13.3 over means that I could technically say goodbye to all of these, right? So how much is this? This is currently 3, 7... a bit more. Genuinely curious if I still take this, but swap that over. Activate Darkness over here, easy. No, I can't. There's not much intelligence. You could take like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. 30, 35. Not easy to be taken. We'll leave it at this point. I'll be min-maxing around with this. I'm happy about my 35,000 life. I'm not happy about my 7,000 armor. But the good thing is, since we're currently over-armored by a high margin, I can actually yoink one out. Right? Where's my rings? So we can yoink that out. And we're still 55555. Thank you very much. Juggernaut aspect will max out armor and NP. So, sir, the Juggernaut aspect is the greatest waste in the history of armors. Like, if you have the Juggernaut on, congratulations, but you're essentially wasting an aspect because you only need 9,200 armor. That's it. So Juggernaut is not really a good answer. It's like not the answer you think it is. It's more like, why are you doing that? Could I don't have any more temper rolls on this. I was thinking about re-rolling the temper into armor, but I don't have anyone where that's worth it. It could be on the chest, but the problem is if I break the chest, that would be unlucky. I have another 5 temper rolls. Oh, yeah. Just give me a total armor roll. I'm not asking for much. I'm just asking for a total armor roll. Thank you. So I don't have to... Wow, that's even better on life now. I like that. That's even better on life now. I wanted the total armor roll so I don't have to worry about it anymore. Don't make me weasel out 1,000 armors somewhere. Ah, you know what? You know what? Lazy Huff in the chat. you know what? That's what I kept my skill points for. Just to do that. Okay, simple, easy squeezy, done. No hassle. Bingo bongo, dilly dally, zip zap, cakewalk. Right, so we essentially made this better. That means we're at 35.7622222222. Our boots are still plenty weird. Well, actually, I actually like where this has been going so far. Let's do this against a... Let's go to a world boss, and then let's do some... Let's just see. Oh, my rings aren't actually... Yeah, my rings aren't aspected. Okay, let's do the world boss and then see where we're going to put the rings. Yeah, we could probably try to kill a... try to kill? We could just kill a tormented Endario. Most likely. What tier pit can you go so far? Oh, I can do pit 100 without Holy Bolt. Or we are actually at pit 100 without Holy Bolt. And then we stopped playing the golem build now for 3 days. And now we're back. Can I 1v1 you in PvP? No, Dante. I'm a Summoner Necromancer. I don't do one-on-ones. Think it's possible to make good Thorn builds? Yes, you can definitely do a good Thorns build. But I'm not interested. I don't like Thorns. So what are we missing? We got the new ring that we haven't updated in any way. We currently have Army of the Dead on this, but we don't want this. There's skeleton mages on. Yeah, I need to change some things. Currently we're playing this without Blight, and the question is how quick do we still stack up Shadow Blight if we don't play Blight? Okay? Because of the buck, you don't need the buck to one-shot tormented bosses. You just one-shot them anyways. I mean, I know Thorns is strong right now, but I haven't really messed with this. Okay, we have essentially 10,000 more life than we had before with our old gear. With 10,000 more life, we have less critical strike chance, and we have less critical strike damage. That's a bit sad. Our minion attack speed is currently sitting at a comfortable 47.6. If I masterwork this item, I could put the frenzied aspect of the amulet. Because currently my aspect of the frenzied dead always is on the amulet because it gets us 68%, right? But we don't need 68% anymore. How much is it? I think it's 42, right? If I update this, we should be enough. I mean, the weapon is at 24.1. The ring is at 13. So if I push the ring higher right now, yeah, be fine. I don't think you understand. No, I understand how the bug is working for thorns, that you can do like multi-billion thorns. Is Sacrilegious ring good for minion builds? Depend on the minion build. So my Bone Summoner minion build, for example, needs the Ring of Sacrilegious Souls, or everyone just dies. At 100 yesterday, what do I do? Start farming pits? Yes, on 100 you start farming pits, you start doing some nightmare dungeons to actually get your glyph XP up, so that kind of stuff. What's your golem damage? I think it should be low this time. Yeah, it's only 2,500. What's your golem damage? Come on, guys. I showed you mine. How about you show me yours? Okay, mine is only 2,500. What do you have? Wow, I was actually, before I changed my gear, it was at 2,900. You know? So this is obviously rookie numbers. It would be higher if I essentially have more golem damage, you know? More golem damage temperings, which I don't have on... Actually, I do have it. Oh, I have summoning damage here. That's 200% missing. That's my 200% missing, actually, Brian. But yeah, like, and I think everything above 2,000, you're good to go. Fine. But hey, I have the summoning skill damage. Where's my damage with summoning skill? I mean, damage with minions counts on the golem too, right? Where's my damage with summoning? Here, the 126, that counts on the golem too. I use an uber unique for this build. There's not a single good uber unique for this build, more or less. You could replace a temerity with Tyrell's Might. I just don't have Tyrell's Might to actually test that, and you would be losing 4 ranks in golem mastery, which is kind of like... I mean, yeah, losing those 4 ranks in golem mastery is kind of harsh, right? No one likes that. Wow, that movement speed is kind of intense. Yeah, shove it down. That was kind of like a long try. Pretty mad now. Oh, that's life in per second. I didn't actually swap my helmet because I didn't bother swapping my helmet. But I did have a different helmet, didn't I? I'm pretty sure I did have a Skeletal Warrior Mastery helmet that we could put on. How can you level your damage? I mean, attack power. Attack power, first and foremost, doesn't matter. But attack power is just a stat. But what happens is that Necromancer has a lot of multipliers. And if I activate all the multipliers, my attack power just goes...
It is done.
Okay, let's vibe in with the minions again. Let's do a PID, like an 80 or so. Just to get on back on the horse, chat. Okay. 82k attack power. Well, if you put on the right items, you can get everything at 200k and above with attack power. But the thing is that that's just not actually good attack power. There would just be attack power for looking good, you know? I mean, if you, for example, play the aspect of the inner calm, your attack power goes up like crazy. But that doesn't make that a good thing to do. 1, 2, more Opticide. All right, that's just, let's show you stat padding for the sake of stat padding. Opticide 20, and that one's upgraded. Attack speed, attack speed, attack speed, attack speed, attack speed, attack speed. Oh, I'll take it. Good. So attack speed is up to 15% like that. Which brings us into 48. Yeah, 49. I can almost get 50% attack speed with this. Interesting. If I had the second ring with attack speed, I would be happy. Okay, let me put my frenzied on a ring. Let me put my blighted on the weapon. Blighted, priest. My occult. Okay, that's occult, priest, empower, hardened. I think I got an upgrade on hardened actually, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, finally hardened bone is max. Then we got frenzied. We got blighted. That was unyielding. Which one am I missing right now? My brain is. Oh, and reanimation. Let's actually put reanimation on here. And then unyielding on here. Okay. So. Try the Pain Gorgeous Gauntlet. I don't like the Pain Gorgeous Gauntlet. Anything they stand for. Not interested. Okay, let's put on the Elixir of Fortitude. That brings me up to 43,000. That's kind of healthy. Target your weapon. Oh yeah, I forget to target my weapon. Thank you for reminding me. And my main plan today was to just essentially make this build be stupid tanky. Which essentially easily works out. Look at my blood mist movement speed, chat. Bro. See, we would still die. So 43,000 HP and barrier, chat, and you would still die. Oh my goodness, why did you teleport me forward? We'd still die to this. Right. Fast as fuck, boys. I feel so weird playing without. I need to put this on 4 because it's always on 4, chat. It feels so weird playing this without blind. I'll say it. But my Shadow Light key passive is stacking up fast enough, as you can see. Like I don't actually need to do anything. So even without blight, the aphotic aspect is doing exactly what I wanted it to do. So in case you wonder, like, do you even stack up Shadow Blight quick enough? Yes. I mean, against rabble minions, you don't actually need it to stack up any faster. Like, you want this against the bosses is like always the main question, because normal minions just die anyways. I like the cooldown on my thingy is going fast. Whee! bit of bonus movement speed has hurt no one. Always try to get the 5 stacks, right? On the Flash Eater. Ow, I don't literally know why you killed me with my 43,000 HP. You know? Which build would you recommend for killing Lilith? Definitely the minion build, because the minion build just does fantastic for that. I mean, that being said, we might have to create a build just for killing Lilith. Because there's like a few things about Lilith that is a bit annoying for minions, because you essentially have your minions, right? You have your minions. But the problem with your minions is that they have a hard time targeting the... What is it called again? They have a hard time targeting the blood blisters that Lilith puts out. So if you now fight then Lilith and you can't target the blood blisters... Kind of shitty, right? If you get used to that, it's kind of like cakewalk, but still. One part about Blood Mist is the cooldown reduction it provides for Army of the Dead. I still do miss playing a... Because right now, the only job I have is essentially like using my golem ability, right? And summoning 5 Scythe corpses for the Flesh Eater. Like when you choose to play the version essentially without blind, it's a bit... It can be a bit boring. But here, like... Cooldown reduction! Problem is the only other way to play blind is by cutting out corpse tendrils. But if you cut out corpse tendrils, you have to play the aspect of the void, because you at least need something to pull something together. You cannot play it with like not pulling anything together. Fine. God, I miss Blight. Blight is so sad. What do you think of Exploding Mist in this build to stack faster? Well, same problem with Exploding Mist as Blind. If you play Exploding Mist, you have to sacrifice the Aphotic aspect right now. So I am currently playing the Aphotic aspect. The Aphotic aspect makes my Skeletal Priest be Shadow. Since my Skeletal Priests have a very high attack speed, they actually apply Shadow quite nicely. So we might get the Corpse Explosion, but again, the Corpse Explosion is not as efficient as the Aphotic. I've actually tried it out, and I was thinking about like, sure, if you already play Blood Mist, why would you not think about going for that? The Aphotic aspect has another advantage, and that is that the Aphotic aspect actually staggers quite significant. And that's like something I wouldn't want to miss on, because being able to stagger like your opponents is quite useful. This one needs to be here. There's reasons for that, chat. They're definitely because I've been keeping that skill there all the time, so it just needs to be there. Okay, so the detailed answer. Next time I'll not give a such detailed answer and like demand a sub before I tell you anything. Ha! I got you hooked now on detailed answers. A master plan is working out. 500 IQ evil genius plan. Hey, how about you stop chasing me? No? What a shame. Right, this is why you have Blood Mist, right? Like then when you're in a shitty situation where you don't know where to go, you just go under. Right? Kill him! Woo! A leveling build for your previous build? No, because my previous build is not a leveling build and will never be a leveling build. You can level with Bone Spirit, but it's clunky, annoying, stupid, and stupid. Because Bone Spirit itself is really not made for leveling in any capacity. As much as I would love to tell you, sure, Bone Spirit, leveling build, why don't you do it? Don't do it. You know? Mm-hmm. Okay, that amount of HP is just really nice. So now we're just chilling here and everything dies and we're good. And you know what? If anything annoying happens, you just do this. That's why I'm saying this is like the scaredy cat version of this build. But do you notice how my blighted is just stacking up fast enough? So I don't need to do anything. I just need to exist. So I am. And we're essentially killing. I'm like, I miss Blight. I miss Blight. What can I say? I miss Blight. What are you doing to, when you're planning to do the Bloodlands build? No definite answer to you yet. So that's like essentially how it would look without Blight. That reminds me though, I wanted to upgrade my chest piece another time. Life per second? Really? You masterworked life per second? Why don't you just shoot me in the face? That would be the equivalent of masterworking life per second.
I'm not ready yet.
This is cool for hardcore. It definitely does help. The problem with hardcore right now is that hardcore is just stupid in general. So if I now take double potions, by the way. So I would now craft the elixir of anti-venom. Because you have two. You have the quest elixir and you have your elixir. That gives me then 52,000 life. Huh. I forget weapon sockets. Yeah, I forgot them. Again. What transfer are you using? This is the Wraith King skin. The Wraith Lord. So this is a tier 100 now, Chan, right? So far, I've only cleared a tier 97, and then I kind of stopped playing for a while this build. Let's see how this feels now. I feel like my cooldown reduction is way better for no reason. Don't actually understand why I'm having so much more lucky hit going on. It didn't change anything. By the way, if you actually believe like Minion Necro to be a hands-off build, you're wrong. It's a very hardcore hands-on build because you're essentially forced to continuously resummon your minions. So you would be getting the 5 stacks of Flesh Eater, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Flesh Eater for maximum damage. And then you need to use your Golem, and then you need to use your Corpse Tendrils, and then you need to use your Golem, and then you need to Blood Mist in to actually pull everything together, kind of, right? And then you need to use your Golem again, and then we're back, and then you could do it again, and like it's actually like a very cooldown heavy build, right, where you just spamming your cooldowns like there's no tomorrow, and you're just blood misting in so you don't get hit by anything. Actually the addition of blood mist is quite nice. I mean, it kind of forces you again to still play more hands off than I would like to, but it's kind of nice to have the ability to just do this again. I'm still just rather surprised at how quick my cooldowns are recovering at this point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not with the unique ring. I mean, sure, you can play the Ring of Sacrilegious Souls if you wish to, but that's actually a waste in this build. Because you're literally losing out on golem damage tempering just for laziness. You know? So it's not even good, you know? Thing. Oh, I just got into a trap, but it doesn't matter because I have Blood Mist. Right? Oh no, I'm still in a trap. Blood Mist! That's why I love Blood Mist. And this is where the build is then easier now, because people kept telling me they have a problem dying and they have a problem with Essence. So I fixed 2 problems here, because we're not using Essence anymore and we're not dying anymore. Right? So we fixed 2 problems. We don't die anymore, and we don't use Essence. Right, I can just dive in here, use the cooldown reduction again, because, like, Blood Mist does have a very slim cooldown reduction only, but it's better than nothing, and if you're facing, like, tons of enemies, it doesn't matter, because your cooldown reduction is actually enough, right? It's actually quite interesting, because you might have, like, only 9% lucky hit chance, but if you're at 9% lucky hit chancing on X minions at the same time, you're actually lucky hit chancing pretty damn well. End of the day. right? The blood is built out on YouTube. No, that's the video for tomorrow. You're just getting a sneak peek already today because you're here live. So the live stream always has the advantage, chat. Like, hi, greetings, welcome to the stream if you're new. In the live stream, we always experiment with stuff. We always try out things because I'm not trying things out off stream. I don't have time for that. So the live stream gets to watch the cool new things that the people then 1 or 2 days later get on YouTube. Because, well, that's what you're here for. You get the cool early info. I feel like I'm missing some of my crit damage that I usually have.
I'm not ready.
Friends with benefits advantages. And I feel like we're going relatively nice through, considering we're not using holy bolts, guys. Okay. Whee! You know what? I'm really happy about that tempering. I was miffed a bit for not getting the movement speed tempering, but honestly, I'm loving it. This makes me happier than it has any right to. Just for yep, it has no right to bring this level of happiness, but it does. It does, chat. What can I say? Whee! Would you farm Helltide or Pit? I would farm Helltide for lose. I mean, like, so two-sided question, two-edge blade. Because Chad, I have an idea. Okay, so farm the Pit if you also need materials. Because the thing is, yes, the Helltide gives you more. So I would farm the Helltide until all the Whispers are gone and then go to the Pit. Then wait for the Whispers to be back and then rinse and repeat. Okay? So that's what I would alternate between. So again, my goal is right now, whenever my Flesh Eater node is up. Okay, guys? Whenever my Flesh Eater node is up, I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to resummon everything. And I curse. Do this. Army of the Dead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In this boss fight right now, it's relatively slow stacking. So the Shadow Blight is slow stacking, but I think I have a solution for this right now. Guys, I think we have to say goodbye to Temerity. Because I feel playing Temerity and playing Temerity and Blood Mist is a bit redundant. What do you think? The bonus attack speed is insane, guys, though. I don't know if you noticed this, but like I have to summon essentially 5. Well, I can just put this out of here. I have to summon 5 corpses, right, to get my Flesh Eater node activated, so to have my dudes do more damage. But usually this would take quite a while to do because of there's again the Blood Mist just to be safe. So usually that would take quite a while to do because of like if you don't have attack speed yourself and if you only like transport the attack speed over to your minions. Now what we did is we like gave ourselves attack speed, which kind of fixed this bug because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 can be done way faster now. And I can essentially like hurt that. Do you notice, by the way, how useful the Blood Mist is? Right? I wasn't like in any danger of dying at any point, which is not completely true. I was definitely in danger of dying in between because I'm a bot. Mainly because I'm a bot. Uh-oh. I could have ended bad. Haha. You can't kill me. Fight is kind of intense. Not gonna lie. Oh, almost died there. I'm not gonna die today. Haha. So relative cakewalk, right? Now I'm gonna go here because I really don't want to take the risk of accidentally dying to some shit. Avoid Lilith, Army of the Dead. Don't get stuck here in the corner because that would have killed me. Get out of there. And that should be the last. Boom. Ladies and gentlemen! There you go. First try. It's actually kind of interesting. Woo! Was the movement speed cap 150%. So now that was a level 100 without the Holy Bolt potion. Do you want a comparison now to that? Chat. Because like we've been talking about the Holy Bolt potion, right? Now if you're gonna take the Holy Bolt, Elixir of Holy Bolt, just to give you like an example. So that's 103. It depends heavily on the boss though, so because if the boss doesn't have ads, kind of useless. But just like so you get an understanding for why Holy Bolt is so stupid. So we do the same thing, right? And we pull a lot of minions together. Always like try to pull everyone together. Die. So step number 1 is pull everyone together, then die because you're a bot. Because you're impatient. Okay, let's do this again. Without the dying. Summon all the minions. Pull everyone together. Go into Blood Mist. I don't want to die. Everyone together again. Army of the Dead. Pull them. One dude dies. Everyone dies. So like one Holy Bolt exploded, right? And suddenly everyone is dead. Now the next Holy Bolt is going to explode in a second because they're all very close to dying. Pull everything together. And then Holy Bolt explodes. And then oh yeah, everything is dead there suddenly because Holy Bolt. Right? Holy Bolt kills everything. Good. Further we go. That's all by minions damage, right? It's just literally like the whenever you see the yellow things and stuff dies, that's because the Holy Bolt, see Holy Bolt, everything is dead instantly. The elite back there, so the elite that was all the way back there, they died from the Holy Bolt. That elite is gonna die, and then suddenly the other guys are dead too straight away. Boom, on we go. So this is where I'm saying, like, it doesn't matter how good your build is to a degree. I mean, your build's still gotta be decent, right? You still gotta be having like the survival and not step into traps. But this damage here is not my damage. Will you be uploading this build later? I will be uploading this build tomorrow because later is for me night. I mean, right now we have at 3 p.m. We're streaming for 5.5 hours. I'm awake since 3 a.m. in the morning. So day has been long. So there's no later for me. Later means family time. So here all elites died again. Because if that kind of guy dies, everyone dies. Do you understand now why Holy Bolt is so OP? And this is because it's just kind of like broken on Necro. And this is not even the boss fight. So let me show you the boss fight just so you understand the difference. But that's why I'm saying I want to push deeper into the pit without Holy Bolts until I can't no more. Okay, so I just cleared 100 of the pit without... Everyone died. I just cleared 100 of the pit without Holy Bolts. And you know what? That was great. I really love that because it's difficult. It's not easy to do. Single target is not broken. No, it needs to be having ads. So like you notice, my speed is like vastly higher. Why is the only OP on Necro? I didn't do the math correctly. Someone else did it. It has to do with the Shadowblight key passive of the Necro. So we have this Shadowblight key passive that stacks 10 times up, right? And that Shadowblight, everyone died just there from one single Holy Bolt. That Shadowblight key passive seems to be weirdly working with the Holy Bolt to make it do more damage. But it also, for some reason, minions trigger Holy Bolt harder. So it's weird. But like, if you don't play the Shadowblight key passive, this doesn't happen. Okay, so I need to get Slither or I need to get the Frost Caller, for example. If I get anyone but Slither or the Frost Caller, boom, everyone dead. I mean, this is like borderline stupid, right? But this is why I'm saying, like, I'm not disrespecting any creator using Holy Bolt. What I don't like is if you watch a YouTube video that says, I cleared tier 122 of the pit and this is the best build to do it. And then you're like, no, you Holy Bolted tier 122 of the pit and you probably like it doesn't matter how your build actually is, you know? Especially when you're putting like some outlandish uniques in there. Again, tier 100 is your goal. Like tier 100 should be everyone's personal goal because tier 100 is actually the hardest thing. After tier 100, it gets really tedious without the Holy Bolt. But tier 100 without Holy Bolt, that should be the ballpark this season. Personally, I think that's the line. If you manage to do that, your build is fantastic. If you don't manage to do that, you suck. I mean, it might actually be that you suck because you still need to play well. But yeah, like your build needs to essentially be able to do like the tier 100 without. Right? That's the goal. And I think I'm aiming for 110 right now without Holy Bolt. And then we're probably going to slap it on to see how deep can we go. Right? Now, Bone Build is great for farming. I mean, I made a YouTube video on it, but Bone Build is not good for pushing deeper into the pit. Everything died to Holy Bolt. And now let's hope we get a good boss so you can see this. No, he doesn't have any ads. That's actually... I don't think the Sheav Marauder has any ads. Correct me if I'm wrong. This dude is one of the most annoying bosses to kill because of the way how he works. Oh, we have him staggered. Oh, we have him staggered already? That was quick. Holy, how did we have him staggered so quick? Do the enemies get higher levels after pit 100? They get tougher, and tougher. And we're talking about like tripling their HP. It's not doubling their HP, guys. It's not 20% more. They triple their HP every now and then. Okay. Hey, what? I was totally out of that. Okay, so since we don't have a Holy Bolt boss right now, we can't actually show you how the Holy Bolt works against the boss. But I do believe you understand the drift, right? So, but regardless of this right now, correct? I mean, you need to still be able to dodge the attacks of the dude. You need to still be able to get in position, right? You need to still be able to get away from everything. Because later, the ads, even if the ads are like very, very low B, like, I mean, even if they're just ads in the boss fight, the ads are still having a couple of billion HP too. So, like, good luck on trying to beat the ads sometimes, right? You know, when you have an ad that has like 500 million HP and you need to kill that. Well, we're doing good damage regardless. You know what I would like to know? What's more efficient, desecrated ground or corpse explosion? Because there's two things you could do, guys. We could now trigger a corpse explosion, or we could play the blood mist does desecrated ground aspect. Both are actually possible solutions. But I think you do notice how much Blood Mist makes this easier already. But we're not done yet with optimizing. And someone wanted to see a Tormented boss, right? Someone asked for a Tormented boss, so we have to do a Tormented boss for you too. You asked for it. And usually chat gets what it asks for. Well, wait, you notice how our friend here is getting staggered like relatively fast, and that's where oh. That's where the aphotic aspect comes in. Oh, shit, wrong positioning. Oh, I'm out, ah! That's what I'm saying. Like, right, it doesn't matter how good your build is. You still need to also actually play decent, right? If your reaction speed is non-existent and you are absolutely terrible at the game, no matter what good build you take. Can we actually do it? Chat, what do you think? Are we gonna get it done in the next 2 minutes? Oops, that was bad. No, almost got me killed. Oh, that was almost got me killed too. Oh, blood mist. Eat a fat one, nerd. Eat blood mist King Chan. You know what? I'm gonna blood mist here. Oh, lazy. Yeah, blood mist is definitely great. I like it. It's doing like exactly what I hoped it to do for the build, right? AKA making it just more reliable. Because that was like my whole plan was I wanted this to be as reliable as possible for people that stink. And I guess we managed to do that. By the way, can I just say that I'm playing exceptionally well and now I'm going to die because I said it? I deserve that. I'm playing exceptionally well today. Okay, so let's teleport out, show you a tormented boss, and think about the last change. Because the thing is, we want to kick maybe Temerity because we have 52,000 HP. If we're pushing, we have 52,000 HP. Probably have to do a video of the elixir on anti-venom, right? So that is without Holy Bolt, right? So now let's get this out. We're going to be going back to... so the thought is that you would take the pants. Okay. You take the pants. I think I have one good piece of pants somewhere. So let's just take this complete random piece of pants here. I'm going to take the Temerity. And the plan would be, no, let's shift some things around. If you take the pans and say no to Temerity, which essentially brings me up to 44,000 life, right? If I... So, that gives total armor, blah, everything, right? Skeletal Mastery. The thing is, we have one aspect free now. So you have the Skeletal Priest, which is actually a utility aspect, and you get the pans now. So on the pans, we could technically put utility or defensive, and you have two choices. You could be putting aspect of the explosive mist, and then we would be taking these points here out. Then we have these points out, and we would put them into corpse explosion. And the plan is essentially that you now have two big sources of shadow. So I can go with my blood mist below the target to corpse explosion, and that corpse explosion stacks up the blight too. And it's going to be 3 corpse explosion in the course of like doing this. I hope I have the materials for this now.
I need more time.
Now the problem is obviously that we would be losing our berry on overheal. But we do have blood mist, so it technically shouldn't matter. I mean, considering that we have blood mist, didn't actually matter. Also, how are we fortifying so fast? The fortify is actually happening over the Army of the Dead, because we have, whenever we create a corpse, we get fortify. Well, Army of the Dead is making like 15 or 20 corpses.
I'm not ready yet.
So we summon Uber and Dario. So now what are you essentially doing? I make corpses and they corpse explode, right? And this is shadow damage stacking over time already. Then we're going to curse her, Army of the Dead. We're going to get everything up. Super damage, and she's almost dead. So this is Tormented and Dario, chat. Did anyone want to see Tormented and Dario die there? No, you didn't? Well, because she died so fucking fast. Because I'm like a goddamn demon. Okay. Done. Done. Okay, you're happy? No holy bolts, no nothing. Just that. I cannot carry more. I cannot carry more. I cannot carry more. Oh. Oh my God. Mom. Mom, get the camera. Look at me, Chan. I'm the chosen one. Yeah, that's actually a pretty damn good roll. Like, I'm not gonna lie, right? With a maximum life is probably the best one in existence. So, what did all the damage on her? Luckily, we have a recording here. So this is Andariel, right? And you notice that her HP suddenly goes, bloop, and that's gone. So what happened here? What was this? Look at my bar. You see 5 times stacked up. So this is Flesh Eater. Then look at the 5er stack here. This 5er stack goes up to 10. Now we have the 10 and the 5er stack. 40% multiplicative, 240% multiplicative, and Army of the Dead is active, 100% additive. And then suddenly we're popping the Golem ability. And you can see 622, 871, 616. This is 622 million damage. That's what happened. So not Holy Bolt. This was the Golem. This is the realistic damage without Holy Bolt, okay? When you have all your multipliers multiplying, when all your stacks stacking, when your things are thanging, and when your clips are clapping. So now we could put on Harlequin Crest, which is a 20% damage reduction versus having a 25% damage reduction. My problem here right now is that this would actually ruin my armor, right? So I could simply not even use the Harlequin Crest because it would objectively be worse than having that helmet right now, just from that standpoint. It would also give me less damage reduction because simply I don't have the aspect to actually put the Harlequin Crest on. That being said, let me favorite it, put it out. That's another Blood Moon. That's another T-Bolt. Let me kick the equipment that I don't need. That's life per second, essence on kill. So it's dumpstered. That is a 60%. That is a 44%. That is a this. Let me just dumpster all the other shit here quickly. And now let's for a second, with now the upgraded Corpse Explosion version of this build, go back into the into a 103 because we cleared a 100 now, but I wanted to clear a 103, right? You'll be a big boom golem. Yeah, but big boom golem is useless if you don't survive, right? So you need to survive. So we're gonna put on the elixir, and the elixir, boom, 53,000 HP. That's nice, right? No more barrier production. We have the blood mist that now creates explosions, right? The good thing is that the blood mist that creates explosion also reduces the cooldown of my blood mist, so that's kind of cool. We're gonna put these 2 points out, that 1 point out of here, and that 1 point can actually go in. Oh wait, you know, if I can force these points back in, I might actually be able to play Shaco. So that's 103 now, again without the Holy Bolt elixir. Not interested in that. Isn't the +4 to all skills worth it? No, the +4 to all skills is only active skills, not passive skills, only active skills. Okay. The actual, like, no. Okay. Harlequin Crest does not do, for example, Golem Mastery. Golem Mastery does not get higher with Shaco. Oh, I just survived that. Did you see? That blast should have killed me. So if I now go in with Blood Mist, Chad, look at that. Did you see the stacks go up like crazy? So the Blood Mist gives me Corpse Explosions, but these Corpse Explosions also give me Lucky Hit. So now with the Blood Mist into Corpse Explosion aspect, you're essentially stacking up the Shadowblight Key passive faster than ever, but at the same time you're doing Lucky Hit, which actually gives you all your skills back quicker, that you can then like cast them and do this faster. Now you remember how quick the Holy Bolt run was, correct? This is now a realistic tier 103 without the Holy Bolt elixir. We're going forward, corpse explosion, corpse explosion, corpse explosion, giving me cooldown reduction, right? Again, this is giving me cooldown reduction, and it's giving me stacks of the Shadowblight Key passive. Now we have two aspects that stack of the Shadowblight Key passive. We have the aphotic aspect, which makes my Skeletal Warriors be Shadow as well, because my Skeletal Warriors now do Shadow damage, which is actually interesting. But they don't only do Shadow damage, they also stun, which is kind of nice for staggering against bosses. Because you might have noticed how we actually stagger bosses super quick. So this is like the double trinity of things that I really wanted to change, and it didn't actually lower our net total damage. I think it would actually higher our DPS in total. I'm just really unhappy that I can't play my Temerity. But you do notice how, like, with this double bonus Lucky Hit, and my Army of the Dead is essentially coming uptime, like there's like it's just coming back, like there's no tomorrow, like again, and boom, I can play it again. No, you can almost use it on every pack like multiple times, because you're now like making the lucky hit chance of it so happens so often. And boom, we're going in with the movement speed. Corpse explosion, then gather everyone up essentially in your corpse explosions, right? Have the lucky hit be lucky hitting, go in again, boom. You know, right? Shadowblight Key stacking faster than ever. Lucky hit, lucky hitting. Pulling together again, Army of the Dead. So we're essentially just doing more damage the whole time because we're stacking everything up. Did they fix rapid ossification? Rapid ossification is working. Why do you think it's not working? I'm sorry. I don't understand where this is coming from. Did a creator say this, or did you read it on Reddit? Or like I'm literally playing rapid ossification and it's working. So this is essentially the build on Crack from before. The other, like the build with Blight does do a bit more damage in my opinion because you have Blight, but this one is essentially meant to be safer. The only problem is you're kind of not doing anything active anymore. So the only thing I do is Golem and then resummon corpses. So how's the gameplay loop look like? Okay, let me walk you through. Just for you to see what am I actually doing, right? So step one, curse, blood mist in, corpse explosions, pull together, golem, and then summon, curse, golem, Army of the Dead, summon, corpse tendrils, go in, golem, Army of the Dead, pop, next pack, right? Begin with a curse, go in with a blood mist, corpses, golem, summon, corpse tendrils, golem, onto the next pack. In again, die because I'm greedy, pull everything together, Army of the Dead, summon, golem, corpse tendrils, summon, summon, so that's essentially what you're doing. You don't actually have that much time. You don't have that much time to actually do the shit. You don't have that much time to actually blind, right? But you're not really doing nothing. The problem is everything you're doing is not doing damage, right? Like it's not like any of my skills apart from the golem I actually apart from the golem I hit is doing any damage. But I think it's still fun. I hope it's still fun. I mean, we're 9 minutes 50 in right now. This is actually, I'm rather surprised. It becomes a very active playstyle, yes. I mean, people that are playing minions for the passive playstyle, they're actually getting disappointed. I do personally like the gameplay loop now with the Blood Mist again, because the Blood Mist allows you to do these and the lucky hit is actually insane. Okay, that was bullshit right now. I don't even know what I died to, right? The problem with Blood Mist engages, by the way, correct? Because if you're Blood Mist engaging, you might get to the point where you accidentally die. If that hits me, I'm instantly dead. Don't forget to always curse first before you're going in. Because if you forget to curse first when you're going in, what's going to happen, Chad? Oh, yeah, you die. No, you don't get the cooldown reduction. I mean, by the way, did you notice how quick my cooldown reduction now is? My blood mist is essentially off cooldown as I go back in, more or less. So against mobs, I can almost permanently stay in the blood mist, especially if it's a big mob pack. So if you essentially have a big mob pack with a lot of elites where there's scary effects happening, you can essentially decide like, oh yeah, you know what? I just really want to stay in the blood mist. You know, I am scared. I don't like this. I want to stay in the blood mist. No problem. It is possible. You have the lucky hit. You have the cooldown reduction, right? You could just stay in the blood mist. You don't ever have a... And don't forget, you need to do this anyways to actually stack the corpse explosion. Because the corpse explosion, again, allows you to have the blighted aspect. And look at the tenor there. The tenor there is almost... Like, the tenor there runs out and then... Boom, it's like, boom. Do you see that? You see that, how quick that was? So this is like the change to the other build where it sometimes was a bit slow poke to get it up. And now it's just like you actually don't even see it not being up. And I think the main mistake that people are making is not summoning minions enough. Oh, which is interesting because why are you summoning minions? You're summoning minions to trigger Flesh Eater, right? Guess what the automatic corpse explosion does, Chad? Hey, guess what the automatic corpse explosion does? Oh yeah, it triggers Flesh Eater too. So if I do this, I'm already like, boom, Flesh Eater triggered. Well, that's nice now. Is this pure build better than the Shadow Minions? This is Shadow Minions. I don't know what is a pure build. This is Shadow Minions. I'm not using my corpse explosion here straight away. I'm waiting for this. Then corpse explosion. Get the Hive Master stuck. By the way, look at the stagger bar, chat. Don't forget that every shadow damage can stun, right? So if I'm now doing this has a chance to lucky hit stun as well. Because you have the shadow skill for it, right? You have the shadow skill. It's called... Oh, someone tell me the name again. What's the shadow skill called again? The one lucky hit, stun, and damage. Your corpse explosion do that too. Well, this is actually a very nice combination here right now for me. The funny part is, like, you explode corpses automatically, right? Do you notice how many corpses were, like, stacking below this guy? Quite some. Things going decent so far. Yep, let's go full damage boost. Okay, which one are we getting? That's Lilith. That's actually good. Because that's normal Lilith. That's not like the triple second phase Lilith, because I hate that one. This is actually really lucky boss right now, I have to say. Like the one thing is easy to dodge. Lilith itself is also not the hardest one. I mean, I might still slip up and make a mistake, right? Which can actually happen. But from a like how bad could this be standpoint, this is actually... I went too early. That could have ended bad. I didn't pay attention. Oh, look out for the shotgun. Minions between us, you little nerd. 3 minutes left. I mean, for not even having my weapon tempered, right? I feel like we're... Oh! If I didn't have the blood mist there, I would have been dead. Uh-oh. Blood mist. Seriously, if I didn't have the blood mist there, I would have been just so dead. Like, not a little bit dead, just like absolutely destroyed, you know? Holy balls. There was Kludge. Oh, give me my blood mist back. Oh no, Woo! I want to see me dash out there trying. Woo! Ladies and gentlemen. Fighting for our life here. Holy. That was good. I mean, this is how it looks, right? Decent. Lyrin, thank you for the 380 bitty titties, by the way. Really miss out on that. Appreciate it. So what did we do? So currently we're playing a sword with maximum life. Okay, still Shadow Blight. The ring now has attack speed because what are we trying to do is we're trying to stack up enough attack speed, and I need a better ring for this, so I can put the frenzied aspect from my amulet over to my ring. Because right now frenzied aspect is 45% plus the 49% we have here. So we're currently missing another 6%, 45 and 49 is we're missing another 6% attack speed somewhere, right? So that's pretty good at this point. Then we have now aspect of the explosive mist of our pens, and we don't play Temerity anymore. We have 50,000 life. We have new boots with Skeletal Warrior Mastery and movement speed during Blood Mist, which is insane, by the way. And we haven't tempered this a single time. Yeah. We have the Skeletal Mage Mastery. We don't need essence per second anymore. So this is very cool because I can put out a new helmet. Because right now my helmet has the problem that it is essence per second, armor, and maximum life. That's kind of shit. So what I can do is I can pick up my new helmet, which is actually this one. Helm. I can put on my new helmet, which is this one called Harlequin Crest. Boom! No, we just found that a second ago. I actually don't want to play this, so don't get me wrong. I'm just showing off. We're thinking about playing this helmet with Skeletal Warrior Mastery. Because why not? Right? I could just play Skeletal Warrior Mastery and Blood Mist Duration. Because there's an interesting tempering option right now. We have the defensive tempering, and the defensive tempering would be Blood Mist Duration or Blood Mist Cooldown. Huh. What two elixirs are stacking? It is the Elixir of Anti-Venom. The Elixir of Anti-Venom, which increases maximum life by 15%. And then the normal life elixir. And the Elixir of Anti-Venom, you have to do a quest in Cat Barduke. Yeah, cool. I don't know. There's a quest. I will find out which quest it is, and I will tell you, okay? Is it useful to have max life if even the bosses one-shot you? I survived a hit. So you might have not noticed this, guys. But I survived one of the energy hits. So the dude that comes down and puts these energy lines down, I survived one because of my 53,000 HP. How dare you not using Shaco? So again, for the people that don't understand this though, like it's not you, but generally. Shaco does give +4 to all skills, okay? So what is this now? If I put on Shaco, I'm essentially getting 4 skills here. 4 skills here, 4 skills here. I'm getting 4 skills here as well, right? And 4 skills there. Where I'm not getting 4 skills is here. I have this on 7 anyways. I'm not getting 4 skills here and not there. And since my damage is these lads, the 4 skills are useless. The only advantage is Blood Mist getting lower cooldown. That's literally the only advantage. But again, I can't use this helmet right now because I'm down to 7,935 armor. The only way I could use this helmet is by now finding somehow... Actually, I have 3 more points that I can yoink out of here because I'm not playing Blight anymore. So I can put the 2 points in and I'm at 8,590 armor. If I somehow temper armor on pants, that actually has 16.9 armor. Shit. So if I somehow re-roll a stat on the pants into... Shit, that's also re-rolled already. if I change the temper on my chest to armor, it would work. Okay? Then I could technically play the Harlequin Crest. But the thing is, again, that the Harlequin Crest is only good because it would provide cooldown reduction. That cooldown reduction I don't actually need very much. So we're kind of back to like phase 1 where why would I even bother playing Harlequin Crest in this? Skulls in. I can't put more skulls in because my resistance is right at the cap. So we're actually 8.1. I can actually yoink one out. Huh. Because I got more in. Yes. So I can actually yoink one out. Wait, because I'm just at the cap. I just noticed that. And I can put one more skull in. I have one more skull somewhere. Chat, tell me when you found it. Beep, 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 beep. There it is.
Beware the envious, my friend.
And then we could put on. Oh! And then we could upgrade the Harlequin Crest. Now I can make a build and say you need the Harlequin Crest for this to work. The time has finally come, Chad. I can finally make a build and say you need the Harlequin Crest for this to work. I've been waiting for this moment all my life. Oh, that's actually really shit for this build, and I hate my life right now. It's actually really good in general, but I just really shit for this build. So technically, I could play it this way, yes. But the problem is, I'm essentially getting less damage reduction like this. So I'm literally, I just traded a helmet, this helmet, that gives me, like 25%, and I'm only getting 20% from Harlequin Crest. Now, obviously, I could use a one-handed weapon, okay? There's a world where I use a one-handed weapon and an offhand, and I could actually temper damage reduction on that too, which is insane, but I'm not going to do that. Undo the master working? Nah, because I'm going to use the Harlequin Crest for... blood builds, and resource generation is insane there. So again, I don't need it for this build. I just put it on so chat is happy. I hope you're happy because I put it on. There you go. We have it finally. So why are you not getting plus skills on your amulet? Guys, let me give you a little advice. Never try to get plus skills on your amulet. So there's a thing with re-rolling, and it's heavily weighted. And the weight kind of works following. That everything but skills has probably a 70% likelier chance to appear than skills. So if you're trying to roll for skills, you're going to get hurt and you're going to start crying. What you need to do is you need to find an item that has skills on it, and then you roll everything else. For example, this chest had the Golem Mastery, obviously, and I roll everything else. This chest, it took me 50 million to get Skeleton Mage Mastery. This boot does have Skeleton Warrior Mastery, so I could roll whatever I want instead of this. So I could put the intelligence off to get movement speed, for example, right? Or armor. But you should always try to find an amulet, like this one, that has Hellbend Commander already on it. And then you're gonna then I'm gonna re-roll lucky hit chance into something different. You're not gonna get what you're looking for. It is fucking stupid that you're first and foremost only getting 2 rolls on an item. I mean, who decided that this is 3 skills, I re-roll 1, and I can choose from 2? If I could choose from 3, that would be a billion times better. Especially with rolls not being fair. And we don't even know the weights. That's the problem. No one ever tells you that the rolls are weighted, right? No one tells you that plus skill chance is almost impossible to get to a certain degree. Why would anyone tell you this? That would be hard to know, right? Bunch of bullshit. That being said, chat, this build is coming out tomorrow as the version 3.0 of the Golemancer. If you already want to have a peek at how the build looks, the build is here. That is above me, the version 2.0. If you see a thumbnail with this stupid mug on, this guy, that's me, like generally, right? And we're going to be talking about version 3.0, the reworked Paragon board, because we actually did do the Paragon board a bit different. And I might change it another time if I'm able to actually squeeze out some resistance in other ways. Because I really do actually want to drop these total armor nodes if possible for other things. Especially, like, that's the point. If I now, for example, drop the Harlequin crest again for the armor, right? Boom. Then I'm at 11,000 armor. And what I could do is I could drop these two nodes. And this is huge, actually. Because these two nodes are 6% total armor when I have Golem. So still maxed armored out. Okay. But what can I do is I can get 5% more damage while Golem is active. And that one is actually huge because that goes down on all of us. So that would be an opportunity to switch this around again, just to like feel like whatever you want to whatever you want to do. But yeah, we're going back to Harlequin crest right now, and then we actually need to put the Golem nodes back in. But that's just something I'll think about to play a bit with. So thank you for coming and watching. Monpon, thank you for your brand new subscription. I'll be back tomorrow for more. I hope to see you all there. And there's a special evening stream happening tomorrow as well, so it's going to be a goddamn long day. Wish you a good one. See you soon.